Are you serious? Get it. Are you serious? There's more space for that pin to go? That's garbage. Absolute garbage. And everybody knows it. Nice spare. Garbage. Garbage. This is a tough. Get it. All but one. I'll take it. You'll get it. You'll get it. It's gonna be a gunfight. It's gonna be a gunfight. I need 8. I got 8. I need 1. Bonus points here. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Miss Aquarius, you're all right. Here we go. No doubt, no doubt. Oh, this is a tough split. I did the best I could. Ma'am, no doubt. Come on, get this one pesky one. Got it. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah. No, Rabbi. Yeah. You can do this. No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt, Miss Aquarius. That's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. Where did you get that from? No, I actually I got it from uh no doubt, no doubt. Shout out to the comedian Michael Larry. Just go, no doubt, no doubt. Oh, look at this. What a strike. We were not expecting that. Audie takes the lead. Oh no. Oh, Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Apologies. No, you take the lead. Oh, come on. Oh, I hear how it is. You're ganging up on me. Collusion. We've got collusion amongst our opponents. Come on. Come on. Yes. All right. All right. Wow. All right, guys. This Aquarius got me. No doubt. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She still got me. Miss Aquarius. Yes, we do. Good job, you. Look at you. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Nice job, ma'am. We love playing with you as well. Alrighty, now time for you to get your rest. Your beauty rest. I'm just icing myself because I dropped my drawer. That is not the heart. I'm not limping and I'm not like in much pain. I'm just, I can move it and I can walk. I just want the ice to stop being so much pain to me. So I dropped my drawer, not hard. I was trying to get some out and it just slid out. So I told my auntie I gotta get it back, to get it back in place. So. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Cover. I will. I didn't break it or nothing down now. I can see. I didn't break it or nothing. It's off. Okay. So cover my feet so y'all don't see. Okay. It's funny. Now, because I have a transfer and I don't like things. Okay. Here we go. It's not bad. Oh, yeah. You might get a bruise right there. Yeah, well, as long as I can walk on it, I am good. But I'm not gonna tie my tennis shoes up like I might put on my low little socks or something. And other than that, I'll be all right. Okay, yeah, good idea. Because I had a bruise right here. I had right here, and then it went away. It took like 3 or 4 months. So this might take like like maybe it'll be all right. It's not with this one. Bad. I couldn't hold a walk on this one. I had to go early. So I'm gonna wait. It shouldn't be bad. I pray that it's not. It's just not bad. It's not bad. It's not broken. I know it's not broken because I can move it. See?
Yep.
I can move my feet. Yeah, I can say I can move my feet. So I can walk on it. So, if it was broken, I won't be able to do that. I am good though, y'all. Thank y'all, and I'm gonna be fine.
We hope you feel better.
Thank you. It's not bad though, Ivy. Tell me it's not bad. It's just no, it really isn't. Yeah, as you get older, it's gonna take time. It's not. I'm just afraid that I'm afraid that it's not broken. It's broken. I'm afraid to move it, or nothing like that. So I'm afraid. Thank God that it's not broken. You gotta be careful. It's not broken. Move it, and I can walk. Just want to ice it for a few, probably like another. So probably about 11:30, and I'm gonna let it go. Then I'll ice it tomorrow coming home. But I'm gonna ice it enough. So y'all wanna play one more game?
Right now?
Can we play one more game?
Absolutely.
Let's play one more game. Thank you, Addie, for praying for me.
Oh yeah, of course, Miss Aquarius, you don't have to worry too, like the way you're describing it, feet heal really quickly.
Okay, thank you. Come on, Addie. Let's step. Oh. Yeah. No. I don't want to y'all to win. Right? Can I wear that, Addie? I don't want to do no win. I already won.
It's Audie's turn.
Come on, Addie. Now you got to do this. You got to do it. Now you got to try to strike.
Strike. That looks
Let's
good.
go. Let's go.
Get it, get it, get it, get it. This is tough. This is tough. Get the one on the right. Get the one on the right. That's understandable. That's a tough one. That was terrible. I'm going to get this, though. No doubt. Boom! Total doubt. Total doubt. That's good. All but one. You got it. Oh, she's got it. Solid. Wow. It's like she heard you. Oh, all but one. Get it, Miss Aquarius. All right, Audie. She's going to get a ton of points right here. A ton of points. She's going to get a lot of points. She's taking the lead. Oh, no. She needs one more. She's got the lead. No doubt, no doubt. Get a strike, girl. Oh, that looks perfect. That was good. That had everything to be perfect. Get it, get it, get it. That's 2 strikes in a row, ladies.
Get it. I'm not really.
Oh, perfect. Nice spare, Mr. Flores.
Thank you. Oh my God. Oh,
You've got the lead.
no. Come on, Riley.
Get these, Audie. Oh, that's perfect. Nice spare. All right, you need 1 to take the lead. Or 1 to tie, 2 to take the lead.
Come on, Rabbi. Yeah. Okay. What do you got? Yeah, I don't think. Oh, it is. Yay!
Very well. All right, Miss Aquarius. I pray for all my friends and my family, so you'll be in my thoughts most certainly. I hope your foot recovers. Hope you have a wonderful day. Excellent. Sweet dreams.
they're managing all of these things. And these are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, these closed labs are doing, but they actually shared them with the world. Cutting edge of culture. Some of this requires normally try and invest great. I understand what the low goes for low programming. Effectively, NVIDIA built a library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have a communication. Every single layer of the model, and you may have over 100 layers. What does Nickel stand for? NVIDIA Collective Library. So, when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feature network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reduce or all gather. And this is communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped in China legally, not the ones that are smuggled, but legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead scheduled their own communication, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. What they did, probably maybe not as well as DeepSeek. DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas in the case, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were given on a certain aspect of the chip they have access to. And so they scheduled communications, by scheduling SMs. You can think of as like the core on a GPU, right? There's a bit over 100 cores. They were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which ones are doing all gather, right? Back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming, but Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically. Yeah, exactly. And so technically, they're using TTX, which is like sort of like, think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly or instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of CUDA. But it's like, do I want to write Python, PyTorch equivalent, and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the assembly or ISA level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But the implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have a mixture of experts, but they're generally 8, 16 experts, right? And they activate too. So, one of the words we like to use is like sparsity factor, right? Or usage. So you might have 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my god, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are MOE, and so have the other labs that are major close. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go to the model. It's 8 out of 2, 6. And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated. It's just a small neural network. All the things go through that, and they also go through some other selection scientists rather. One of the innovations architecture is that they surrounding mechanism for expert models. There's something called ancillary loss, which effectively means training. You want to make sure that all of the experts are used across the tasks that the model needs. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, one objective is training the picture model that model learns to only use the subset of the experts. And in the MLE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss of deep learning, even next to the bigger lesson, that you want to have the minimum effective bias model to let the model look maximum. This auxiliary loss balancing across experts as the prediction accuracy. Instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing after the batches. This parameter, make sure that the next batches all have its own. And this type of thing is big, that they add up over time. So this is the sort of thing that just that motivating. I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of things, which is getting ready from auxiliary loss, like how to use it. You keep accumulating gains. Talk about the philosophy of training, how you organize organizations, and a lot of it is compounding small improvements over time in your data and your architecture. Post training, how they integrate with each other. I think does the same thing, and some of them are shared. But we have to take them on face value that they share their most important details, and the architecture weights are out there, so it's getting what they're doing, and it adds up. Going back to sort of the like efficiency and complexity, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For like Mixtral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high, and sort of what Nick was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's complexity there. So you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes. But now what happens when, so, set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like one way and all of it routes to one part of my model, right? So all of it routes to one part of the model, and then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPU, and then the rest of the training network is idle because all of the routing to that. So this is
welcome. How are you?
Running a very sparse.
Welcome. How are you? I apologize. No need to apologize. How are you? How are you? I'm well. Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? No, I think I saw you. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I'm live in there right now. How's your day going? I'm well, thank you. What'd you say, my friend? I have a lot of different. Oh, yeah, I've got 500 of them. 500 channels. Oh, channels. Yeah, I'm live in. Believe it or not, they do. Great question. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Yeah, go for it. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do this because I don't want war anymore anywhere on Earth. I also want to help end world hunger with the platform that this will give me through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's what all my merch is. And one of the things that we've done is dig wells in Nigeria for the less fortunate. I want to continue with those types of projects to help end world thirst. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and major advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? I have. That's okay. Essentially, it's similar where every moment of my life is basically on camera, and I have archived it just like someone in the past might have been a diarist, somebody who writes a diary, or a journalist, somebody who write a journal. I do the same, but with video. and just do my best to be a good person and give people support when they need it. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Right now, we're watching a podcast on AI. So I'm a major advocate of artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. We talk about quantum computing. We talk about things like alien disclosure and things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing information. They also just recently made news about their progression of de-extincting essentially a type of direwolf. They also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth with it. I just think is really exciting. I talk about some other things that are perhaps going to be of benefit to you. I have more data online than any person ever, and The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And that may make me an influential person someday, and if that's true, I'm going to make you and every person on my stream who's helping me along the way very wealthy, and I want you to be able to create generational wealth for you, those around you, your friends, your family, and then eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the less fortunate. Also, I want you to be able to, and this is with your consent if you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120, again, with your consent, and give you the finances to be able to take advantage of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapies. Okay, then you can just die at a normal age 80. All right. Well, if anything, I want to give you the funds to be able to have a really good life. So, you can consider having met a new friend, and if there's anything you ever need, I'm here for you. Okay. Excellent. Very well. And that's why it's key that I say with your consent. If you don't want to live that long, you don't need to. So I hope you have just while you're here on Earth, just a really wonderful life, and I hope this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person on earth.
record out. When I get boring after a while.
No, I love it. I I like being on camera. I like having my life archived. It's basically,
You know,
yeah. I mean, I don't have to be on it, so I can avoid it as much as I want. Like, not something that I generally pay attention to. It's just once the streams are going, I live my life in as normal a way as possible.
very obviously.
Correct. Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California. All right. Well, basically Los Angeles. No, I know. I'm saying Irvine is basically Los Angeles. Where you well, you are you a Wolverines fan? Wolverines or Spartans? Wolverines or Spartans?
Oh, tons of fun.
Very well. Go State. Absolutely. Absolutely. Whenever you're bored, feel free to come in here and we'll love to get to know you better, okay? Excellent. Take care. Peace. Oh, absolutely. Thank you for being so polite.
Many of the experts just sitting there idle. How do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communication between them? This is a lot of the like extremely low level detailed work that they figured out the public first and eventually like second or third in the world, and maybe even first in the space. Listen to direction that's better lesson. We're going to be the direction where a lot of the gain is kind of low level optimization, or is it the short term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high level side of train? Is this like a short term leap because they figured out like a hack because constraints necessitate some other intention, or is there still a lot of gain? I think we can summarize what the bigger lesson actually is about. The bigger lesson actually, paraphrasing, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as go are those methods that are which are scalable in learning and search. And the scale word gets a lot of attention. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding human bias to your learning. Read the original essay that it talks about how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problems that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and drive. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the picture experts model. Therefore, it's like, okay, like for years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson, but the bitter lesson is really just long-term arc of how simplicity is off win. A lot of sayings that like the models learning, you have to give them the simple loss landscape for compute through the model. They will learn getting barriers out of the way. That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people is innovation at scale. By the hack, I imagine that the code base for probably can't mess. I'm sure they have definitely has code bases that are extremely messy where they're testing these new ideas. Multi-headley inattention probably start in something like a Jupyter notebook. Somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains GPT-3 and GPT-R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code. High quality, readable code. Yeah, I think there is one aspect of though, right, is that there is the general ability for that to put across different types of runs, right? They make really, really high quality code for one model architecture at one side, and then that is not transferable. When I make this architecture, everything's broken, right? Like that's something that could, you know, with their specific low level coding of like scheduling SM, it's specific to this model architecture enterprise, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collective library is more like, hey, it'll work for any, right? You want to do an all-redis? Great. I don't care what your model architecture is. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do this specific optimization for given the constraints that they have regarding the speed. I wonder how stressful like your model, like in training, like to have the code, to push the buttons that like you're now spending large amount of money and time to train it. Like there must, I mean, there must be a lot of innovation on the debugging stage, like making sure there's no monitoring, visualizing every aspect of the training, when people are training, they have all these various dashboards, but like the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP8 training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e., less accurate, is you end up with loss function, right? And no one knows why the loss happen. And for a long time, some of them are bad. Can I give an AI2's example of what some of our earlier models? It's a subreddit called microwave gain. Like the it's a real thing. You can pull up microwave gain. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are the letter M. So there's extremely long sequences of the letter M, and then the comments are like beep beep microwave M. Yeah. But if you pass this into a model that's trying to be a normal text, it's extremely high loss. Normally you've seen M, you don't predict M for a long time. So like this is something that causes a lot of spikes for us. But when you have much like this old, it's not reason. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss spike. And what Dylan is saying is true, but it's like it's levels. With regards to stress, these people are like, you'll go up to dinner with like a friend that works at one of the labs. They'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes. And they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like, yeah, it's literally like tokens per second, lost, not blown up. They're just walking conscious.
And the heart rate goes up if the spike.
Some level of spikes is normal, right? It'll recover back. Sometimes a lot of the old strategy was like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So there's Granville has a theory that it's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and there are other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then go up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have the stressful period where it's like flat or it might start going up and you're like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that they look good, and then there's one spike you can point. So what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can ignore the data, don't update the model into the next one, and it'll recover quickly. But these like trickier implementations, as you get more complex in your architecture, you scale up to more GPUs, have more potential for loss. So it's like there's distribution.
The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving and loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it can be like this and then spike down and loss again. Truly learn something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like, that's what models are like. It's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
The whole time the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push the envelope on your infrastructure. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has. So it is, yes, it's noteworthy. A lot of money, and it can be a month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're deep state, how do you get to a place where there's a successful combination of parameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
So rapid iteration failed runs until
it's successful.
And then you build a situation like this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate, regularization, things like this. If you find the regime that works for your code base. Talking to people at Frontier Labs, there's a story that you can tell where training language models kind of path that you need to follow. You need to like unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of which hyperparameters work for it kind of knows. If you look at the GPT papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's continuing to build the capabilities that they have. There's the concept of a YOLO run. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook where you're experimenting with LA on like 3 GPUs or whatever, and you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 120 experts, do I arrange the experts this way, all these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay guys, no more screwing around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone takes all the resources we have, let's pick what we think will work and just go, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in, is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here.
populations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run, like, looking at the data, I think this is it.
This is why you want to work in post training, because cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah. For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally flawed.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right?
But the hill to climb, if you're out one of these labs, have an evaluation playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, which might be improvements, and add up the whole model to be much better. You zoom in really close, it's really obvious that models are bad at this thing, and we can fix it. As you thought. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new models, there's many ways to look around, and normally it's that improvement. There's things, right? And they're not very low, and you have to release get builds. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, crushing Meta, Mistral, and Computer, and all these guys, they moved up, right? They maybe produced methodical, but another solo run, whatever the reason was, they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
2025, year of the YOLO run. Seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the research. OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO, right? Now, people are like, all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually, a lot of huge chunk are doing inference, I have a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what people did now, or like sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything in.
I think winners throughout human history are the ones who are YOLO. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware?
DeepSeek is very interesting. This is where it's like to pick them out of who they are first, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere, and they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these hyper trading, logarithmic quant traders, but it shifted to GPUs, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? It's same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and otherwise, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large, 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training large language models, mostly for training models for their quantitative aspects, or quantitative trading, as well as, a lot of that was natural language processing, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that in 2021, they built the largest Chinese cluster, at least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 before expert controls started. Yeah, right. They had a huge cluster before any conversation with experts. Then you step it forward to, like, what have they done over the last 4 years, right? Obviously, they continue to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Liang Chingpeng, you're not putting me small. Liang Ching, right? The CEO, he owns maybe a little bit more than half the company, allegedly, right? Is extremely like Elon, Jensen, man kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really into AI. He actually has a bit of a, like if you see some statements, it's a Yak vibe almost, right? A little AI vibe. So like we need to do this, we need to do ecosystem AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the West has relied on software ecosystems. It straight up acknowledges we do this, something different way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews sometimes he didn't have interviews. Yeah, I think he would do or is there control? There hasn't been one yet, but okay. Try it. I just the fascinating figure engineer pushing full on into AI, leveraging success on very direct quote. We will not switch to quote or ask about stuff. It's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this. So this is sort of like the quote visionary behind the company, right? The hedge fund still exists, right? This is different. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to the full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point, it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did 2,000 H800 GPUs, a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China but no longer allowed in a new version. So it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And then there's some restrictions on it specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling stuff, right? So going back to that, right? It's like this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU.
Obvious available GPUs training run. You think 2,000 is the correct number?
Where it takes significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research, simulation, right? Taking all this stuff. Yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level, you have to do tests at the scale. You have to do some tests at medium scale before you go. Expensive practice that for any model that's notable advanced, you're going to do 2 to 4x of the full training run in experiments.
A lot of this scaled up, probably.
Research, research to get new ideas that let you do as you go on. Research gets research.
Some of the pricing strategies discuss the research price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically set right are just 10,000 21 and 2,000 GPUs for only pre-training for V3. It did not discuss cost on R1. It did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for the structure model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training model. They did not discuss anything of research and implementation. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund, all these things, right? And we know that they're very profitable at 10,000 in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually have closer to 50,000.
Is something else. So we can say that you're sort of one of the world experts figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of semiconductor, in terms of build out, doing what in terms of training run. So yeah, so that's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. We believe they actually have something close to 50,000. Right now, this is split across many bets. Right, again, fun. Research and ablation. For ballpark, how much would OpenAI or Anthropic have? I think the clearest example we have, Meta is also open. They talk about like order of 60K to 100K H100 equivalent in their training cluster. Right. So like Llama 3, they said.
Welcome. How are you?
The company is Meta last year.
What up, Jipple? Hope you're having a good day. Can you hear me? What's up, Jipple? Oh. You're well.
Application build is not within the topic. They have a lot of
models H100, H800.
yeah. So there's Ampere's A100, H100, right? People use them honestly in the US. Really, there's 800 and other, right? But mostly. China, there's been different salvos of export restriction. So initially, the U.S. government limited on a factor scale, right, which is chip interconnects versus flops, right? So any chip that has interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operation above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operation. And so, iFlops communication. Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as the H100 on the flop, right? But it just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this stuff, figure out how to use it anyway, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster 2,000 GPUs was not even purchased in 2024, right? It was purchased in late 2023. And they're getting the model out now, right? Because it's a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because of memory bandwidth, memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and it builds the best possible GPU for China.
Take this actual tangent, and we'll return back to the hardware. The philosophy, the motivation, case for export controls. Daria Amadej published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes, that if AI becomes super powerful by 2026, we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to be significant. Whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. So, because the United States is a democracy, and you says China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world with a super powerful military because of AI democracy. It's a more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers, powerful AI, and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. So we want to, the United States wants these export controls down, make sure that China can't gigantic training runs that will be presumably required to AI.
This is very abstract, and this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls. Powerful AI. There's, and you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And think about the AI ecosystem right now as all of these AI revenue numbers are up and to the right. AI use continuing to grow. More GPUs are going to be. A large part of export controls work is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example. You have a very focused that can still get to the frontier of AI. This 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get considering the world. They're still going to have those, still going to be able to train models, but if there's going to be a huge market for AI with strong export controls, and you want to have 100,000 serving equivalent export AI can be used much more easier to achieve, kind of on what API is, intelligent, autonomous AIs, data centers. Those are the things that are running GPU clusters in the States, but not in China. To some extent, training a model that's effectively a general model the thing that Dario is sort of speaking to is implementation of that model once trained can create huge economic growth, huge increase in military capabilities, huge capability productivity of people, better lives, whatever you want to direct for powerful AI towards, that requires amounts of right? And so the U.S. government forever, right? Training will always be in 400,000, only 60,000, right? So the percentage that men is dedicating to this, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our watching ads, or if it's resources for super powerful AI that's doing productive things, it doesn't matter about the exact use that are, economics side, that deliver whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything, right? And that's like I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government. Is it can't cut everything off. They'll make their own chips, and they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. This the whole point is to keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth is really dumb, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big companies believe, super powerful AI is going to change society. And therefore, compounding effect of different compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of like how much power is right, or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what the economic output is. How much power are you directing towards that AI? We're talking about reasoning models, the way that this might be actionable and something that so the reasoning models that are coming out are one. They're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this, time compute, inference compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get those specific numbers on the ratio of the train a model. You can look at about the amount of compute used in training and the amount of compute used in inference. Predictive models are making inference way more important than doing complex tasks. In the fall, in December, their OpenAI announced an O3 model. Another thing in AI, when things move fast, we get both announcements and releases. Announcements are essentially blog posts where you pat yourself on the back and you say you did things, and releases are the models out there, the numbers out there, etc. So OpenAI has announced O3. You can check it, O3 mini out as a recording potentially, but that doesn't really change the point, which is that the breakthrough result was something called ARC-AGI task, which is the abstract reasoning corpus, a task for artificial general intelligence. Francois Chalet, the guy who's been, it's a multi-year-old paper, it's growing apart. And the number for OpenAI O3 to solve this was that it used some sort of number of samples. And the API has thinking after a number of samples. They used 1,000 samples to solve this task, and it comes out to be like $5 to $20 per question. You're putting in effectively a math puzzle, and it takes quarters of dollars to answer one question. And a lot of people. Those are going to take off in the US. OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference. They have this OpenAI FTP Pro subscription, which is $1 a month, which they then said they're losing money on, which means people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. I've signed up with it, I've played with it, I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it. And that is the thing that a Chinese company with mediumly strong expert controls the road controls might not be able to do it all. That the main result for me is also a spectacular coding performance that feedback AI companies being able to experiment.
So presumably the idea is for an API, much larger fraction of the API goes into and takes off, take over the world, and come back in 7 hours.
This is what
it's going to take a lot of people.
What people like CEOs or leaders of OpenAI and probably talk about is autonomous AI models. You give them a task and they work on it in the background. My personal definition of AGI is much simpler. I think language models are a form of API and all the super powerful stuff. Next step, that's great if we get these. The language model has so much value in so many different general intelligence. But this next step of agentic things, they're independent and they can do tasks that aren't in the training data, but the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving.
think the technology fits Dario using prompt for AI. I agree with you on the API. I think we have that's a balance for sure. AI, but refer more to something once possession of, then you would have a significant military and political advantage rather. It's not just like you could ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view, and as I say, Mr. Grace read into this. I don't have enough background in science to gauge exactly how confident I am in AI revolutionary biology, but I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computation.
Doing a depth first search here on topic, taking tangent with tangent. So on that depth first search, said that you're both using API. What's your timeline? Dario's 2026 for this powerful AI that that's gigantic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of API. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific ability because predicting specific ability design is very hard. I think mostly if you're going to say that I'm feeling the API is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next year. So something like R1 is less surprising to me. I expect there to be new paradigms for substantial progress. R1 is so unsettling, kind of on this path to ChatGPT get better, get better, get better. And then we have a new direction for changing models, and we took one step like this. It took a step. So it looks like a really fast goes, oh, and now we're going to take more steps. Like, it's just really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried AI operator, I've tried Claude series. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that'll make something work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that don't know what to do. So, like, everyone wants agents. Dario has very eloquent way of describing them. And I just that's the thing.
I would try to down to the API timeline. Like the nuclear weapon, the moment where the real, like, talking about actual people, when do you probably after
Find that right. Almost has already happened, right? You look at the AI voice calls. I think they're talking to the phone, right? AI diffusion rule was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden administration. Limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to China. Portugal and all these like normal countries that are on the you need approval from the US list. Like Portugal, like all these countries that are out, right? Singapore, right? Like they can have F-35s.
Welcome. How are you? Hello, Ty. I didn't want to talk with you.
very cautious about your things you don't quite understand. That's a really good point. The robocall forms semi-intelligent thoughts could be a weapon. Could be out of social.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is stuff on has narrative. Every like technical competition, Russia, China, U.S., Israel, etc. Right? People are pushing influence on the internet en masse, and language models crash the cost of like very intelligent sounding. Like, there's some research that shows that the information actually the language models haven't yet made information particularly that changed the equation there. The internet is still ongoing, I think. AI snake oil and right up and stuff. So there is research. Like, it's a fault that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely measurable. Things you're talking about with like voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities realities that are harder to measure. But it's something that is too soon to tell in terms of. I think that's like political instability via the web. Very is monitored by a lot of users. Happening. You're asking about like the API thing. If you made me give a year, I would be like, okay, I have AI saying this. It's been saying this for a while. I think that they're people like Dario and Topic, had thought about this so deeply. Need to take their seriously, but also understand have different incentives. So I feel like add a few years that would make it similar to I think where any one person, okay, I can leverage this X amount of time. This is API, right? Call it then the operating that capability. Yeah, those are so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale and mass actually revolutionize the economy. I don't think it will be like a physical constraint. Rather, it'll be capabilities are here, but I can't deploy it everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when being BG4 came out, everyone was freaking out about this, right? Perplexity came out. How did the cost of pay in 2023 every okay, right? And as we going back to the query or you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs, right? The most capable model of chat, right? Get a query back. Solve our AGI problem costs $5 to $20, right? Enough from there. This is a 10,000x factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus the task. The task of our it's not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like what are the tasks that we want? Okay, AGI we have today can start AGI. 3 years from now, it can do much more complicated problems. The cost is going to be measured in thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time. There just won't be enough power, GPUs, infrastructure to operate this, and therefore shift everything in the world to snap the finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point AGI at a task? So this was Dario's post that he's like, if China can affect it more quickly than us, point their AGI at the military tasks, right? And they have been in many ways faster at adopting certain into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers, but when it comes to asymmetric arms such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of putting out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could if they direct all their resources implementing the military and therefore solving, military logistics or solving other aspects like information targeted certain set of people to the country's politics, like that is actually catastrophic versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated towards whatever is the highest return of income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
But everything I've seen, fail on robotics. You have kind of general optimism on self-driving cars. Similar with drones. Here I understand it's a little bit less, but that means the reality of the war in Ukraine, drones on both sides, and it seems that so far outperforms any autonomous. AI is an assistant, but humans drive FPV drones where far outperforming AI systems. I think it's not obvious to me that we're forms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is for AI. Whenever you have large scale forms of robots, military actions, that's when the stars look different. So that's the thing I'm worried about. There could be cyber war type of technology that from social engineering to forms of robots that find attack vectors in our code and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, who knows why, and the world changes forever. Power going out for 2 days, all of the United States that was murdered to chaos. But going back to that as a useful way to control the balance of power in the context of AI.
And I think going back to my viewpoint, if you believe we're in sort of a stage of economic growth and change that we've been in for the last 20 years, export controls are absolutely guaranteed that China will win long term, right? You do not believe AI is going to significant change in the next 10 years, 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of more executives and such, but even 10-year timelines are reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw from the world's people, which it does, tons of foreigners in the AI industry.
Many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
Yeah, I mean, and many of them are Chinese people who are looking to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there is that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that can gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this thing about Stargate, they're announcing there. That's like, once it's fully built out in years, there'll be gigawatts, right? Power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far
exactly.
Yeah. So why? So long term, they're going to manufacture chips.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data center. Right? Chips, fast take huge power. Don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast you can build the largest today in the U.S. is power, right? It is, whether it's it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and all these transformers and all these things. Building the data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploy more and more infrastructure.
I think we need to make the point clear on why time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially with export controls, you're making it so China cannot make cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production, and if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make chips more capacity for the rest of the world to make chips. But everybody, they're going to sell everybody that subsidize them, and therefore, if AI takes a long time to differentiate, you have the financial support of American companies. India can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. Therefore, we have less demand. Therefore, they keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being less than 10 years or 5 years above, right? China will win because of restriction long term unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, make massive changes in society in the medium short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, quote unquote scale built, right? I.e., decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like U.S. executives like Satya Nadella, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar, and all these U.S. executives, most powerful tech companies, have decided they're scale built, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas,
Indiana or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building massive, as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've done for next year after, et cetera. And so they're so this way. This is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could put faster, much further than coming. It's not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest level, this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? Trump talking about deep sea and Stargate, right? So the Biden administration had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week, the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the topic, right? They haven't met he hasn't sat down, and they only just released a subsidy of $1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is through the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and combined, right? It's like they're realizing just now, but that's where the export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful U.S. chip to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to right and same with manufacturing, with tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI and then what downstream can slow them down. So the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, well, we're banning them from buying like photography, etch tools, deposition tools. Oh, the random subsystem from a random company that's tiny, right? Like why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided critical AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, like this moment, and then it's like ASML, deep UV, extreme ultraviolet photography. The context on this, right, what Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their N910 chip, which was an AI chip, first one on 7 nanometer before Google did, before NVIDIA did, and they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of the industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. Trump then, of course, banned this 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from the and then they had to switch to internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback. Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips, and the question is like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable. Things like that. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of it.
Well, you're saying that technology being not felt the API, but it feels like the deep moment.
Yeah.
Might like there might be meetings going on now where you start wearing the same t-shirt and things are gonna escalate.
I mean, like this, he may have woken up last week, right? And Young met the vice second command guy, and had a meeting, and then the next day they announced the AI subsidy for $1 trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this deep moment is the beginning of
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards the Cold War, or already is.
There's that deep fall, but there's something, a bunch of factors came together where
history works.
Explosion. It all has to do with NVIDIA. It's some like
kind of
mass
power
hysteria that happened led having meetings.
The U.S. government realized in October 7th, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th dropped. It shocked everyone, and it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, "What the heck are you?" Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT. Yeah, but not ChatGPT. It was like starting to be rumbling, like what an AI can do to society. But it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks, that this was where the world is headed. This Cold War that's happening.
So, is there any concerns that the export control push China take military action?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies,
the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, like, no one should access it, right? And there's a few, like, interesting aspects of that, right? Like, China has a urban rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other. To the point where, if you look in most of China, it's like the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Like, quote unquote, like the U.S. has an incel problem, like China does too. It's just they're placated in some way or cut crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the U.S. thinks so. China is maybe starting to think the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is like, when does this hit a breaking point, right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue if not having access and starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan or trying to subvert its democracy in some way or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than it hurts them. This is something they could potentially do, right? And so it's towards that, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime and like trade is like super awesome economics. But at some point it could break, right? Like we should comment on like why Chinese economy hurt by that is that the United States buys so much. Like if that goes away, like that's how their economy. Well, also would not be able to raw materials from all over the world, right? The U.S. would just Malacca. At the same time, the U.S. like you could argue almost all the America, 70s has been either population growth or tax, right? Because your life today is not that much better than the 80s outside of it, right? So in cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Bridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's funny stories about how Russians were laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instruments chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our life.
Can you explain the role of TSMC, story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States break the reliance?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC, built in the U.S. But so taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices. All these kinds of companies build their own chips. NXP. But more and more of these companies are outsourcing and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there and where most
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, be a company started, they build their own chips. They design the chip and build the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to go up every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, keeps growing, right? Sort of like Moore's law is having the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every 2 years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3 nanometer chips, 2 nanometer chips in the future. That's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You probably need to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for it. IBM would build their own chips. It's going down the list. All the companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies. And that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chip. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue. That was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before that, and at some point, it's actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom, like everyone had facets under Broadcom and merger of that. But even today, Broadcom built iPhone RF radio for Colorado or South. Company for most of the time they offer got rolled into and now everyone relies on right, including Intel, their latest chip, TSMC, right? It also uses some Intel chips process.
I think why the foundry model is so successful for companies why are you
economies of scale? Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right? The cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at like these like companies that have their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized chips, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, they were more special. From the not just on Intel PCs or web servers. Generate all the value running all the and so and this is just something you can go across any company in the industry like this, right? Cars contain 5,000 100 different varieties, right? All these random that's the door handle has two, right? Like it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like you don't think about it as like a really chipped like chips, right? And anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, more specialization required, and the cost of that grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible. I think you can say it simply, like the cost per fab goes up, and if you are a small player that makes a types of chips, you're not going to have the demand pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers aggregate all this demand into one place, and then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to buy the next, to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed. They have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable, good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have chips, or they built it and they just or they run it, there's more failure points, right? Like, you have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch or some little process that screws up, didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They sold their fabs to Badala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries, term. And then AMD was able to then focus on like on the return back up was like, hey, let's focus on making splits and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than all of these different things. So you get more diversity of chips, you have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing, right? And this is where TSMC comes in. They've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. It's easy for you to fabricate your chip. All of that complexity and like kind of trying to track a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money. They make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next step.
Why is Taiwan so special? Why is replicated inside the
yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, like TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm gonna go make my own chip company, right? He went to Taiwan and made. There's a whole lot more story there. But it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been TSMC, but Texas semiconductor manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? And so there's that whole story there. But vibration, right? It starts to vibrates the machine to all, they're either broken or you wrap something like all their employees go. And like they don't plan right? Like it's like an art, it's like, right? Like ants doesn't get told by the queen what to do. The ants just like one person specializes on this one task. You're gonna take this one tool, you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're gonna do. Your whole life is one task and that. It's like some special chemistry plus nanomanufacturing. One line of tools that continues to be iterated, and yeah, it's like specific plasma etch for removing silicon dioxide, right? That's all you focus on in your whole career, and it's like such a specialized thing. And so it's not like the tasks are transferable. AI today is also like you can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is very antiquated. It's difficult. None of the materials are online for people to read easily and learn, right? The papers are very dense, and it takes a lot of experience.
Today is
So it
32
makes
days,
it
which
harder
is
to
4
enter
weeks
into.
and 4
So
days.
talk about, hey, I'm only work 80 hours a week in a factory, right? And if anything goes wrong, go off in the middle of the night because the person back. Like, would you know, as an American, things are like, what, I guess are the exemplifying, like, why can you replicate it? Let's not ignore, Intel was the leader in manufacturing for 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides right? Silicon, game, FinFET, and you can the list just goes on and on and on. Technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do that. The culture has broken, right? The wrong things. The iPhone. They had all these different things regarding like management of staff, management of design, lockup, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people write these 50,000 PhD, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades. In Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting the last mile of production, high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips, and it's good customer experience has broken, right? The customer experience is like part of it is like people say Intel was 2000. They just thought they were better than everyone. Cool guys were like, oh, I don't think that's sure enough. They're like, you know that. Right? This sort of stuff would happen. So can let's bring it to let's bring specifically we are, right? Arizona is getting better and better. Has built roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the US, right? Now, this is nowhere near enough, right? 20% of capacity in the US is nothing, right? Furthermore, this is still dependent on Taiwan. There's sort of important way to separate it out. There's R&D and there's high volume manufacturing. Effectively, there are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan, Hillsboro, Oregon, and there's Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are doing the leading edge R&D for the rest of the world's leading edge semiconductors, right? Now, manufacturing be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing food, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I could cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right? It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron and Hynix.
Because they define the future of everything's moving so rapidly that it's really fundamentally about R&D. And it is all about
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase a vehicle without TSMC, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC. You cannot, like I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphing tablet, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, a phone, anything you servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. Oftentimes, it's just like some power IC that's like converting from like some voltage to another, right? And it's like what China is investing. Well, it's like they can build out long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems. They're investing in this, and then they have large supply for large overhand, the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic as well. It's just have far more having supply for things this is crucial to normal.
So they're doing volume, not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own, way behind. Right? So I would say like in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% production. They're not going to right to be clear, but they are in certain areas really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have they have their own factory, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine 40 chips, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. These are even more complicated. So all these different power IC, battery management controllers, all these things, they're right. And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e., 5 and so on and so forth, right, GPUs they are still behind. U.S. restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter, but all that's happened. Yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, etc., but they've accelerated their 5 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC, analog IC, or random chip in my keyboard, right? That kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like the U.S.'s actions. So from export, from the angle of the export, but it's so inflammatory at slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? They lost it out here, of course they lost it out here as well in Australia. So going back to the U.S. build it here, yes, but it's going to take a ton of money. I truly think like to revolutionize it for semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
It also extreme confidence, extreme work ethic.
I think if you have the demand, money is on the line. You're going to take hand-holding with the government. But I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for me. TSMC has something like 90,000 employees, right? Not actually that. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like, their wives are like, yeah, we're not going to have kids. You sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So, like, these wives drove, like these dudes to go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's like, it's an element of culture, yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also, like, the U.S. has done it in the past, right? We can just import. I say import. That's people in the world if we want to.
That's where the immigration conversation is tricky for a lot of these stuff. But yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the
sure, we agree with it. And like even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of the US if the money's there, right? And so like it's way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time. And that's the context of like the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed through the Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act, would be hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so like the amount of money that the US is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of like work ethic and amount of work and like things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have like differences in terms of like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And some countries have massive subsidies, right? China has something like $200 billion.
talking about $60 million, that's also, and so I think something we've been working on recently. That's one of these things subsidized. American Taiwan has been a lot of that's positive.
Now,
We'll be going all the
so lay out why it's not into the last China.
and control this technology at whatever cost to economic integration for that. Hard to unwind that. The part of it like that they've also limited invest companies. So it's been a long time coming. At some point there was convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like companies in China, Chinese companies in the US. The US is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas. Rebuttaling with the same thing around done some sort of specific materials and gallium and things like that they tried to limit the US on. One of the US drone companies is not allowed to buy batteries and military customers. This drone company tells the military customers like, hey, it's Amazon. Right? Like there's all these things that are happening that point further and further divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all help them play out. But I have zero idea how that could have possibly.
Is the divergence good or bad for the divergence in terms of manufacturer chips, training AI systems is actually good for avoiding military
conflict? An objective fact is that the world is most peaceful as ever been when there are global hegemons, right, or regional hegemons, right? Right? The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right? China had very peaceful and warring times. The peaceful times were dynasties had a lock hold over not just themselves but all their tributaries around them, right? Likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right? The last decade. Now we've sort of seen start to slide, right, with Russia, Ukraine, going on the Middle East, Taiwan risk, all these different things are starting to bubble up. Still objectively extremely. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be competitive or even overtake the U.S. Right? So this hegemony, I don't think it ever happens like super peaceful, right? When empires fall, right? Which is a possible trajectory for America. They don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is maintain the top position. What China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And obviously there's flooding of heads in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars. And that will
like as much as I want their centuries of prolonged peace, does not looks like further into the internationally ahead. And the U.S. is sort of current task. Hey, we control AI. If we're the leader in AI, then and AI could significantly accelerate progress. Then we can maintain the global hegemony. Therefore, I hope that works. And as an American, kind of okay, I guess that's good for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively.
obviously the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific, the different hardware, the nice graphic, the export control, of which are allowed to be exported and which are not? Kind of explain the difference, but is there, from a technical perspective, are the H20 promising?
Yeah, so this goes, and I think we have to we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations for controls, right? Because 800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled, and by then Biden had already built their computer. They claim today, I think, like many more, like those. And now this H20 is the legal product, right? NVIDIA shipped a million of these last year, right? For context, it's like 4 or 5 million, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% or so. And so the H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually upgraded, right? So you can think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specification. There's floating point operation, right? Flop. There is memory bandwidth, i.e. in memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory, and then there is interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnection. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? AI systems involve a lot of compute. They involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be memory or to other chips, right? And so these 3 vectors. The U.S. initially had had 2 of these vectors controlled and one of them not controlled, which was flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth and make it a very simple, only flop. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. It's like 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec sheet paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to like half, or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth and for memory bandwidth and memory capacity. More memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the right now. Recently, we at our research we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they're going to get returned, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped 1 million of them last year. They had orders in for a couple million this year. Gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like that's H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? That the H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training, all about flops, right? All about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that talked about, trade-off, interconnect, or to trade off, other aspects, lower the flops, and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of how many flops they are, right? So we talk about GPT-4 is 25, right? 26, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operation. Great, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the G24, right? The U.S. executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26, once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government. You must share your results, right? There's a level of model where the government must hold, right? That's 1E26. And so as we move forward, incredibly important. Flop is the vector that the government has carried out historically, but the other 2 vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reason.
And do we understand firmly which the 3 dimensions? The flops don't matter.
Memory, right? Yeah, excellent. We're going to get into technical stuff real fast. There's 2 articles that I get maybe graphics that might pull up.
The listeners were looking at the section of 01
Yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things for transformers to make this real, because it's incredibly important because it changes how models. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? Because so far we've talked about parameter counts, right? And mixture of experts, you can change how many active parameters versus total parameters, add more data but have less flops. But more important, another aspect of what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. The attention mechanism is that the model understands relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? That is something that you must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context length is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan maybe better.
KV cache is one of them.
Yeah, so an operator has three core things: queries, keys, values. 2 kV thing that gets into this. You'll look at the equation. You see these matrices are multiplied together. Words, query, key, and value come from information retrieval backgrounds, where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and access the keys, the values is reweighting. My background's not information. Retrieval, things like this, is just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, the number of tokens that you put into. And the KB cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, talk about autoregressive models, you start with whatever your prompt was, you ask the question, five, model then is going to generate it. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator with multiplying this query, key, value, matrix. But the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, KV cache, value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it. So you keep track of what your previous values you were inferring over an autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing when serving inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail. Essentially, one of the quote-unquote drawbacks of the operator and transformer is that there's a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. We hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention form, which is like state space models that don't need to go down all the way now. There's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long context much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are make your highly memory.
Help with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book, Gemini is the model that has the longest context length. Gemini is 1 million, 2 million. Put a whole book in Gemini, and sometimes it'll drop back down. It's not perfect; they're getting better. But the two things is one, to be able to serve this memory level has magic with the CPU stack where they can serve real context. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance applies to data, changes computation, and it changes architecture. But serving long context is extremely constrained, especially when you're making a lot of it. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation to get the same. I can explain that. So today, if you use a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? The reason is that there is when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book you must now calculate the entire KV, right? The value. So when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I have to go through them all, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the pre-build, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? And therefore it is all.
I think the pricing model mostly input tokens about one price it out.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is you can't do it, right? It's autoregressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only I must not only read the whole entire model memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it, generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KB. Then I generate a token, then I append that KB, that one token I generated, and its KB cache, and I do it again, right? And so therefore, this is a non-parallel operation. And this is one where you have to, in the case of free flow up front, you pull the whole model in, calculate, right? These are counters that APIs are sending, like comp caching, refilling, because you can drive prices down faster. You know you're going to keep run a business, keep passing the same initial content to the API, load that in, and propagate that in. Always. So it's very different than we're kind of leading. We showed this example earlier, read some of this kind of mumbling stuff, and what happens is that the output context length is much higher. I mean, I learned a lot about this from Bill's work. Essentially, output length is higher. You're providing this quadratic memory. Effectively, you're going to run out of memory, but all trying to serve multiple requests at once. Batch processing, where not all the concepts are the same, really complicated. And as context length gets longer, there's what you call a critical batch size. The ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize your inference plummets because of this long context. Your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models. That's a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
We're looking at when the index is length,
i.e., how many are being generated per prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? But if I put in sky is blue, then that's 1 million tokens.
I would say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending.
What's really output? So before, 3 months ago, whenever O1 launched, all of the cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and get an answer out, right? And it's a single refill, compute a lot in parallel, and output a little bit. Now, reasoning and agents is a very different idea, right? Now, instead, I might
What'd you say?
I might have all these.
Alright, go take a shower.
Showing logarithm, right? As you go from a market, so fast for your KD cap on certain number, your sequence size is capped for the number of users you play the model. For a 5 model and batch
Almost 3-1.
And batch size is crucial to essentially want to have higher batch size parallel for 54 different users at once, right? Therefore, you're serving, right? Because the server costs a bit, right? 8 H100s, $1 an hour per GPU, that's $15, right? That is like somewhat of a unit, like it's $15 an hour. Now, how many users you serve? How many tokens you generate? And you divide the two. Reasoning models. This is where a lot of the complexity comes about and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many. If you have limited amounts of memory, you're serving, right? And your cost is a lot. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, hey, on the $15 an hour server, I'm serving long C, serving, free, and it's all chat style applications, i.e., we're just chatting. Think of the thousands, few thousand, right? When you use language models, 2,000 context. Sometimes they're dropping it, but then process it, you get your answer, you throw it away, right? You move on to the right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in sequence, right? So this memory, this AV cache has to stay resident. And you have to keep loading it, keep in memory, constantly. And now this busts out other users, right? Now a reasoning task, right? And the model is capable of reasoning. All of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users. Let's go into deep speak. So we're in for one time, and there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about deep themselves. We now have an app that got number one on the App Store. Disclaimer: number one on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the app. But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit number one on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco, oh my God, got used to it. The DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product where you can ping the API and get these super long responses for R1 apps. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what happens to them. As the model waits for R1 are available, the license friendly, the MIT license available. All of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to their users. We're trying to evaluate R1. There's really some research going on model, and we're trying to compare to it. And out of all the companies that are quote unquote serving R1, doing it at prices that are way higher than barely biggest context, right? Everyone, one of the parts of the other aspect is right. So she's kind of talked about on the trade side why it was.
Talk about why it's so cheap on the inside. Why is R1?
So I think there's a couple factors, right? One is that they do have model architecture optimization, right? MLA, new attention they've done is that is different than the attention from attention volume you need. Others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like X2H, local global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's so quadratic, but constant is smaller, right? Into our previous discussion, this whole thing had latent attention save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention, which helps especially in long context. It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing, it's still an innovation. This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90%. Well, not just that, right? Like other people have implemented it. Yeah. As your attention this dramatically reduces memory pressure. Right? It's still quadratic. It's still essentially quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced relative to prior form.
Right. That's memory pressure. Say, no, R1 is 7 times than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin. So there's multiple factors. We should break down the factors. I think
million token output R1, $60. $9 output for O1.
Yeah. So I think it's very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between pricing. Offering the same open weights than everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than others are able to service, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. I don't remember the numbers back up. Right?
So we're looking at a graphic showing different places serving.
Yes.
DeepSeek 3 similar to DeepSeek R1. And there's a vast difference in serving costs and what it's like.
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic market. They're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 70%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
That money using R&D.
They're losing money as a company because they spend so much on training, right? itself is very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margin are continuing to build it. Right, so, alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is like,
well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like, DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity for stop signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent, right? For most people, so many people trying to use it, they still have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? You know, even if you believe our research is 50,000, and a portion of those are for research, a portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right? At scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making a ton of money. Is DeepSeek making money on their APIs? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this part, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI, very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is Allen, the inventor of like flash attention, right? Technique. They're very efficient, good companies, and and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money. So they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so now when you equate, okay, OpenAI is making money, that's like a 5x difference, and the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There is still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is being really freaking good, right? The model architecture in LA, all these things. There is like legitimate all their low-level libraries that we talked about in training. Some of them probably translate difference. Those are
so may go but is it possible the Chinese government subsidizes?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, Huawei has a lab, Moon.ai, there's a couple other labs out there that are really close to the government. There's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not so. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverent figure who's like quite different, who has like
sounds awesome,
very different, like based on the interviews that are translated, than what I really. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader? Fund it for his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidized.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund. And he owns like over half the 50% of the company. Yeah.
Some of the interviews, discussion on how doing this. You see this in the American too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tools, being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting, open sourcing,
Better so much out there, so far behind, and so much open source stuff.
More conspiracy. Is it possible they timed everything and the price, and they shorted stock and stock of US AI companies, and target like perfect timing to make money?
Like they released it on inauguration. You know the international what is on the calendar, but I don't expect them. If you listen to their motivation for AI, it's like if you look free on like the first one, who released it? No one looks, right? They've released the papers before this, right? The C3 paper, the R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and they're like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shooting fast as they can. Who cares about Christmas? Who cares about get out before Chinese New Year, right? Obviously, which happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like, skipping. I think that's one of their. You know that a lot of Americans are very invested. That is the central culture of a place like Anthropic, and I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things like their claims, but they're reviewed internally. Anthropic it mentioned international governments. Use how Anthropic has done pre-release testing AI safety. All of these things add inertia to the process of getting things out, and we're on this trend line. Progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from your model is done training, you run analysis, you want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of your output. DMC does it so well. Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 software trained like 9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because right? They're legitimate, right? If you look at R1, flip back and forth. Sometimes it's different, and the right answer.
He rarely had any problems. His animals were in good health. Predators weren't a major issue. But as Manuel drove through the fields, he spotted one of his cows lying on its side. It wasn't moving. Manuel sighed. It looked like today was going to be one of those days. Manuel took 2 steps out of the car and then reeled back, gagging at the sight of the cow's body. It was immediately clear to him that the cow had definitely not died from natural causes. There was a perfect circular gash where the cow's genitalia should be. Even weirder, there was no blood coming from the wound. Manuel knew this couldn't be the work of predators. They would have eviscerated the cow. This wound was impossibly precise. In all his years as a cattle rancher, Manuel had never seen anything like it. He was certain that someone had mutilated his cow. Manuel scanned the landscape. He didn't see any sign of the culprit. That's because he was looking in the wrong place. He should have been looking up. Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. I'm Tim. And I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem unbelievable. Others may seem all too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Welcome to the first of 2 episodes on Dulce Base, a supposed secret installation outside of Dulce, New Mexico, that some believe is jointly operated by humans and aliens. This week, follow the stories of Highway Patrol Officer Gabe Valdez and Albuquerque scientist Paul Benowitz as their investigations into mysterious cattle mutilations led them down a dark rabbit hole of aliens, UFOs, and vast government conspiracies. Next week, we'll continue the story of their investigations and uncover the shocking truth of what was really happening at Dulce. At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. On June 13, 1976, New Mexico State Police Officer Gabe Valdez received a phone call that would change his life forever. The call was from rancher and store owner Manuel Gomez. He had a major problem on his hands. Valdez said he'd head right over. When Valdez arrived at the scene, the situation was just as bizarre as Manuel had promised. Valdez had seen a lot in his years as a police officer, but this was particularly gruesome. Manuel's cow had been horrifically mutilated. Upon closer inspection, Valdez saw that the cow was missing its genitalia, left ear, tongue, udder, and rectum. They all seemed to have been removed with surgical precision. Despite the gashes covering the cow's body, there was no trace of blood. Valdez also found what looked to be a puncture mark from a large needle on the cow's lower chest. Manuel was confused. When he had found the cow the day before, Only the genitalia had been missing. Had someone come in the night to finish the job? Despite the gruesome circumstances, Officer Valdez couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. He was getting tired of constantly dealing with bar fights, car accidents, and petty theft. This was a case, a real case, determined to crack it. Valdez racked his brain for any idea. He remembered that he had recently received several reports from locals who had seen strange lights flying in the sky at night. The lights didn't move like that of an airplane or helicopter and were generally spotted around the mountains of Lido Ridge, not far from Manuel's ranch. Valdez wondered if these lights were somehow related to the cattle mutilation. He decided it was as good of a theory as any. Little did Valdez know, cattle mutilation cases were about to crop up all over the state. Over the next 16 months, Officer Valdez personally handled 23 more mutilation cases around Dulce and northern New Mexico. Each instance was accompanied by a sighting of these strange lights somewhere close by. But Valdez could never catch the culprits in action. Every time he arrived at the scene of a mutilation, the lights were long gone. The initial excitement Valdez had felt when he started investigating the mutilations began to fade. He was starting to get frustrated with his lack of progress. But just when Valdez started to give up hope, he got his first major break. One night in early 1978, Valdez got a call from Raleigh Tafoya, the police chief of the Jicarilla Apache Nation. The Jicarilla are a group of indigenous people in the extreme north of New Mexico. Their reservation comprises the majority of Dulce. Not surprisingly, 4 of Chief Tafoya's cows had been mutilated. Valdez gritted his teeth. These cases were starting to get old. He told Tafoya he'd come by in the morning. Tafoya insisted that Valdez needed to come now. Normally, the lights that accompanied the mutilations disappeared after a short while, but for whatever reason, they were still hovering nearby. Valdez ran out the door so fast that he almost forgot his badge and gun. A few minutes later, Valdez pulled up to Tafoya's house. Tafoya had called a few of his tribal police officers. They were all watching the bright orange light slowly bob up and down in the distance. It was almost as if the orange light was daring them to come after it. Valdez wondered if he'd be walking into a trap. He decided it didn't matter. He wanted answers. He was going to get them. Everyone jumped into their cars and sped toward the light. Valdez got on his radio and told the officers to turn off their headlights. If this was a trap, he didn't want whoever was behind it to see them coming. His heart thumped in his chest as they approached the light. He had waited for this moment for over 2 years. The mysterious aircraft loomed ahead of him, urging Valdez forward. But just as he was about to pass under it, the light went out. He looked up. There was no sign of any vessel. Valdez smacked the steering wheel in anger. It had been so close. But then, suddenly, when he turned his car around, the light reappeared less than a mile away. The chase was still on. As Valdez floored the gas, he grabbed his radio and gave the Pizzeria officers the light's position. But this was to no avail. The moment Valdez got close to the light, it disappeared again, and again, and again. It was as if the light was toying with them. Every time Valdez and the Jicarilla officers would get close to it, it would seemingly disappear and pop up in a completely different location. As one of the other officers called out the light's location over the radio, what seemed like the millionth time, Valdez got an idea. He wondered if perhaps the aircraft shining the lights was intercepting their radio chatter. He suggested to his fellow officers that they conduct the rest of their communications in Apache. Sure enough, the light was no longer able to evade its pursuers, and they were able to surround it near the gas bug area, about 12 miles southwest of Dulce. Valdez and the tribal officers formed a perimeter around the lights. He squinted as he tried to discern what the aircraft emitting the light looked like, but it was too bright. The only way to find out was to make the thing land. He got on the bullhorn and commanded the aircraft to land, but it stayed in the air, hovering between two massive pine trees. Valdez knew this would be his only chance to finally solve the cattle mutilation cases. If whoever was piloting this vessel wouldn't listen to reason, maybe they'd respond to force. Valdez got on the radio and ordered his fellow officers to shoot the craft out of the sky. The aircraft just floated there, impervious to their bullets. Eventually, it just drifted away and disappeared into the night. Valdez couldn't do anything about it. There was nothing left for the officers to do other than go home. As Valdez drove down the lonely desert highway, he cursed his impotence in the face of this mysterious adversary. Within a moment, he was filled with a sense of dread as his radio began to emit a high-pitched whine. Before he could move to shut it off, a bright light suddenly bathed his car from above. He looked up in time to see the mysterious ship pass directly overhead, almost as if it was taunting him. Valdez was now certain that the lights were connected to the mutilation. He was the lead law enforcement official on these cases. If the aircraft was singling him out, then that must have meant that they were afraid of what he would find in his investigation. Sitting in his car on the highway, he felt alone, vulnerable to whatever might be out there in the desert. If he was going to get to the bottom of this, he was going to need some help. 150 miles to the south, just outside of Albuquerque, a man named Paul Benowitz was struggling with the same adversary. In the summer of 1976, right around the time Valdez began investigating cattle mutilations, Paul started seeing mysterious lights flying over a nearby Air Force base. As the owner of an electronics company called Thunder Scientific Labs, Paul worked frequently with the American military and organizations such as NASA. He was familiar with the flight patterns of traditional aircraft. What he was seeing was anything but traditional. Paul wondered if the lights might be some kind of UFO. Despite his scientific background, Paul was inclined to believe in the paranormal and was a card-carrying member of a UFO organization called the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO. But, like any good scientist, Paul decided to do some research before jumping to any conclusions. Paul was extremely skilled with electronics and was able to build a device that picked up radio transmissions coming from Kirtland Air Force Base, which was less than a mile from Paul's house. The base was one of the largest in the United States Air Force and conducted a wide range of operations, from flight training to weapons testing. It was even the headquarters of the Air Force Nuclear Weapons Center, which is to say, it was a prime candidate among ufologists as a possible source of UFO activity, both extraterrestrial and otherwise. The next time the lights appeared above the base, Paul scanned the various radio frequencies to see if he could pick up chatter. Much to Paul's astonishment, he did. It seemed like he had intercepted some sort of communication, but it wasn't in any language he recognized. It didn't even sound human. He pulled off his headphones and went back outside to look at the lights zooming over Kirtland Air Force. After what Paul had just heard, he was pretty sure that whoever was behind the lights wasn't of this world, and he suspected that they did not come in peace. Coming up, Officer Valdez and Paul Benowitz bring their investigations together. And now, back to the story. In June of 1978, Officer Dave Valdez got yet another panicked phone call from cattle rancher Manuel Gomez. In the 2 years since Valdez started investigating the cattle mutilations, over a dozen cases had been at Manuel's ranch. The cattle mutilations were becoming a serious financial hardship for the ranchers whose cows were being slaughtered. Complaints came flooding into the office of U.S. Senator Harrison Schmitt of New Mexico. Senator Schmitt agreed that the problem was severe. He announced that he was organizing a conference on the mutilations that would be held at the Albuquerque Public Library on April 20th, 1979. Officer Valdez was asked to speak at the event to relay his experiences investigating cattle mutilation cases. He agreed, although he wasn't sure what good it would do. He was beginning to wonder if catching whoever was behind the mutilations was even possible. But then, Valdez met Paul Benowitz, the engineer who had been monitoring the strange phenomena over Kirtland Air Force Base. In the time since Paul had first spotted the lights above the base, he had kept an eye out for any mention of them in the news. When Paul heard about the cattle mutilation connection, he decided to attend Senator Schmitt's conference. After hearing Officer Valdez speak about his mutilation investigations, Paul decided he needed to introduce himself. But Valdez, dressed in his Christian uniform, presented a very imposing figure. Paul was worried that Valdez wouldn't take him seriously. Paul quickly smoothed his hair down and went to introduce himself. He told Valdez that he had recorded video of lights similar to what Valdez had encountered. Paul believed that using the radio detector he had built, he could detect when they would appear. Valdez couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. It was hard to believe that this nervous, fidgety guy had made such an important breakthrough. But Valdez would take any lead he could get at this point. He promised to call Paul the next time he had a mutilation case. Shortly after the conference on cattle mutilation, the FBI awarded a $45,000 grant to a retired agent named Kenneth Rommel to investigate the phenomenon. During the year-long investigation, there were almost no mutilation cases in New Mexico. It was as if whoever was behind the slaughter knew that the public had caught on to them. But the lack of evidence didn't seem to bother Rommel. He seemed more interested in gathering materials from newspaper articles and conducting the investigation from his armchair. Officer Valdez and Gomez were eager to have him visit Dulce to view their evidence, but he never came. Rommel delivered his final reports in June 1980. He concluded that there was nothing unnatural about the cattle mutilations. Rommel stated that the surgical cuts on the animals, when viewed carefully, were actually quite jagged and unrefined. And he said that predators commonly ate the organs that were removed from the cows. As for the lack of blood, he said it was common for blood to settle in the lower parts of the corpse, and that any blood that spilled on the ground was likely lapped up by scavengers. During the year that Rommel was conducting his investigation, Officer Valdez's life had become relatively normal. Although he and Paul Benowitz chatted on the phone a few times, there weren't any new leads to pursue. On May 5th, 1980, Valdez was sitting in his patrol car, bored out of his mind. He couldn't help but yearn for the days of mysterious mutilations and strange lights. Almost as if on cue, his dispatcher called him on the radio. They had a 10:35. Valdez jumped in his seat. 10:35 was police code for something extremely urgent and confidential. It was almost never used. Valdez called the police station, and they told him a woman named Myrna Hanson had reported that she was abducted by a UFO. This was right down Valdez's alley. His mind immediately turned to Paul Benowitz. During their conversations, Paul had revealed that he thought the strange lights were coming from alien UFOs. Valdez didn't necessarily believe in aliens, but considering the strange nature of what was going on, he refused to take anything off the table. Valdez called Paul and asked him if he could offer any insights. Paul said he knew a professional psychologist who had worked with alien abductees before. He thought the doctor could help Myrna Hanson work through her memories. Myrna arrived in Albuquerque 2 days later with her 8-year-old son. They were joined by Professor Leo Sprinkle of the University of Wyoming, who believed hypnotic regression therapy would help Myrna recall the details of her abduction. Paul theorized that the aliens who had abducted Myrna were using radio signals to control her unconscious mind. He said that he could block the signals if they conducted the session in his car, which he would line with aluminum foil. Although Dr. Sprinkle was a believer in aliens himself, he was off-put by Paul's outlandish suggestion. However, the idea seemed to make Myrna more comfortable, so he agreed to conduct the hypnotherapy sessions in Paul's foil-wrapped car. Over the course of 2 grueling sessions, Myrna recalled the terrifying details of her abduction. One of the most vivid memories she had was of a cow getting transported onto the UFO with some sort of tractor beam. Myrna went on to tell Paul and Dr. Sprinkle that the aliens had transported her to an underground base. She remembered seeing human and animal body parts preserved in vats as the aliens carried her to an operating. The last thing Myrna could recall was the aliens implanting a device in her that allowed them to monitor and control her thoughts. Dr. Sprinkle was fascinated with Myrna's story, although he remained cautious. As regular listeners of this podcast no doubt know by now, memories recalled during hypnotherapy aren't necessarily reliable. In fact, the events a person recalls during hypnotherapy can sometimes be delusions or ideas that someone else plants in their head. Case in point, Paul was convinced that aliens were somehow controlling Myrna's mind. But did she actually remember being implanted with something, or did Paul's suggestions accidentally influence her recall? But Paul was convinced that everything Myrna recalled was true. He was incredibly intrigued by Myrna's reference to the underground alien base, which he thought could be located in a nearby cavern. After the first session's success, Paul, Myrna, and Dr. Sprinkle resolved to conduct another hypnotherapy session in a few weeks. Dr. Sprinkle returned to Albuquerque on June 3, 1980. He was excited to continue to help Myrna unlock her memories from the abduction. But when Paul opened his door, Dr. Sprinkle could see that something drastically changed. His eyes were wild. His clothes were a rumpled mess. Even more concerning, Paul was heavily armed with a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his hand. Dr. Sprinkle reflexively took a step back, but Paul grabbed him. He whispered into Sprinkle's ear, "It's not safe. They're watching us." With that, Paul pulled the terrified doctor into the house. His eyes darted around the property, making sure no one could watch him. Then he slammed the door. Coming up, Paul goes down the rabbit hole. And now back to the story. In the summer of 1980, New Mexico State Trooper Gabe Valdez came into contact with a woman named Myrna Hansen. Myrna claimed to have been abducted by a UFO. Valdez enlisted the help of ufologist Paul Benowitz, who in turn sought the hypnosis expertise of Dr. Leo Sprinkle. Paul, Myrna, and Dr. Sprinkle began conducting hypnotherapy to help remember what happened. But Paul's mental state was rapidly deteriorating. Although Dr. Sprinkle had been concerned by Paul's behavior during their first visit, he was shocked to see how much worse Paul had gotten. Paul's hygiene was non-existent, and he was armed with a rifle and pistol. He reassured Dr. Sprinkle that the guns weren't meant for him, but that did little to assuage the doctor's fears. He was obviously paranoid. His paranoia was said to Myrna, who had remained his house guest in the last session. It was clear to Dr. Sprinkle that Myrna had barely slept in the last 2 weeks. She had trouble stringing more than a few coherent sentences together at a time, and could barely concentrate on a conversation. The ensuing hypnotherapy session was intense and strange. Myrna struggled to remember any additional details from her abduction. All was convinced that this was the alien bypass his defenses and regain control of the instrument that controlled his mind. Dr. Sprinkle explained the volatile atmosphere. After the session, Dr. Sprinkle quickly called for a taxi and left. This time, there were no fond farewells or promises of another session. All did coldly watched as Dr. Sprinkle hurried out the front door. But Paul was undeterred by what he perceived as Sprinkle's defection from the top. He wouldn't murmur with Dr. Sprinkle. Contacts from the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization, Paul began to communicate with a Carter. By day, Carter was a University of California at Berkeley engineering professor. By night, he was a UFO researcher by recognizing abduction. Paul Benowitz and Dr. Carter. Carter wasn't put off by Paul's theory and started taking Myrna to different locations that they thought might block control of the mind. Paul and Dr. Carter that what they were putting Myrna through bordered on abuse. From their point of view, they were pioneering new methods in studying alien abductions. After Paul's work with Myrna concluded in August 1980, she moved to Northern California. Her experience with Paul and Dr. Carter turned her off. But Paul was just getting started with UFO investigation. He spent the next few months obsessively filming the light over the UFO. He collected over 2 hours of footage. When he shared these findings with Valdez, they believed that it was possible that whoever was responsible for the annihilation was working from somewhere deep in the surrounding wilderness. The perfect location for a secret government facility away from prying eyes and serious onlookers. Paul was also at the life wanted to present his evidence to the top brass at Kirtland. Valdez but on October 24th, 1980, Paul called Kirtland-based security commander Ernest Edwards. After Paul explained what he had been observing, Edwards' interest was piqued, and he assigned Paul's case to Special Agent Richard Doty of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, or Air Force OSI. Founded in 1948 in operation today, Air Force OSI has jurisdiction over all criminal and security investigations at United States Air Force facilities. Doty got Paul on the phone and asked him to describe exactly what he observed around Kirtland Base. Paul told him about the lights he had seen and reported. He decided not to reveal yet that he suspected they were alien spacecraft. Doty decided he should take Paul's case seriously. Although Paul's story sounded insane, his work at Thunder Scientific Labs made him a respected scientist in the community. Doty figured it was better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss what could potentially be a mysterious group. Paul's credibility was poor of Thunder Scientific Lab. He was aware that he told the Air Force OSI officer about the light radio. Just like Commander Edwards, Doty found there was some merit to what Paul was telling him. When he got back to his office, he wrote a report recommending a meeting between Paul and basic security officers and command-level personnel. Before scheduling superiors asked him to visit Paul at his house and get a first-hand look at Paul's setup. Since Doty didn't have the expertise to understand the technical aspects of Paul's mission, they asked him to bring on a physicist, Meyer, as the chief scientist and director of the Kirtland Test and Evaluation Center. Dr. Miles was certainly qualified to evaluate Paul's method. He also had a significant interest in UFOs as a scientific phenomenon. Doty and Miles visited the Benowitz household on October 26th. There was no sign of the paranoid Paul that Dr. Sprinkle had encountered in June. By all accounts, Paul was a stable, rational person. As Paul showed them around his house, the Kirtland men expected to find some home video footage and perhaps a hand radio. They got much more than they bargained. When they entered Paul's home laboratory, Doty and Miles were astounded to find extremely sophisticated equipment. There were high-tech oscilloscopes, energy meters, and a massive reel-to-reel tape recorder capable of around-the-clock recording. clear that Paul wasn't playing around. Paul couldn't believe that Dodie Miles showed Miles his equipment, played him his best quality video and audio. Dodie hung back, presumably but the time to talk shop. What Paul didn't realize was that Dodie had brought a small camera and quietly taking photos of everything Paul was showing him. Dodie and Miles left. Paul gave them copies of the best stills and 8mm of the UFOs to show their superiors. They received a program where they developed Dodie's photos and showed them to Commander Edwards, along with the material Paul had given them. While they both were impressed with Paul's technical abilities, neither Dodie nor Miles thought there was any security risk or unidentified object in what Paul showed them. In their opinion, this evidence showed nothing more than lights in the sky and strange noises recorded on tape. Edwards disagreed. He called up Paul and asked him to come to Kirtland for a briefing to senior personnel on November 10th. Paul was over the moon. On the day of the meeting, Paul gathered his various photos, films, and records and drove over to the base. He was led to an impressive meeting room filled with men who had even more impressive titles. Base Commander Brigadier General William Rothschild, as was Base Special Head Major Thomas Stay, along with 4 unspecified colonels and scientists from the Phillips Weapons Lab located at Kirtland. To Paul's surprise, neither Richard Dodie nor Miles was there. He wondered if somehow their superiors had decided that they didn't need to know what was going to be discussed. Paul realized he should explain the technical aspects of his work before jumping into the UFO scene. He described how he was able to pick up the signals from space and the techniques he was using to record the strange lights. So far, so good. Everyone seemed interested in what he was saying. Paul could see that they were impressed with his technological prowess. Paul showed them the photos he was taking and played a few recordings on his speakers. As the strange sound played over the speakers, several of the gathered officials leaned forward in their seats. Paul smiled with himself. This was going better than he could have ever dreamed. He decided it was time to drop the hammer. Paul took a deep breath and announced to his crew that the lights he was sending from the United Nations would be intercepted or alien in origin. Several of the men looked at each other and shook their heads in disgust. Paul tried to soldier on, but he had lost the game. He could see the derision in their eyes. By the end of the meeting, only Major Stay and a few others remained. Paul was dejected. It seemed that all of his work had been for naught. He knew he probably wouldn't get this opportunity again. This was his only chance to ask the Air Force for help investigating UFOs. But Major Stay was more receptive to his presentation than Paul realized. He had told Paul that while the Air Force wouldn't be able to directly help him with his investigation, they hoped he would continue the research. Once he got home, Paul excitedly called up Officer Valdez to tell him the news. In Paul's mind, Major Stay had confirmed he was on the right track. He told Valdez that they might actually be able to identify the strange lights as alien spacecraft. Hopefully, get to the bottom of the cattle mule as well. Valdez was a little more skeptical. Although the circumstances behind the cattle mutilation were certainly strange, Valdez couldn't bring himself to buy into Paul's extraterrestrial theories. And as a seasoned law enforcement officer, he found it hard to believe that a high-ranking member of the Air Force might discourage Paul. But after everything they had seen, both men were convinced that there was a secret facility nestled somewhere in the mountains of Israel. The question now was how to find it. In 1981, Officer Valdez was alerted that another mutilated cow had been found at Manuel Gomez's ranch. He arrived at an all too familiar scene. The cow was missing seemingly random body parts. But as he examined the scene, he found something strange. Not far from the carcass, Valdez found wrapped packets of radar chaff, a form of stealth technology in which random shavings are dispersed behind an aircraft in order to block it from being tracked by radar. Normally, small aluminum shavings are spread over such a wide area that they're essentially impossible to detect. Something with these packets of chaff must have malfunctioned. They were still intact. Investigators were able to identify that this specific type of chaff was used to block the frequency of the radar observatory in Longmont, Colorado. Valdez was confused. Longmont was almost 400 miles away. How would the aircraft drop chaff blocking radar from reaching this distant facility when Kirtland's radar was so much closer? It made no sense. Craft sent from Kirtland. Valdez shared this suspicion with Paul, whose predilection for conspiracy theories kicked into overdrive. Paul made a shocking suggestion. What if it wasn't aliens or humans behind the cattle mutilation? What if they were somehow working together? There was just one problem with that. If the Air Force was involved in the mutilation, why would Major Say encourage Paul's research? Valdez reminded Paul that the Air Force had yet to actually do anything to help other than to encourage Paul to continue his investigation. He wondered if perhaps they were letting Paul keep his investigation going as a way to keep tabs on him. There were no new developments in the case until about a month later. Paul received a call that would change him. The call was from a fellow UFO researcher named Bill Moore. He said he had come across something that he thought Paul would be very interested in. He didn't divulge any details until they met face to face. Intrigued, Paul invited Moore to come visit him at his office. Moore arrived a few days later, clearly nervous about something. Paul asked him what all the fuss was about. Moore asked if there was somewhere they could go where they wouldn't be overheard. Paul suggested they talk in one of his offices in the spy closet. To stay safe, Moore grabbed the radio and turned the volume all the way up to counter any listening devices that might have been planted nearby. Once they were sure they wouldn't be overheard, Moore handed Paul a document titled Project Aquarius. Moore told Paul that came from your 7602nd Air Intelligence Group in Virginia, who was tasked with investigating UFO reports. The paper was a detailed analysis of the photos and film Paul had given to Major Doty in Vietnam. While the paper said some of the material was non-secret, Paul's eyes were drawn to the analysis on the second photo. It read, quote, negative number 2 could be special-shaped, unidentified aerial objects in the upper left portion of the photo. Film found to be unaltered. Film showed objects to be consistent with relative size of fixed objects. Conclusion, legitimate negative of unidentified aerial objects. Bolton Weinstein did not reveal visible markings on objects. At the bottom of the paper, there was a paragraph that read, quote, Benowitz is being monitored by NASA INS. To request that all future evidence be forwarded to them through AFOS. Because of the chance of public disclosure, no knowledgeable personnel with special purpose access will be provided. Continue to receive assistance from individuals mentioned in the message. Because of the sensitivity of this case, request that they be thoroughly debriefed at regular intervals. Paul was able to leave with the decision. He was holding physical proof that the Air Force was taking his claims seriously. But if Paul knew who had given Moore the Project Aquarius document, he wouldn't have been so happy. Bill Moore was anything but an ally to Paul and Officer Valdez's cause. In fact, Moore had been sent by the same people they were trying to expose, and his mission was to dismantle the entire case Paul and Valdez had searched.
A little bit undercooked, it's like it's get a model out the door, but it's hard to gauge. It takes a lot to be like, is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? They're probably more similar for math code. My quick read of Gemini Flash is not trained the same way as O1, but
You can listen to Terrestrial, all of podcasts, other shows, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Castbox, TuneIn, or podcast directory. Some of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast. We'll be back next week. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler. It's a production of Pepper Media and part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Terry Murphy, production by Ron Shapiro and Paul Liebman. Additional production by Maggie Admire and Carly Madden. Extraterrestrial by Alex Benedon, Thomas, and Johnson. Crash dummies, weathable reason, poor memory, no air, is closed. That's the airport protection. Alien life. Burn. But humanity's obsession is the ignored.
Are we alone, or are we common garden variety like them?
I do believe in I think why haven't we actually seen alien, but I think something.
For centuries, extraterrestrials have been flying the night sky, designing circles, erasing our memories, tantalizing our imagination. Or so we think. What's really going on when someone has an encounter? Why do we think we aren't alone? In Parcast's newest podcast, Extraterrestrial, we try to answer these questions. Every week on Extraterrestrial, we'll examine new out-of-this-world encounters. Is there an earthly explanation, or could it only be alien? These planets are older than Earth, so there's a potential for it to have evolved beyond us.
What would give us? Would time travel, or could you live a lot longer and get powers and stuff?
Extraterrestrial premieres January 29th on the Parcast Network, and new episodes released every Tuesday. Extraterrestrial is a production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network.
There is a whole big universe out there. First Nation Black Lake is teeming with life.
This episode features discussion of abduction and torture that some people may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised, especially for children under 13. On the night of September 1961, Betty and Bonnie Hill possibly anticipated the cosmic, terrifying direction their road trip would take. They had been headed home to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Niagara Falls. As they drove through the isolated White Mountains, something impossible had happened. But at the moment, remembered what that was. Paralyzed, frozen. There was a roadblock. At first, they thought it was the police. But the lights were brighter than any cop car. Suddenly, a surge of orange and red light. The couple could make out the road. The figures approached both sides of the car. Barney and Betty were still frozen. Their minds filled with fresh horror. They weren't fleeing. They weren't men. Their eyes were black and slanted, practically wrapping around the sides of their heads. And their uniforms were not that of highway troopers. Black, like nothing either of the Hills had ever seen. Figures opened the car door. They began to pull the couple from their vehicle. Neither of the Hills understood what was happening, and soon they didn't remember anything happening at all. But in these fleeting moments of consciousness, Betty at least thought she knew exactly what she was doing. They were being kidnapped by aliens from another world. Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Podcast Network. Every Tuesday, we revisit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another discuss how much validity there are to these stories. I'm your host, Bill Thomas, and I'm today we're discussing the abduction of Betty and Barney, two Americans who claimed to have been accosted by a UFO as they were driving home one night in 1961. At Parcast, we are grateful for you, listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Parcast.com/merch for more information. In September 1961, while returning home to New Hampshire from a trip to Niagara Falls, middle-aged American couple Barney and Betty Hill claimed to have been abducted on by an alien spirit. This week, you'll learn Barney's full story following his attempts to recall his lost memories and cope with the resulting trauma. His sessions with psychiatrist and hypnotist Dr. Benjamin Simon contain some of the most chilling accounts of an alien encounter available to the public. Next week, we'll follow Betty Cyrus. She recovers memories of her own. Ultimately, the Hills would become the grandparents of the American UFO phenomenon, the first people to report abductions by aliens from another world. The beginning of modern space exploration is difficult to pinpoint exactly. However, the launch of the satellite Sputnik 1 by the Soviet Union in 1957 was one of the most significant events in the timeline. The artificial sphere was not even 2 feet in diameter. It orbited the Earth for only a few months. It carried no weapons, no computers. It was, in essence, a glorified flying radio. But Sputnik had an inestimable impact on the human subconscious. As Americans watched the course of the spacecraft on their newfangled television sets, they felt awe, but also dread. Dread at the capabilities of the USSR, dread at the Earth's insignificance in the cosmos, dread that aliens might really be out there. For obvious reasons, the 1967 launch of Sputnik led to an increase in sightings of unidentified flying objects. Whether or not these reports were valid, one thing was for sure. Humanity was spending a lot more time looking up in wonder at the stars. Sitting at his father-in-law's home in Easton, New Hampshire, Barney Hill had no idea that in just 4 years' time, he would be the first man to report abduction by a UFO. It was a clear night in 1967. Barney, 35, with his wife Betty and his family to Barrett. Stars were out in full force. Such a view prompted Betty's father to suggest that he had seen Sputnik, the Russian satellite, pass by recently. His sister-in-law chimed in. She lived nearby, and on a night as clear as this, she had seen a genuine UFO. It was long, star-shaped, and it was orbited by other smaller craft. Betty became excited and shared how she had been reading scientists thought there was a possibility of life on other planets. It was just a matter of time before they used their telescopes to find one of these things. Barney didn't add to the conversation. He was skeptical of it all. As a black man, he had grown up in a country that looked down on him. Barney had to work hard for what he had in life. His parents had too, but they were white, and so in his mind, he hadn't experienced the same obstacles. By 1961, Barney, now 39, was working as a dispatcher for the post office. It was a long night shift that demanded constant effort. Even worse, it required that Barney drive 60 miles for his commute, as he and Betty now lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He couldn't help but wonder what lay waiting in the dark of the woods as he drove to work. He followed his night shifts with volunteer work as a legally dressed chairman for the NAACP. Betty joined him in this as an assistant secretary. The couple fought for their rights as well as the rights of others. Betty, 42, was a social worker. She believed in helping. In college, it had been about fighting for an integrated student body. As an adult, she worked welfare. Barney admired her courage. Considering how hard they had been working, Barney picked the spur of the moment trip. They'd take the car and the money they had in their pockets and drive to Niagara Falls, then return down to the White Mountains. Their route formed a perfect route going west out of New Hampshire and returning from the north after exiting Canada. It was a much-needed trip, and for the most part, went off without a hitch. 4 days later, they were on their way back home to assess back into their hectic schedule. It was September 19th, 1961. The sun had long since gone down. Barney and Betty were alone on the road, surrounded by trees on either side. Barney was all about punctuality. He had pushed Betty into hitting the road quickly that night. Beforehand, he had written down the mileage of the car. He wanted to see how fast they could reach home and what the exact distance, traveling only slightly above the speed. Of course, he had enjoyed this trip they had taken together, but it was time to get back into the real world. They drove a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. The car had chrome paneling and glowed in the moonlight. The surrounding mountains had given millennia of change. For the mountains, the automobile, shining, roaring contraption, would have been impossible just a few decades before. Back in the universe, the hills were back in the white mountains. Betty held the dachshund, Delcy, in her lap. The dog was asleep, uninterested in the dark forest whipping by outside. Barney smiled at the sight of him, but Betty began to look slightly concerned. She shifted in her seat, placing the dog on the floor. She tapped Barney, pointing to the rear view. Bothered by a light that suddenly appeared between the full moon and Jupiter. He shrugged. Probably just one of the new satellites the government had been launching. Barney pulled over so they could get out and look at the crash with their binoculars. He held Delsey's leash while the dog peed and allowed Betty to observe the craft. That's not a satellite, he said. Annoyed, he handed her the leash and took the binoculars for himself. Holding them to his face, he was surprised to find that the light was moving fast. Oh well, must just be a plane then. Only he would have expected these planes to be headed north toward Canada. This one was making circles above the mountains to the west. He couldn't hear any engine or propellers. Probably just a plane. He hurried back into the car. It continued along. Barney didn't want any further interruption. He wanted to make good time on the road. But then Betty was up in her seat again, looking through the rear view. He looked too, and was surprised to see that the light was still there. It seemed to be following. Barney quickly pulled over again. Getting out, he observed the craft. It almost seemed to hover. Suddenly, it swooped across the sky, flying far past their car and up above Candy Mountain. Barney said, "That's not a plane." His anger grew. Well, what the hell else could it be? Then he realized Betty thought this was a UFO. He rolled his eyes, gesturing to get back in the car. As they continued along, so did the light, moving in and out of mountains and forests. Barney thought that military planes shouldn't be following them like this. He was going to call and report it when they got home. It didn't bother him that he moved so fast, and that he couldn't make out propellers or hear the sound. Betty was going to say this wasn't a UFO. That was nonsense. He wished it would just make a sound. He could hear it so badly. Betty just kept going on. "It's not a plane." "What? What?" She said she could see it through the clouds. She said it was huge and glowing. This only made him more worried. Betty wasn't usually like this. She didn't just make things up. The lights ricocheted across the sky, changing direction with the wind, moving forward and reverse. He pulled over for the third time. While Betty was busy looking at the sky, he reached for the glove compartments and pocketed the booklet to get inside. Snowman was trying to hide his fear. He jumped out, moved to the back of the car. He popped the trunk and removed the tire wrench. Betty continued to question, point out that it couldn't be a plane. Couldn't she just be quiet for one moment while he thought? Maybe he could drag it down and brandish the wrench to say he wasn't afraid. Maybe both stepped down and a bright, loud, mass swung across the road, 100 feet ahead of them. Watched, flew over the field and into the nearby city. Then returned to the y-axis. Definitely wasn't a plane. Barney UFO. Now, on the night of September 19th, 1961, Barney and Betty had been returning home. I had to follow it. Possibly, light in the sky and to follow it. They soon realized it was a mysterious aircraft, UFO. Now, it traveled down into a field right next to the road where they would stop. Barney left Betty at the farm. He quickly made his way through the tree line. He gripped a wrench right hand. Why didn't he try to get Betty to safety? It was in the sky. It had to be a plane. Some sort of new airplane. The government decided Betty couldn't be right. UFOs weren't real. Television programs. Why did holograms breathing and breathing? Creatures watching from all around in the forest. This was the thing how the wilderness seemed live and lions to me. And why being exposed like this? Then it appeared more unbelievable than anything you could have imagined. An enormous disc, many feet across, keeping the sky not 100 feet above it. It was long, tubular in the sky, but now you can see that it was like a pancake in the front with one big window. Squinted, the light from the window was so bright at first that I thought it was some kind of massive headlights. His vision adjusted. Inside the car, there were men. At least they looked like men. All of them busied themselves with their work. At the front window, near a console, a small man, dressed all in black, turned and smiled, looking Barney right in the eye. Barney held his binoculars up and felt he couldn't look away. Something happened. His movements were not his own. He heard a voice, but the creature's lips weren't moving. No, the voice was in Barney's head. Holding his breath, looking. This cute look. Like long metal plane wings began to extend from the sides of the ship. There were red lights at the side. They seemed to transfix Barney as he continued to stare at them, frozen. Then, lower from the bottom of the craft. Just looking. Barney was overwhelmed. Man's eyes. They were black, slanted in a way he'd never seen before. As these eyes continued to stare, they became more than just eyes. Looked past Barney into not just the space behind him, but into the depths of his mind, probing, including Barney had an intuition that he was about to be captured. Terrified, Barney felt he could move again. He turned and ran across the field. Betty was hiding close to the window. There was fear in his eyes. Which he knew. He fell silent. Barney quickly put the car into gear, racing down the road. Betty kept asking what he was doing. She wanted to stop and go back. As they raced along, they both jumped. Sudden emergency sounds emanated from the back of the car. It sounded like radio waves, some sort of static. What was going on? Barney didn't know what to say to Betty. But before he could form his thoughts, he error, head toss, everything went black. Time seemed to pass slowly, as if a few narratives Barney could feel sensations. Life had changed not just the eye. Mentally, the sensation of the steering wheel, every feel his foot pressed against the gas pedal. The car vibrated beneath him. His other senses came back. Was that Betty? No. Yeah, she wasn't still going on about the UFO, was she? Finally, the voice came to focus. Betty was remarking, "Oh, you look fine." His vision was next to return, only it wasn't like waking up normally because his eyes had already been opened. Looking around, he realized he was driving, that the sun was coming up. He looked over to see Betty pointing at a sign that indicated they were 17 miles from Concord. His stomach flipped. What just happened? How could they already be so close to Concord? They had just been in the White Mountains. How had they traveled 85 miles without being aware of it? They looked at one another and Barney asked stay. Remembered the UFO, buzzing sounds, and a bright red light. Betty immediately thought that the aircraft must have done something. Barney brushed her off, angry with her for wanting to see aliens so badly. But the man he had seen in the window, that man didn't look right, and certainly he had never seen an aircraft like the large disc. Had they just encountered extraterrestrials? Not of this earth? Hope, going from the danger and uncertainty of the woods to the comfort of home, safety. All he wanted was to protect Barney and Betty. Neither realized that not only had they traveled a great distance without realizing it, but they were also 2 hours behind their initial schedule. There were 2 hours of the trip that they couldn't account for. Once home, felt wrong. Barney, for his part, felt the need to go into the bathroom. He undid his pants and looked at his photograph. It looked fine, but his penis had a sensation that had recently attracted him. He felt touched. Her clothes and saw the splattered on his vest. As she got naked, he felt compelled to finger her belly button. Later, no item from the trunk, the couple noticed strange shiny spots on the back of the car. Recalling the night before, its weird radiation sometime. Betty wanted to call her family and let them know what had happened. Barney was want people to know about her. Anyway, they would never believe her. But she persisted. She wanted to call Janet, her sister. Barney shook his head and dialed Janet. As he watched Betty on the phone, he began to feel butterflies in his stomach. He was telling what had happened. The strange light in the sky, the craft swooping across the street, how their bodies felt quiet now that they were home. His mind raced how people would react to their story. No one would believe it. Even worse, people would accuse him of wanting attention, the social worker and the postal dispatcher trying to spice up their marriage. Yet, he knew that everything Betty was sharing with him was actually happening. They had call aliens just yet. Come up with a better explanation. Betty got off the phone with Janet, more excited. She heard the phone piece nothing to do from what she had experienced. She said that Janet had a scientist neighbor who could maybe let them know what to do. Betty waited a response. It didn't take long. Betty to answer. Barney just winced at the sound. On the other end of the line, Janet said that she was with her neighbor. Betty suggested over here, were concerned and might be affected by radiation. The idea is that any electromagnetic emissions from potential radiation malfunction anything. For the company. Betty got her way. She went outside to the car, down lightly. Running the compass along the side of the car, she found no results. She looked at Barney and shrugged. But then, determined, ran to the trunk and found shiny spots early. She ran the compass along the untouched part of the trunk. Still, no results. So she brought the compass to the shiny spot. The needle began to spin wildly. It wasn't quite sure what it was yet. And maybe $240,000 and $50,000 you sold for $300,000 in China. Like, you just got a free first class ticket and while the U.S. Air Force had already established Project and a separate civilian NICAP, National Investigation volume of sightings throughout the 60s warranted further study. This wasn't to say that they were convinced of the existence of aliens. Rather, they felt that something, secret American or Russian aircraft, new cosmic phenomenon, or was affecting average American citizens. In essence, they were an advocate for those who were affected by UFOs, those whose stories were left uninvestigated by the military. And yet, some of them were looking to find the answer to the question of whether there is life on other planets. A few days after the incident, Barnum and Betty reported their experience in the Air Force Base in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. That report reached mostly a couple UFO sightings, of which there had already been many. It's clear that, at least for now, Barney was keeping his memory of the strange aircraft windows to himself. There was no next step with the military. They simply took the report, and that was it. However, Betty became more and more interested in the topic of UFOs. She read a book by Major Rothschild, a founding member of on September 26, 1961, Betty wrote to Tito, hoping that he might be able to shed some light on the experience. Also around this time, just a few days after the UFO sighting, the couple began to undergo extreme anxiety. Weeks after the initial incident, Barney and Betty were driving outside of Portsmouth when they approached a small car blocking the road. As Barney slowed down, he noticed that Betty was growing agitated in her seat. She was behaving not dissimilarly from when they had first been chased by light from the White Mountain. As he continued to slow, Barney saw their stories separate. He would make them backtrack to different beats and try to get them to contradict themselves. The hills were prompted to draw pictures of the spacecraft, also separately. The pictures were very similar, and large discs with small men inside. They both included the fins extending to the sides with red lights on the end. As Barney told his story, through the series of stops and attempts to spot the spacecraft, chill began to creep up his spine. Stood up on his arm. He came to the point at which he arrived in the field, and the craft descended in front of him. Though he had omitted the details about the small men and the enigmatic leader in his report to the Air Force, he felt comfortable revealing the whole truth to our captain. He spoke of raising the binoculars, looking the window. Then something happened. His memory blurred. He lost track of the narrative. He went back, described getting out of the car, grabbing a pistol, walking into the field, and his memory was gone. How strange. When it came to be Betty's turn, she offered to go through her dreams, but Barney had to leave the room as Betty sent for him. He was annoyed again at not being able to learn what was going on in her head. The whole investigation of their belongings took just a hour. By the end, Red was thoroughly convinced as to the veracity of the story. In his final report to NICAP, he wrote the following: "It is the opinion of this investigator, after questioning these people for over 6 hours and studying their reactions and personalities during that time, that they were telling the truth. The incident occurred exactly as reported. Minor uncertainties and technicalities tolerated in observation where human judgment is involved. Unfortunately, Red's report received more good questions than answers. What happened in the period of time that Barney couldn't remember? Were Betty's dreams real or imagined? Wrote the possible method by which the couple could recall their watching. But it was an uncommon practice among psychiatrists, and the couple were advised that forcing memory out for Barney, his memory did not improve, and his anxiety increased as a result. He became so stressed that he developed an ulcer. One morning in March 1962, Barney got ready for a shower in his bathroom and was shocked to look down at his drawing and find that there was a perfect circle of warp. While the warp themselves presented no danger, it only added to his stressed mind. By the summer of 1962, he was regularly seeing a psychiatrist. His psychiatrist, Dr. Duncan Stevens, felt that it was more important to focus on the concrete areas of Barney, the things that he couldn't. Barney was, after all, a black man living in the United States in 1961, married to a white woman. That from December of 1962 to December of 1968. Yet, after a year of therapy, one in the White Mountains, neither he nor Betty could recall memories for hours. When Barney brought up the idea of hypnosis to Dr. Stevens, an idea previously considered and ultimately foregone, Stevens immediately thought of a colleague, Dr. Benjamin, one of the foremost experts in psychiatric hypnosis. Simon would become the key to unlocking Barney and Betty's both. He would help them to realize that their experience had been no UFO sighting, but full-on abduction. Next, we'll uncover Barney's memory as he undergoes hypnosis and relives that infamous night in White Mountains. Back to the story. On September 19, 1961, Barney and Betty Portsmouth, New Hampshire, had experienced what Betty was sure. What was certain was that neither could remember a 2-hour stretch of time they traveled through the White Mountains of New Hampshire. After 2 years of working with the National Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP, Barney working as a psychiatrist, neither had made any progress in recovering their lost memory. By the fall of 1963, the couple was working with Barney's therapist, Dr. Benson Stevens, to locate a qualified hypnotist who could aid in getting their memories back. Dr. Benjamin Simon was the obvious choice. Located in Boston, Massachusetts, he has been at the forefront of hypnosis research throughout his career. Degrees from Johns Hopkins, Stanford, and Washington University, Simon combined neuroscience with his clinical psychiatry practice to achieve positive results among his patients. He first began to use hypnosis as a tool in World War II, where he used the practice of suffering from PTSD. Hypnosis is, put very simply, the placing of the patient in an extreme state of concentration, usually brought on through the repetition of quiet, calming words and sounds. While in this state, the hypnotist is able to suggest that the patient performs certain actions, recall memories, or thought patterns. In everyday life, a variety of external stimuli and internal anxiety might otherwise prevent the patient from accomplishing what they plan in their hypnosis. A hypnotized patient can be told to ignore changes that they're not conscious of, usually accompanied by this. And most importantly, in the case of the Hills, they can be made to recall lost memories as they no longer experience the fear and doubts that caused them to block the memories in the first place. However, they cannot be any of these things against their will. Prove it only be brought on to complete sanctification. In the case of the Hills, this wasn't a problem. Betty had always wanted to uncover the truth. Barney, though resistant to the living recounting first, now realized that the only way to beat his fear was to face it. Dr. Simon agreed to begin hypnosis sessions with the Hills, though he wanted them to first get through the holiday season of 1963. Simon was a professional. He knew that hypnosis was not an exact science. It was possible for the hypnotist to become biased in their questioning and lead the patient to develop false memories. It's also possible for the patient to share stories beforehand and share stories afterwards, to fake being under hypnosis. But the hypnosis sessions were to be performed in the most scientific possible manner. Barney and Betty were to be kept separate so that anything uncovered in the sessions could not be learned by the other. He would also induce amnesia at the end of the session, so that even the individual could not recall what they had shared. In this way, he hoped to prevent a couple from swapping stories and presenting any kind of deceptive narrative. To begin, he would start the first 2 sessions in January 1964 to help the Hills grow accustomed to being hypnotized. There was always the possibility that they would either discontinue the process or even amuse it. Luckily, the Hills were easily put under within their first 2 sessions going into a complete trance state. Betty could even be convinced that they would not feel pain. They avoided getting into the night of the abduction, but Simon was sure they would. He needed to know that he could keep them under, even while experiencing unpleasant memories. By February, a month after the Hills began the session, Simon was confident that they could safely relive their February 22nd, 1964, 2 years and 3 months after the incident with the UFO. Bill sat in the reception area of Dr. Betty's time. Barney was the first to meet her. He kissed Betty on the cheek as he left her. Doctor. The man always had a way of making him feel at ease. He was directed to sit in a chair across from the doctor's desk. He did so gladly. Dr. Simon asked him if he wanted a cigarette. He said yes, reaching out to him, not realizing that this put him under. Barney felt nothing, thought of nothing. The doctor began by asking him to recount the trip to Niagara Falls in September 1961. Barney used specific details to describe the suggestible sequences of nothing out. But of most interest were the various moments in his story where issues of race came into play. While at a diner with Betty, the waitress was Barney wondered whether she passed as white. Driving into Montreal, he noticed black people usually out in the open. He didn't realize there were black people in Canada. And there was a moment at another diner when Barney saw some TV that he worried might cost the generation. Worries ended up being unfounded. Today, Barney rebuked himself to be affected by questions of how well black people were fitting into modern society. Was he as conscientious of these issues as any black man of the period? Or did these memories some deeper paranoia generating his belief in aliens? Finally, Dr. Simon and Barney arrived at the subject of the encounter in White Mountain. Barney described the encounter much as we have already heard. Terror was real. He actually begged Dr. Simon to allow him to wake up. Dr. Simon assured him that he was safe and that he should continue. He breathed heavily, gulping for air, but Dr. Simon's control was absolute. Barney felt he had to share what had happened. In his mind, he went back to the point in time where he ran back to the car and tried to get Betty to safety. Barney became drowsy. The car slowed. Like a dream, his vision filled with light. Red and sparkling like the sun. As he squinted, he could make out small figures in the road. I gotta get my gun, he screamed on the inside. Dr. Simon watched with surprise at his extreme responses to the message. He was shouting these things out loud, sobbing. In the reception area, Betty began to tear up upon hearing her husband's introduction. Back in Barney's memory, he climbed out of the car and onto the street. Sobbing. The man was behind. He was in the aircraft, staring. Barney thought that he looked like a captain with his black uniform and smoke. He looked like a Nazi. Those eyes, they're in my brain, he thought. Once more he was frozen. God, give me strength. He didn't have any money. He didn't have anything. The eyes poured themselves into his brain. Just keep looking. Arms moved out to his sides, legs angled beneath. Now his eyes closed, but you could feel his feet bumping against pebbles in the road, and then the smooth metal of a ramp. They were taking him aboard. Dr. Simon briefly ordered Barney to pause. He needed to take the tape with the recorder. Simon did so, and resumed. Inside the craft, Barney could only imagine what was going on. He kept his eyes sealed shut. As far as he knew, the cold metal of operating road to meet him as he finally laid down on his back. As he went to stretch, he noticed that his feet dangled off the end of the table, and his body suddenly swelled once more as he realized they needed to operate on him. I don't want to be operated on, he slurred. Then there was a strange sound, followed by a strange realization. Some sort of cylindrical device up his temple. Before he could cry out, he felt a tube insert into his urethra. There was a sensation of ejaculating, and then nothing. It would seem that this particularly distressing part of the procedure, where Barney needed to be intubated. Even under hypnosis, he had no recollection of seeing Betty aboard the plane. Nor could he think to how he went from the exam table to back in his car driving toward Portsmouth. The session had therefore been both a success and a failure. Simon told Barney Barney that he would now wake up, before he did so, he was to forget everything.
and that's like, there's thousands
Barney
of data
blinked
centers that
back
we're
into the
tracking. And those are the
Dr. Simon established that experience trauma, and on some level, Barney associated that trauma with abduction. But Simon was far from being convinced of the life of other worlds. There was a definite racial element to Barney's entire story. His fear of experiencing racism with some sort of illusion of alien. But then again, how could a post office dispatcher from New Hampshire dream up such an elaborate scientific fantasy? Dr. Simon had no easy answers to these questions, but he knew that potential further clues lied not only within Barney, but within his life.
And it yielded, the magical, perfectly in line with what was experimented, and just
Next week on Extraterrestrial, we'll hear the rest of Betty's story as she uncovers the most shocking memory of all, an actual conversation with an alien being. You can listen to Extraterrestrial on all of Parcast's other podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, CastBox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. We'll be back next week. Until then, don't forget to keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler and is a production of Cutler Media and is part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Ron Shapiro, with production assistance by Paul Mahler, Maggie Admeyer, and Carly Madden. Extraterrestrial is written by Bill Castro, Charles Thomas, and Tim Johnson.
Everything network used.
It was March 7th, 1964. Betty Ford sat in the office of Dr. Benjamin Stein, a psychiatrist and expert in health. Betty had been placed in her head and shoulders for Her terms to make her sensible and complimentary. She wore a new length and white jacket, a look of concern. She looked like she was in pain, but she was merely under the doctor's spell. Dr. Simon asked her to recall a trip to Montreal that she had taken with her husband Barney nearly 2 years earlier. She walked the doctor through their trip, encountered many French-speaking people who had difficulty getting Dutch, how she struggled to communicate with a waitress over her lunch order. Eventually, her story arrived at the night of September 19th, 1961, as they returned home to New Hampshire through the White Mountains. Betty described seeing a dark,
all the way to like now 100,000
object followed Bonnie and Betty. They stopped many times to try and get a better look. Finally, the object so close to the car that they could see deep. It was a saucer larger than anything Betty had ever seen. Through an opening in front of the saucer, something was watching.
In 2 years, right? 2022, 2024, right? And some people like Elon, he admittedly, right? And he has okay, it's a game, a little bit late for crew training. Actually, I was part of the right? But then he didn't have it to
Alien
get.
life is not session ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial, the Parcast Network. Every Tuesday we visit the marvelous stories about our from another world and discuss how much validity there are to these stories. I'm Bill, and I'm Tim. Today, we're continuing our discussion on the abduction of Betty and Barney Hill, two Americans hostage by a UFO. They were driving home one night in 1961. At Parcast, we're grateful to our listeners who love love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review wherever you are listening. It does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. Last episode, we followed Barney and Betty Hill up New Hampshire and we encountered a strange object in the skies above the White Mountains. They claimed that the object followed them and that there were mysterious creatures within. These strangers, Barney and Betty claimed that they had lost all memory of a 2-hour period of the trip. Bill's home experienced intense anxiety. They found that Betty's breasts were stained, Barney's shoes were scuffed. After a time, Betty began to have strange dreams. Barney started seeing terror. Eventually, Barney and Betty to see Dr. Benjamin hypnosis to help the couple recall what had happened in that initial 2-hour window. Barney's first session with Dr. Benjamin revealed a horrific tale of beating and abduction and torture. In this episode, we'll explore Betty's first session as well as subsequent sessions with both Barney and Betty. We will follow the story and both allies and skeptics. Ultimately, we'll decide whether the story is fictional or if they really were affected by it. Betty was still slumped in Dr. Simon's chair, deep under his neck. Her face distorted with fear. She didn't want to remember. Afterwards, Dr. Simon would command Betty to forget everything she uncovered in the session. This way, she wouldn't be traumatized by waking up and remembering everything all at once. Now, while she was under, she wanted to be able to begin that night in 1961. Dr. Simon assured her that she was safe, that nothing could harm her in the process. He commanded her to continue. Betty returned in her mind to the night of the abduction. She was in a state somewhere between a memory and a dream, reliving everything in detail, but at a distance, watching a movie. She sat in her car, afraid, touching her dog, Delcy. Barney had wandered off, chasing the UFO into the field. She waited and waited. To replace the fresh concern, Barney burst back into the vehicle, look of shock on his face. Barney used his binoculars to the back of the vehicle. He didn't waste a moment getting the car into motion. Betty tried to get him to explain what was the matter. It wasn't making any sense. He kept saying, "They're going to capture us." When the couple began their return trip through the White Mountains, Betty concerned about the light in the sky. Barney was skeptical. He could barely get him to glance upward. Now it was he who urged her to keep an eye out. "They're above us," explained Barney. Betty didn't think she could see anything, but then a strange series of beeps came from the back of the car. Even in Dr. Simon's office, Betty began to weep. When the doctor asked her why, she said it was because she was afraid. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of being unemployed," she replied. As the couple continued down the highway, they suddenly became aware of a bright red light blocking their way. From the light emerged the silhouettes of men approaching the vehicle. Betty felt not afraid but curious, knowing that something important was happening. But Barney saw a dirt road leading off of the highway. He rapidly turned the car in that direction. The forest moved over them. Each turn threatened an enemy surprise, and before long, the road delivered. There were the mysterious men again, blocking their path. Barney slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a sudden halt. In the office, Betty continued to cry. Dr. Simon assured her that she was safe, that she could remember. Blood grew as the men approached the car. They struggled to do so in both doors. Betty looked at Barney, but made no glance in return. Her eyes were completely closed. She could not sleep, walk, trapped in her own mind. The doors opened, and a small man led them from their car. For Betty, too, the situation became easy. She would open her eyes and catch glimpses of the forest, Barney being led along. It frustrated her that Barney could offer her no protection from these strangers. Why had he capitulated so easily? It was then that she noticed the man leading her along for the first time. He was short, very short, and his eyes were unlike any she had seen before. She complained about her treatment and implored Barney to wake up. The short man spoke admonishingly. He said the couple would come to no harm, but that the aliens had to act quickly so she should cooperate. She became aware of where they were taking her. There, in a clearing, was the UFO. Now at last,
like it's
had
fine
the same
to some extent,
unmistakable
and
luminescent
maybe
quality
AGI
it
solves
had while
it will work.
airborne. It was indeed a wide
You
disc
know,
that had a
this is the
rapid
attitude.
Dr. Simon's chair. Betty's body relaxed. Tears stopped. Her fierce excited as if curiosity. The aliens were matter of fact. Aboard the vessel, sent the couple down a corridor. Once again, that little time, and so the two examined. Perhaps some mental. Betty did not fight back against it. She didn't even question examining thousands of led to a simple metal stool that Betty described as the examiner entered and began running a series of tests. Shut your eyes and throat. Strange down device to examine every inch of the skull, traveling down her body. They checked her arms and legs, asked her to rotate so she could examine her from additional angles. Despite herself, Betty was beginning to find the entire process somewhat enjoyable, even fascinating. They were so interested in her nerves, but what gave them the nerve to kidnap her? She almost didn't notice when the examiner appeared with a needle, bigger than any she had ever seen. She asked what they were going to do with her. They told her not to worry,
But I think like
Betty
one
protested.
story that
She
is like
didn't want the
exemplifies
needle
how
inside of
insane
her.
this stuff is
Dr. Simon's
when you're
office.
training, right?
She once more began
You're
to
always
cry.
doing
Dr.
you're
Simon
running through
allowed
the
Betty
model
to
of different
continue
stuff,
to remember
running through the
what's
model, and
sobs coming
you're
out
you're
incredibly
gonna
rapidly.
exchange everything and
It
synchronize
hurts,
the
it
right?
hurts.
You'll do
Take it
this
out.
is like a step in model
Back
right?
in her
And every
mind,
step you're lost.
she saw a hand in her
But
button to the abdomen. The pain
you'll be
was
right?
right?
The
Felt at
interesting
ease.
thing is GPU power is
Looking
the
up,
networking
she
power
saw
itself
a
is a lot less.
needle
But so while you're
almost
computing,
stood out
your power
from
for your GPU, like when you're
taller
exchanging
and
waves,
more.
if you're not in
Presumably
overlap
drinking
communicating
more.
perfectly, maybe a time period where your
Stood
GPUs
up.
are idle
Other
and you're
aliens from the
exchanging
room.
waves and you're like, hey, the
The
model's updating.
examination
You're
seemed to be
exchanging the
over.
gradients, model
After a
update,
beat,
and
Betty
you
spoke
start
to
training again.
saying
The
that
power
none
goes,
was
right? And it's super
the
spiky.
alien
And
species
so
Betty was
funnily
going to
enough, right, like
identify
this,
as the leader
when you talk
actually
about the scale
smiled.
of data center
He
power, right,
asked
you
her
can
what
look
she
up
knew of the
so
cosmos.
um,
Replied
and so
that
Meta
she
actually
only knew the
has
solar
accidentally opened some
distant
upstream something
stars.
code in
Even
Python
the wall,
where they
the
added
leader
an
pressed a
operator.
button
And if
opening
you
the
know whoever
panel.
made this, like I want to
Put out on the
says
table.
PyTorch, it's like PyTorch
It
power
was a
supply
map
at
of the stars.
blow up.
Somehow
Equal
suspended.
zero or equal one.
The leader explained that
What it
thousands
does,
of
what it
stars
does is
out of
amazing,
the
right?
rough
Either
battle have
when
and
you're exchanging the
other
weights, the will just numbers,
vessels
so the
where
power
his
doesn't spike too much, and so then the power
in
point is so
response
wonky,
that
transient spikes, like
point out
screws stuff
further
up.
on the map.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you have to
Was
do that kind of thing.
unable to.
You have
He
to
said,
make sure you're not
I don't know where you
And
are.
Elon's was like, let me throw a bunch of Tesla mega packs and other things, right? Like everyone has different solutions. Like public and openly known, which is just like set this operator, and what this operator does makes you nothing. But then the power difference.
but that just tells you how much power you have. I mean, it's insane.
Maybe we should just go through the scale, like what does X do, and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt, and you look and stare at that, and you're like, how high is the kilowatt is?
Back in her mind, explained to
You said something about
Barney's
cooling.
not impressive blast World War II. He had dentures, whereas people had her original. What are dentures? Billy tried her best to explain, only led to a further rabbit hole of questions. What is old age? What is a year? What is a vegetable? What is yellow? Clearly, aliens operate in a very different world. The aliens walked Betty back to the car. She found that Barney was already inside, his eyes still closed. The leader suggested that Betty watch them leave. He apologized for frightening her. He said that while she had been afraid at first, ultimately she was extraordinary. As the alien left, Betty opened the car door, working on it and leading him out of the road. She smiled, saying to Barney, come on out and watch them leave. They squinted their eyes, their apparent code written around him. The object, no bigger than a star in the sky 2 hours ago, life of a glowing Betty spoke excitedly to Barney. She couldn't believe they didn't observe actual aliens. She was stopped in thought as a beep came from behind the vehicle. It was like radio static mixed with Morse code. The same noise they heard right before the aliens appeared. Both Barney and Betty began to grow sleepy. They were falling into a trance and forgetting everything that had transpired. Coming up, we'll investigate whether or not the hills had their memories wiped clean.
There's another
And
word there,
now,
but I won't say
back
it.
to the story. Dr. Benjamin Simon
Today, individual largest is
anything
right?
after they woke from the hypnosis. This was the inner purpose of preventing them from becoming traumatized by the lockdown, and it sharing their stories, potentially one another's recollection. Simon was not convinced that the abduction story was true. Yes, both Barney and Betty separate, and while clearly emotions connected to the stories were real. Barney had screamed in fear, and he was back. But Simon knew that even under hypnosis, memories could be fixed. There could be images drawn from Betty's dreams or delusions brought on by Barney's orchestra and experiences with the next few weeks and then months. Dr. Simon would continue to meet with the and place them under hypnosis. He carefully tested each of their stories and worked to try and punch holes in their veracity. Dr. Simon had to be careful while attempting this hypnotization of their strange receptacles. He didn't want to plant anything in their heads that wasn't true. An interesting revelation came about during Barney's session on March 26, 1964. This was roughly a month into the couple's work with Dr. Simon. Dr. Simon asked Barney rather pointedly. He asked, from the people who learned about this experience, really, after a little more back and forth, Barney curiously replied, Betty. Simon pressed further, and Barney went on to say that in September 1961, Betty began to have strange dreams about a week after the abduction. Later, in October of that year, she told UFO researcher Walter Webb details from her dreams, and Barney had overheard all of it. This included the scenes from her hypnosis recollection when he was going missing. He had shared the part about the adventures as well. The Hills had met with Webb in October 1961, 2.5 years before they began working with Dr. Simon. They weren't supposed to have been able to remember the abduction itself at that point. If Betty could recall these details so early on, then why did she act as if she had absolutely no memory of the incident until being hypnotized in January 1964? There is no reason to expect Betty's story of hypnosis was anything more than Betty's completely hypnotizing dreams. Dreams can be based on memories, but they can also be complete fantasy. Despite the Barney still swore under hypnosis that his own memories were not placed by Betty, but based on his dreams. He claimed that his tale of being taken aboard the UFO and having his genitals experimented on was true. Barney would not budge on it. Despite repeated questions, Dr. Simon now found a major reason to doubt Barney's story. Modern day hypnosis motivation in order to get repetitive practice of hypnotizing suggests that you cannot force anyone to tell the truth. As stated in our previous episode, hypnosis only helps to strip away counterproductive emotions that are unhelpful to the patient, not mind control. And so, while those under hypnosis are suggestible, they are still capable of improving lives. Claims made while under hypnosis are not infallible. Dr. Simon wondered why the couple seemed to remember the events leading up to the abduction, but not the abduction itself. Trauma, the whole memory was wiped out, and first would remember the whole thing. Ultimately, Dr. Simon felt that the discussion of Betty's dreams to the he also felt that the pressure to bring an interracial couple in a secluded area in the Middle East may contribute to the formation of the region. Again, this while under hypnosis, but at the same time, they can both provide a good mentioned last episode, had been worried that young people in the diner were going to give hard time.
Your data center is very different.
And yet, couple thrust onto a national stage beyond city, onto a national stage beyond city, they could have expected.
In the center, there are these big
Couple
rectangular
things they could have expected.
In the center, there are these big
Couple
rectangular
things for a spotlight, not for a spotlight, not for their own act.
And if you
In
go down
October
a little bit further,
1965, the Boston
there's like these water pipes where
published
solar power
of the
top,
Hills.
a bunch of like diesel generators. Diesel generators are backup
That the
power.
Hills had
The data center
as
itself
well as
is
recording from
solar,
gathering where the
right? So the
story.
chips are actually
Frustrated by the thought of someone else recording, the Hills contacted John G. Fuller. Fuller was a UFO then lived in nearby Exeter, New Hampshire. He moved there to write a book on a UFO incident taken place in that town early September 1965. Previous counted UFO sightings without skepticism appealed to Betty. Later that year, he worked with the Hills and Dr. Hyman to publish the story of the protection of Barney and Betty Hill. The resulting book was titled The Interrupted Journey. Following even greater public Hill's story and made them minor national celebrities. In the forward, Fuller writes that, quote, the Hills had sat on the stage for nearly 5 years. They were not slightly mystery. Though the White Mountains taking place roughly 5 years prior, in 1991, the Hills supposedly had only just become aware of the full story through the hypnosis of Dr. Simon. Not to mention, they had shared with friends, family, UFO researchers, and church leaders. The moment she had returned home from the mountains in 1961, Betty wanted to share her story, and now she would get the chance to do so on a national stage. In 1966, both Barney and Betty interviewed Alan Douglas on the area radio. At this point, they discussed the full details of the abduction they had learned under the host of the show took the story very seriously. Barney is uncharacteristically excited to discuss the abduction and willing to share tales. Analyzes and theorizes about the aliens. Certainly it's changed from the man who 5 years prior didn't want to admit anything happened at all. Barney appeared on the Mike Douglas Show in October 1966. That television program, hosted by Mike Douglas, not to be confused with radio host Alan Douglas, national. And Barney had no reservations about sharing his story in full. The Hills to undertake various radio and television appearances. Their story became well known in the United States. By 1968, the story had attracted Marjorie Fisk, an elementary school teacher from Ohio. This was inspired by Betty's star maps, which she believed to be an authentic map of inhabited stars, and the supposed travel routes between them. Modern star charts available at the time, Fisk was able to identify each star on Betty's map. A star map is unlike a regular map. Now, a star map must exist in 3 dimensions. Once she identified the stars on the map, also believed that they represented a view of the Earth's extrasolar neighborhood as seen from the sun. This was shared when map was finished in October 1968 to appear together at the Flying Saucer Investigation Committee meeting in Akron, Ohio. Thus, Betty's last public appearance for some time. In February 1969, Barney passed away from cerebral hemorrhage. He was 46, having lived only 8 years beyond the UFO incident. Hypnosis sessions have helped him to come to terms with what had happened. It's unlikely that he foresaw his life playing out. No record of Betty's reaction to the loss. It appears to have been one thing that could halt the UFO enthusiasm. She wouldn't do another interview until 1975, 6 years after Barney's death. In October of that year, NBC released a TV movie based on the White Mountains entitled The UFO. It starred James Earl Jones as Barney and self-arson of Betty. It was essentially an adaptation of the interrupted cooperation of John Fuller and Betty Hill, as well as Dr. Simon. After the release of the movie, Simon began a correspondence with UFO skeptics class, engineering and aviation journalists who had gained reputation for debunking UFO studies. Class had called into question Simon's involvement with the book and film, which Simon defended himself. The film especially took liberties with the story, even depicting a dramatic episode in which Barney attempted to jump from the office window. Simon insisted that, although the movie might suggest otherwise, at no point had he been an advocate for the theory that the abduction had actually taken place. It was surprising then that Dr. Simon agreed to promote it. He cashed in on the idea that the abduction actually happened. On October 26, 1975, Dr. Simon appeared with Betty on the Today Show, an earlier incarnation of the NBC talk show that still exists today. To appear on the Today Show at all with Betty expressed a certain tacit approval of the more outlandish aspects of her story. There would be no movie without the abduction, and there would have been no interest from the Today Show without the movie. Despite this, Class ultimately realized that they had come to the same conclusion. The Hills had seen something on the road trip that profoundly affected them. It is to note that neither man ever felt that the Hills were outright liars. In fact, Philip J. Class, later in his career, suggested he believed that the vast majority of UFO skeptics had indeed witnessed and explained various phenomena. These would be true with those who would jump to the conclusion objects in the sky were definitely spacecraft from another world. Betty, for her part, also began a correspondence with Class. In a letter dated November 13, 1975, based on fantastic language, he claimed that an investigator investigated more than 350 women in the last 5 years. That was true, suggesting a nationwide emergency UFO phenomenon. Also claimed that she could pick up signals from UFOs on her radio at night. They were both claims backed up with no evidence. Somewhat conspiracy approach to studying UFOs. Class responded respectfully, obviously skeptical of each and every claim made by Betty. In his written replies, he asked Betty to provide the name and address of the aforementioned book. He also asked her whether she had ever made a recording of the signals on her radio, or whether she had requested permission to sit in at the nearby Air Force Base radar tower. In her written replies, Betty appeared incapable of addressing specific inquiries. She claims that the radar reports from the night of the incident were lost to time. She goes on a tangent about how she always resented that Dr. Simon spent more time with Barney than her. And she criticizes a man named Robert Schaefer, who had published a theory suggesting that what Betty saw on the night of the incident was the static, which would have been visible in the sky next to her. Schaefer was in fact a colleague of Philip J. Class. Both men were part of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, a nonprofit organization founded in 1976, with the goal of doing scientific investigations into outlandish claims, such as those of UFO abduction. By singling Schaefer out, Betty may have started provoking him, who has become his biggest critic. Schaefer, age 69 today in 2019, is a prolific author and skeptic known for debunking a wide variety of paranormal topics. Later, in August 1976, Robert Schaefer would write an article that still stands as the most complete criticism of Betty's story to date. Not only did Schaefer's article call Betty into question, but it would provide a plausible explanation as to what exactly Betty and Barney had seen in the sky that night in September 1961. It would make the case for there being no aliens in the White Mountains at all.
They don't spend enough resources on
However,
it historically, right? Maybe they're changing now, but for multiple months we were submitting those bugs, right? Like, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, why are we submitting those bugs? Right? They only cared about their like biggest customers, so they didn't people black. It's like, okay, but like, I am just using PyTorch, you know, the available library. Right? So they're getting that.
Swearing by the story that she and Barney by in his article. First, Mark star map
Going
was
back to earlier, only
unscientific.
three companies
Nor
are
some of the stars on
Taiwan,
Betty's original map, nor other stars extra significantly. Second, difficult of Betty's off-site radar reports was were easily explained. These were radar sightings from the night of the radar pings that suggested something approaching a runway at the base. The sensitive radar often picks up animals, even more damning. The radar in question was meant to pick up objects only within a half a mile of the base. UFO of the size that Betty described were approaching, that the base would have seen it. Third, question the accuracy of memory. One, weather reports from September 19, 1961 show that it was mostly that the sky was clear. Chasers final point down to the sighting of the lights in the sky. According to this article, three lights in the sky that night: Moon, Jupiter, and Saturn. His theory, therefore, was that the cloud moved and Betty's eyes suddenly been drawn to the bright Saturn, Jupiter, and Moon formation. As to why Barney and Betty then claimed that light followed them and abducted them, well, Schaefer left that explanation to the psychiatrist, Dr. Simon. This compelling dissection of the mystery is not the end of the matter. Betty hated class going so far as to tell the former that she was working to telepathically send aliens to his planet. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, Betty participated in UFO research and continued to try and seek out an explanation for what had happened to her. Over time, her fame subsided. Her inability to approach the subject matter from a remotely scientific perspective did less and less as the poet. And by the 1990s, UFOs were utterly no longer a curiosity of Day Show. In 1993, American television producer Chris Carter co-authored stories of people Barney and Betty Hill to Bunker X-Files, a fictional television series following FBI investigations into the paranormal. Alien abduction was now entertainment, not news. In 1999, they gave a video to John she recounted the abduction for was surely the 100th video. She has, of course, aged much since 1961. She is now 80 years old. Her voice is recognizable from Dr. Simon's tapes in 1984. She remains confident in the story, though some details have been added. First, now punches one in the face. She recalls the whole thing the happiest life. Betty Hill passed away in 2004 at the age of 25. She remained in New Hampshire her entire life, never remarrying after Barney's death. UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike continue to debate her story to this day. Remains a staunch advocate for her aunt's account, claiming that the debunkers overstate Barney's anxiety and misrepresent the facts of the case. Meanwhile, skeptics, Robert Schaefer, online databases files debunking UFO sightings from throughout the years. Science will always prove stories like the Hills false. Viewing the case from the perspective of 2019 provides additional insight that doesn't require a degree in astronomy. By examining the facts, we can rate the probability of this case on a scale of 1 to 10. There is much to Betty's story that she imagined the abduction. Betty excitedly shares that aliens have asked her, what is a vegetable? What is UFO? More like the imagination of the 19th UFO enthusiast than the authentic questions of intelligent beings from another world. Indeed, modern science allows mankind to observe the universe with more ability than Betty suggests interstellar travelers. For example, the Hubble Space Telescope, 1990 by the United States National Aeronautics Administration, NASA, is able to take detailed photographs of objects 6,500 light years away. Most recently, in November 2018, NASA placed a robotic lander on the surface of Mars and has become a battle that interior. The launch of Russian satellite Sputnik in 1970 inspired great anxiety in the Americans. They asked, what else is stars? But in 2019, with a greater understanding of the cosmos established, that question was less terror, less uncertainty. In addition to this, the reproductive story, common element in primal, even mythic. Human beings were highly advanced animals and are biologically programmed only their genitalia or womb. Experience that brings about fear or human superiority cause a return to that harm coming to parts of the body. A 5-year timeline of therapy and hypnosis following the incident, most likely that a combination of UFO zeitgeist, paranoia, unexplained sighting in the mountains of New Hampshire led the couple to develop an intense anxiety, manifested itself as a belief that they had been abducted by aliens. All this in mind, our final conclusion is to rate this up on the believability scale. While the abduction is made up, the simple fact that Barney and Betty were, by all accounts, a normal couple, make up or experience such a serious psychotic, which means that there is a chance, however small, that there exists an alien species vastly different from humankind, which in turn means that there is a chance, small, that the story of the abduction of Barney and Betty Hill is entirely true.
The standard, right, where you're just for random pushing stuff, right? The cost absolutely is the way to do that. But if it's fitting some sort of ads, right? Like, that already serves all the side fees, probably money, but at some point, they're going to get, the model's going to get so cheap that they can
or your favorite podcaster.
and that's what Google's going to be able to do. Obviously, they've got to figure
Until then,
it's not going to be easy.
eyes on
It's
the extraterrestrial.
Peter use all this stuff is where OpenAI has to have ability otherwise it's
Sound design by Ryan Shapiro, with production by Paul Mahler, Maggie Admire, and Charlie Mann. Extraterrestrial is written by Greg Castro and stars Bill Thomas.
so good at models. They say art, but it's such a somewhere you can
The concept of destiny can be both comforting
even if they have
and
capabilities
frightening.
going rapidly off some direction, like there's still for access to data. Google data, Meta data. There's other products and there's money. Like there's
the whole idea is human data that's how we care. We all care about self-play, verifiable data.
She was somehow connected to the cosmos. Had no idea what was creating. Now, impeccable force through her to own on Joshua Hill, shadow of South Africa's Drakensberg Mountains. Felt like a house waiting for a sign, anytime, or a ruffled summoner to the lonely hilltop.
For the next period, kind of like energy and oil was. There's also like you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is, right? It is actually just
outside the laws of physics.
Computers. Those are the areas where all the value will be delivered, not API, not chat.
right? It's possible you have the very after
Only a few away, hovering above the ground. Suddenly, the air caused Elizabeth she where she was, really thought there was someone watching her through one of the ships. Three portholes. Elizabeth felt compelled to stare into the sky.
Earlier, showed this, right? Lava 3D is cheaper than GPT-3. Like anyone who's photo 3 level capabilities, anyone who's photo GPT-4 level capabilities is dead. It is a common thing that the best fish now are ones that are predicated on models getting better. term, the company that can make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method
Are we alone?
of the meta ads, which are hyper targeted in the
Stories of
complicated
has
content.
been
So we have
ingrained in
search
human
ads that are used by
human life may not be confirmed,
but
but especially with
within
it
a
can't
return,
be ignored.
not
Welcome
clear,
to
like get
Extraterrestrial
a
on
high
the
quality
Podcast
placed
Network.
ad output.
And
And if you do
every
that with
Tuesday,
long
we
costs
visit
down,
marvelous, strange
you can
stories about
get
our
super high
views
revenue.
from another
Like the
level.
revenue
We're aware that some of the tales may seem unbelievable, others all too real, but these stories shed light on the nature, human belief, and human psychology, and each story garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Today we're exploring the story of Elizabeth Fowler, a Seneca, and claims to fall in a network contact, master system, and approximate story. This will tell the story of how Elizabeth came into contact with Austin and was attuned with galactic romance. In next week's part 2, we'll conclude Elizabeth and Hawkins' investigative details of Elizabeth's experience. Was it real cosmic romance, or was there more than meets the eye? We'll delve into other accounts of Elizabeth's sighting and investigate how else it could be explained. Podcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook, Instagram at Podcast, and Twitter at Podcast Network. Enjoy the episode. The best way to help is to leave a 5-star review wherever you are listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to podcast.com/merch for more information. From the moment she was born, Elizabeth Fowler was tremendous. She was born on July 1st. He was caught at a once every 75-year trip across the sky. And Elizabeth, her parents, moved her and her to a farm in rural Nepal in the shadow of South Africa's Third Mountain. After encounter with an extraterrestrial ship in 1917, she was 7 years old. Outside with her older sister Barbara, and the puppies as the sun was setting behind the tropic hills. Purple-red summer sky was clear. Guinea fowls were calling to each other as they settled in for the night in nearby water. But then, all at once, simultaneously, Elizabeth and Barbara's eyes were drawn to the sky and to the object that appeared over the mountains. This particular object appeared to be some sort of advanced vehicle. Elizabeth thought it must be a spaceship from another planet. As she was young, she knew it was beyond the scope of human technology. Clear white light, and she approached it, rooted to the spot, heavy, isolated antenna. Suddenly, another object appeared on the horizon. Meteor-like object's pockmarked surface glowed bright orange-red as it dripped through the atmosphere, seemingly hurtling straight at the young girls. The spaceship and changed its course head on by the second object's course and to the north. Somehow, Elizabeth forces the second object away from Elizabeth and Barbara. With both objects down from the sky, the fell Elizabeth and her sister were seated under lifted, and they ran to the house to tell their parents what had happened. And Lauren were seated under the house's wide veranda. The roof for their view of the sky. They hadn't seen anything. Daniel listened to the girl's story with a gentle smile on his face. He stood up and looked at the sky. There was no trace of the scene Elizabeth and Barbara had described. Daniel was, suggested the girl might have seen a meteor, but Elizabeth was certain that what she seen, that the first object was comes to Earth from the second object. Terrible asteroid sent to destroy the planet. Daniel asked Elizabeth how she knew this, but she couldn't answer. Somehow, she just doesn't necessarily mean Elizabeth made it up. She may very well have seen it, whether it be a meteor, an airplane, or an alien ship. Her family farm is in a remote location, and it's entirely possible there weren't any other witnesses to Elizabeth's sighting. It's also important to consider that perhaps the momentous of the event became exaggerated in Elizabeth's imagination. That night, Elizabeth was too excited to sleep. As she listened to her mother play Mozart in the drawing room, Elizabeth gazed at the sky through the open window. She couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever see the spaceship again. The next morning, Elizabeth told the busy farm manager at the Dom what she and Barbara had seen. Unlike her parents, who tried to rationalize the events, the Dom believed Elizabeth wholeheartedly. The Dom told Elizabeth about his people's folklore, mythological sky people who were destined to return to Earth on a lightning with iridescent metal rings blue and gold. The creation myth revolves around a sky god named Bela Conge, who created humanity when he banished a member of his tribe to a hole in the sky. That unified name translates directly to the people of the sky. Lightning bird, or Kundalini, is a mythological creature that is said to be sent by the sky god when he wants to remember the seven tribes. The Dom was convinced Elizabeth was destined to join them. He pointed to a distant mountaintop where she would someday eventually meet the lightning bird and join the sky people. The Dom's stories fascinated her. She would sit for hours on end listening to him spin his tales. She was entranced by the idea that she would someday join these legendary sky gods. A few months after she saw the spaceship, 7-year-old Elizabeth was sitting in the garden listening to one of the Dom's stories when the sky suddenly grew dark. Seemingly out of nowhere, a menacing black cloud appeared in the eastern sky, heading for Elizabeth's farm. The wind began to whip around them, and a tornado emerged from the bottom of the cloud. As the tornado approached the farm and its helpless inhabitants, the mysterious spaceship appeared once again. Its bright, shining lights stood in stark contrast to the dark clouds. The ship stationed itself directly above Elizabeth's farm, guarding it from the tornado. It seemed to push the tornado's pulsating funnel away from the house in a battle of technology versus nature. After what seemed like an eternity, the tornado passed over Elizabeth's head, finally touching down in a pine tree grove a short distance away before moving into the hills. As the danger passed, the ship once again sped into the distance. It was an experience Elizabeth would never forget. The Dom had witnessed the event too, and assured Elizabeth it was indeed the lightning bird who told her that. The rest of Elizabeth's childhood passed rather uneventfully. She spent her time in peaceful woods, riding horses, studying music, and practicing in grade school around 1927. 17-year-old Elizabeth moved to Florence, Italy, for university, where she studied art and music. But she remained captivated by her encounters with the strange spaceship as a child. She couldn't help but look up into the heavens and wonder if she'd ever see it again. Pushed by her fascination with the skies, Elizabeth felt compelled to leave Italy to study meteorology at Cambridge University in the UK. After completing the program in 1932, she moved back to South Africa. Upon returning home, Elizabeth met and married a Royal Air Force pilot named Captain W. Stafford Stokes. She gave birth to a daughter, Marilyn, 1 year later. Though Elizabeth was busy with her new family throughout her early 20s, living in South Africa again made her more restless than ever. She couldn't hold back her hopes of seeing the spaceship once again. Stafford understood her love of the skies and taught Elizabeth how to fly in his Tiger Moth biplane. Nothing gave Elizabeth comfort like soaring through the clear blue sky. In the air, she felt an unmistakable connection with the ship, and though she couldn't see it, Elizabeth knew it was near. One day in 1937, Stafford and Elizabeth were flying from the Ultra City of Durban to Baragwana near Johannesburg. Stafford was piloting with Elizabeth serving of his net to alert him. He turned his head just in time to see the sphere suddenly slow down, changing color to a brassy yellow. Alongside the plane for a few moments, allowing Elizabeth to get a good look. She was convinced it was the communications unit. It was a massive circular ship with a small dome rising out of the middle. The dome had 3 portholes, although Elizabeth couldn't make out Stafford launched into basic maneuvers, and the ship easily matched them, constantly remaining at the same distance. It almost seemed like it was playing a game. After a little while, the ship flipped over on its axis, rose into the air, and disappeared in a flash of white light. The moment it disappeared, Elizabeth was consumed with a feeling of deep loneliness. She knew she shared a deep connection with whoever or whatever was in that ship, but she couldn't explain what it was. Upon landing in Bar Iguana, Stafford made a report of what he and Elizabeth had seen to the Air Force headquarters in Victoria. They had Stafford and Elizabeth come in for questioning, but Elizabeth decided not to say anything about her mysterious connection with the ship. She knew they wouldn't be able to understand. But Elizabeth did soon get the chance to try to learn more about this mysterious. In 1937, 2 months after this latest encounter, he accompanied Stafford to his new assignment, the Havilland Experimental Flight Center in India. While Stafford was testing out experimental airplanes to combat the growing Nazi threat, the RAF had Elizabeth use her expertise as a meteorologist to study aerial anomalies. Elizabeth's work caught the attention of Air Chief Marshal Dowdy, who he affectionately referred to as Chief. The chief was an open-minded man and a keen spiritualist. He had heard about Elizabeth and Stafford's encounter with the ship during their flight from Durban to Bar Iguana, and was eager to hear more. One evening, the chief summoned Elizabeth and Stafford to his office so he could hear about their experience firsthand. Unlike the skeptical officers in Victoria, Elizabeth knew the chief would listen to her without any judgment. She decided she could share every detail of the various encounters she'd had with the spaceship over the years. Once Elizabeth finished telling her stories, the chief leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. After a moment, he nodded. He believed Elizabeth. Her sighting lined up with other extraterrestrial reports she'd been following. The chief was fascinated by strange balls of light called wind fighters that allied Air Force pilots would see in the sky. He was convinced they were extraterrestrial in origin, and desperate to understand more about them. The chief asked Elizabeth to continue researching the mysterious fighters. She agreed with zero hesitation. Coming up, Elizabeth learns more about the UFO sightings in the UK and South Africa. Now, after the
a lot of the analysis happens in Excel,
in 1943, Elizabeth and her husband Stafford received transfer orders to return to South Africa after living for 6 years in England. Elizabeth was overjoyed. Not only was she eager to return home, but she also harbored hope that she'd be able to reconnect with the mysterious spaceship. The couple was stationed at an air base in Cape Town, but Elizabeth yearned to return to the Drakensberg Mountains. She knew the ship would never come to this crowded metropolis. One day, shortly after their return to South Africa, Elizabeth was sitting at her desk, gazing out the window at the cloud-shrouded Table Mountains. She was daydreaming at home when a ringing telephone broke out of her reverie. Fire had broken out in the container. Elizabeth was ordered to evacuate, but her mind raced to her husband. All flights surrounded that Stafford and working on his plane. Without a second thought, Elizabeth raced out of her building and into the hangar. Sure enough, Stafford was there, valiantly trying to steer the plane from the all-consuming fire. She ran to her husband's side to push the plane away from the hangar. Then, a gas tank exploded. Elizabeth was flung to the ground as a dark cloud enveloped the sensor.
Expanding the
The next
steering
thing she
the system
knew,
like that,
Elizabeth was waking up in a hospital bed.
kind of like adding
Herself expressing grief, opened her eyes and realized she was no longer in the hospital. She was sitting in a field of lush, endless grass, a hill that overlooked a dark blue sea. No idea where she was, but she knew something for certain. Wasn't it? Elizabeth gazed out over the expanse of water, a familiar sight. Beautiful circular craft glinted in the sunlight, coming towards her. But before it could approach, Elizabeth was back in the hospital. Given her injury, it's possible this vision was a hallucination or an intense dream brought on by meditation. But Elizabeth's vision gave her the strength to make it through the difficult recovery process. However, while Elizabeth did make a full recovery, her marriage never did not. Shortly after being discharged from the hospital, Elizabeth and Stafford divorced sometime between 1944 and 1945. We know very little about how their marriage ended, but divorce wasn't an easy process. In 1979, South African courts would only grant a couple a divorce in case of adultery or malicious desertion, which when a spouse abandoned his or her partner to the extent of ending the marriage. We don't know which reason Elizabeth and Stafford filed as a cause for this, but if you can imagine that growing obsession with witchcraft, whoever decided part break down in a relationship. However, Elizabeth soon found herself in a new relationship, and she married an engineer named Paul Carter in 1946. 3 years later, at age 36, she gave birth to a son, David. But her marriage to Paul had problems as well. They divorced shortly after David's birth. After the divorce, Elizabeth took every opportunity she could to return to the Rock'n'Roll Mountains. In May, she had taken over the farm. Despite her best efforts, Elizabeth was unable to make contact with the station. She didn't give up hope that it would return. In 1954, 44-year-old Elizabeth was living in Johannesburg when Ruth called her on the phone with exciting news. Beth had reported seeing the mythical lightning that the farm manager from Ghana told her about Elizabeth knew there was no time to wait. She grabbed David and his daughter Marilyn, and along with the dogs, they sped off in Elizabeth's trusty MG automobile. Upon arriving at the home, Elizabeth left the children and the dogs with May and set off alone on foot on a 3-mile journey to the towering hilltop known as Flying Saucer Hill. Standing alone on the hill, she knew something was hard as the ship appeared. And it did. As the ship hovered in front of her, Elizabeth and Sears Eaton inside the ship locked eyes and smiled at her. Elizabeth felt deep. It wasn't just fear, it was love.
Popular
An
benchmark that
eternity
it's tap out
passed
arena
in a single moment.
that's been with the metric code.
Eventually,
Time
the
models
ship
are
started to wind
evaluated
around the air,
or
not
random
with a
models.
flash.
Look at the board and
After the ship disappeared, Elizabeth sat on the
from
ground and contemplated what had just
none of
happened.
them have codes
Something in her heart told her
among
she
that,
wasn't
you were
ready to meet him inside the ship. There was a lot to grasp, and if she met him too soon, her mind might not be able to handle it. Elizabeth closed her eyes to one of the commands and teaching ways seared into her mind. Her heart was full of deep, everlasting love. She knew he'd be back soon, and this time she'd be ready for him. After Elizabeth's encounter with the ship atop Flying Saucer Hill, the days passed in slow agony as she waited for his return. 1954, 1955, 1956. 18 months until May called Elizabeth once again with news that the Zulus had seen the lightning in the sky. Elizabeth returned to the farm without delay, and the next morning she set off for Flying Saucer Hill. It was a long walk, The brisk mountain winds whipped at her clothing, but she was undaunted, on by the warm love in her heart. The ship was already waiting for her as she rested. All men, Elizabeth's heart leaped in death. Without a second thought, she ran. When Elizabeth arrived at the side, a man picked her up by the waist, swung her up on the ship's pole so they were eye to eye. As they gazed at each other, the lad asked Elizabeth if she was afraid, but as she looked into his clear, gray eyes, she felt only love. Without another word, the man took Elizabeth into his arms and carried her into the ship. Though he appeared to be in his 60s, he was incredibly strong. He introduced himself as Hawkins, a scientist from a far-off solar system. Elizabeth couldn't take her eyes off of Hawkins. She was entranced by his blazing, yet tender face and his beautiful golden hair. He was pale and tall, a far cry from the stereotypical men. Elizabeth couldn't help but feel that his formal, reserved, English-style upbringing was too much of a gift. She could tell was completely uninhibited in his approach to relationship. Sensing her thoughts, Hawkins assured Elizabeth that he loved her just the way she was, and the ship gently lifted into the sky. Elizabeth marveled at its artistic simplicity. It was controlled with a simple panel consisting of push buttons and maximized the comfort, a far cry from the sparkling conditions of human today. It was assured to confided that although she appeared to be about 60 years old, she had actually been alive for centuries, but never had a mate. The moment Elizabeth was born, her energy halted across the stars. Although he knew it would be many years until they could be together, he vowed to protect her until Elizabeth was old enough to be in a relationship and her mind was prepared to grasp the reality that extraterrestrial life existed. Finally, Hawkins gathered Elizabeth into his arms and they shared their first kiss. Magical electric sensation coursed through Elizabeth's body. She instantly knew that he and Hawkins were destined to be together. Hawkins admitted that his people were living in a race was. There was something different about him. He was no ordinary human. He was something inexplicable, common. As they rose higher in the Earth's atmosphere, Elizabeth grew worried for a moment. Her children were still down there, and they still needed their mother. She was afraid that what happened to them would never return. Hawkins and told Elizabeth not to worry. He was taking her on a short trip to his mother's to become more acquainted with the way of life, and to bring her back to the top of Flying Saucer Hill before anyone knew she was missing. During their journey to the mothership, Hawkins explained some of the complex science behind their technology. Their ships were created by converting pure energy into physical substance, which is how they could be built so smoothly without any rivets. They were enveloped by an electromagnetic field which allowed them to fly silently and completely outside the laws of physics. These people were able to travel vast distances through space because this electromagnetic field allowed them to manipulate the harmonics of light, travel nearly instantaneously from one place to another in the mothership. Elizabeth was eager to see this incredible feat of technology, so Hawkins whisked Elizabeth into the mothership on the appointed interior where others of Hawkins' race awaited them. Elizabeth met Hawkins' mother, Hawkins, who greeted her as if she was an old friend. They chatted over refreshments consisting of fresh salad and fruit. Elizabeth marveled over how much energy this bright meal gave her. Hawkins explained that his people were able to grow their food right there on the mothership, and these plants gave them all the nutrition they needed. Once they were done eating, Hawkins took Elizabeth to the electric barrage, a sort of hologram that showed her scenes from his people's history. Elizabeth was shocked to learn that Hawkins' people had actually originated on the planet Venus. Unlike our present planet, Venus used to be a lush full of life, but after flourishing on eons, after abandoned, the sun's corona vanished, and lethal radiation threatened to snuff out their they didn't evacuate. Luckily, they were sufficiently advanced enough to leave Venus behind and settled on Earth and Mars, also and life at the time. For a time, they were able to live peacefully on the planets and to expand their technology. However, latent radiation from the sun had a negative impact on some time. Fell into patterns of destruction. Those who were unaffected were able to leave from Mars, but those who stayed on Earth destroyed all traces of their technology, while the fighting on Mars and that planet uninhabited us today. Eventually, Hawkins people settled in the Alpha Centauri system, approximately 4.37 light years away from our solar system. Elizabeth asked Hawkins if the planet she was in, she was in the hospital where people live now. He nodded. Hawkins revealed that Elizabeth, unlike most humans, had retained his people's race and viewed with his power, she was able to perceive things most people couldn't, and maintain a connection with Hawkins people through time and space. Once Elizabeth sufficiently understood the history of the Hawkins people, it was time to return her to Earth. Hawkins had to undertake a dangerous scientific expedition to observe a supernova and wanted to make sure Elizabeth was safe. Hawkins brought Elizabeth back to the top of Flying Saucer Hill. As the ship landed, he drew her close. He reassured her that he'd be back for her soon. With a kiss, they turned away from her. Hawkins soared back into the sky, disappeared in his flashing light. But he wouldn't be gone for long. Coming up, Elizabeth later visited Hawkins and returned to her history. Now back to the night fell as Elizabeth made her way back to the farm, her heart aching for Hawkins. The next morning, she awoke. For a moment, all been a dream, but as she recalled the events of the day before, Elizabeth knew it was all too real. If anything was a dream, it was life on Earth. His whole reality was with Hawkins. Later that 1959, Elizabeth took her sister Mary to the top of Flying Saucer Hill. Grass was flat, many of the local zoo leaders were gathered there as well to celebrate the arrival of the sky people. Though they were in their 40s, this moment brought Elizabeth and Mary the same sense of wonder as hearing the bouncing of the lightning in their childhood. Back at the farmhouse, Elizabeth sent a dispatch to Keith back in England to tell him what had happened. He was ecstatic, told her he was coming to South Africa immediately. The chief was one of the key members of the Flying Saucer Working Party. He was tasked with established in October 1950 to replace the Flying Saucer Commission that had been years prior. Ultimately, the Flying Saucer Working Party's final report concluded in 1951 that UFOs can be explained as misidentification of ordinary objects or phenomena, optical illusions, psychological delusions, or hoaxes. However, 5 years later, the chief remained steadfast in his belief that UFOs were extraterrestrial in nature and continued to see evidence of their existence. During the chief's stay with Elizabeth, the two of them spent hours atop Flying Saucer Hill, with South African Air Force planes circling overhead, but Hawkins' ship didn't show itself. With others drawn to the area in hopes of seeing an alien, Elizabeth knew he wouldn't come. While Hawkins was happy to reveal himself to Elizabeth, he remained wary of other humans. After the chief returned to England, Elizabeth came back to Johannesburg. There was no reason to stay at the farm. She knew that she'd be able to see when Hawkins returned. Word had spread of Elizabeth's incredible story. Upon her return to the city, Flying Saucer enthusiasts swarmed Elizabeth with questions, but she was reluctant to give them any information. She felt many of them were driven by ego and cared more about the limelight than the truth. When Elizabeth refused to give out any major details, she started to children's safety, she requested police and an ex-officer was sent to keep her family safe. Unfortunately, there's no official records or contemporary articles to help us determine if Elizabeth really was intervention. But if she truly believed she was in harm's way, it's not inconceivable that the police might send someone to make sure she was safe. But someone else was concerned. According to Elizabeth's autobiography, shift appeared over Johannesburg sometime in 1968. The Air Force scrambled jets, but they were unable to reach the altitude of Auckland's ship. Thousands of people watched the skies. Elizabeth's heart deeply thrilled. The powerful mental connection she felt with Auckland had returned with her ship. This time, there is some evidence to back up Elizabeth's claim, although it's tenuous at best. The 1968 chronology of UFO sightings by a UFO society called the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena says that on April 11, 1968, an Air Force instrument inspector and others watched a UFO arc back and forth above Johannesburg. We can't confirm the South African Air Force really did scramble an aircraft, but Elizabeth knew Auckland was sending her a message. She sped back to the farm with her son, David, who was now 9. They arrived on the edge of a massive storm which prevented curious onlookers from swarming the area. The next morning, the sun broke through the clouds. Elizabeth left David with May and retreated to Flying Saucer Hill. Auckland was waiting for her. She jumped into his arms and entered his ship. But they weren't alone. An Air Force helicopter hovered nearby, although Auckland's ship was still out of sight. Elizabeth was nervous. Would they be discovered? Would Auckland's people be forced into war with humanity? But her fears were for naught. With a look of mild annoyance, Auckland pressed a button, and the ship vibrated for a moment before disappearing. It was only a temporary fix. The helicopter came any closer, it could be harmed by force field emitted from Auckland's ship. To be safe, Auckland flew the ship to May's farm. As they stepped off the ship, May stood in the house's doorway, a look of shock on her face. She had believed Elizabeth, but some things have to be seen to be truly believed. We'll have to believe Elizabeth's word that May met her. At the time, May never made any statements about her situation with her mother. Biography was in the 1970s, May had sadly already passed away. Whether or not May ever met Auckland, she was more than willing to let Elizabeth stay at the farm whenever she desired. At this moment, she knew her sister needed her help. With Elizabeth safely returned to May's farm, Auckland told her to rendezvous with him again the next morning in the park. His timing was perfect. Moments later, the Air Force helicopter landed where Auckland's ship had just been. Although May didn't want to let them in, she had little choice. The officer asked Elizabeth for any information related to the flying saucer. She declined to say anything, and she was tired. The officer took the matter and waved her goodnight. Injured. Home. Next morning, Elizabeth returned once again to Saucer Hill. This time, there was nobody to interrupt her rendezvous with Auckland. He took her into his arms, and they entered the ship, taking her to the edge. It was April 1958, and after a confirmed UFO sighting, Elizabeth Quarry boarded a spaceship with Venusian astrophysicist Auckland. Auckland landed the ship off Captain Plateau, high in the Dawkinsford Mountains. He presented Elizabeth with a beautiful ring made of silver and green enamel with a giant stone set in the middle. Aside from being a token of his love, he said it would allow them to maintain a telepathic bond for the rest of their lives. Elizabeth was overcome with joy. She had never doubted Auckland truly loved her, but here was physical proof of it. Auckland gently placed his hand above her chin, pushing her lips up to his lips. Elizabeth surrendered to his touch. Without another word, Auckland picked her up and carried her to a raised platform by the ship's curved wall. lying together on its luxurious softness, finally consummated a love across the stars. The next morning, Aachen landed the ship once again atop Flying Saucer Hill, but he couldn't stay long. He explained that although the ship could float from the sky, it could be tracked by a satellite radio. He revealed that at that very moment, the Russians and Americans were attempting to track the location. According to Aachen, powerful human governments such as the United States and the Soviet Union desperately acquired technology, but they were too behind such powerful knowledge. Humanity is more like technology as Aachen wouldn't be safe in their hands. Not only would humanity probably destroy itself, but it could pose a threat to other galactic societies as well. Elizabeth was the dawdle. She quickly changed back into her clothes and stepped off the ship to farewells for the time being. Although it had barely been Elizabeth knew she was pregnant with Aachen's child. Some might say that at the age of 9 it was a miracle, but Elizabeth knew it was fate. When the time was right, Aachen would return for her so she could give birth on Aachen's home planet of Yukon. After one final he returned to his ship, once again disappeared in a flash of light. Elizabeth decided it was safer for her to stay on, as she was worried about what might happen to her if she came back into camp. She couldn't fathom the kind of danger if she was going to the word got out that she was pregnant with a half-breed child. Cooped up inside the farmhouse in September of 1958, Elizabeth longed for the freedom she once had, no longer down the road in its 40 MG and living in her hair. She couldn't even go to Flying Saucer Hill to meditate on her bond with Aachen. She knew he would be watched if she ventured there. One morning, as Elizabeth gazed out at the rolling grasslands beyond the farm, she felt an odd tingle in her head. Words formed in her mind without knowing how they got there. Go back to on the high plateau. Once again, Aachen was reaching across the vast depths of space to mind. He could sense the urgency of his message. Elizabeth knew she was no longer safe at the farm. She needed to leave post haste. Virtually on a plateau within a massive nation, Captain Pete would offer Elizabeth and Aachen a safe place to meet. Rugged heights were impossible to access by car, and it would be extremely difficult for an aircraft to fly by in loud shouted heat. In the early hours of the morning, Elizabeth set off on horseback with her 9-year-old son David and the baby's wings. The air was clear, and going was easy at first as they crossed the rolling grasslands of the plateau. Elizabeth was glad to be riding on the darkness. Otherwise, the snow-white horse spotted miles. However, ascending Catherine's slopes of the park would be too dangerous, so they took refuge in a tiny hostel at the foot of the peak. Early on, they rode single file up the steep, winding path up the mountain, arriving at another high plateau just as the sun began to bathe the land below in beautiful golden light. Suddenly, something swept David's horse, and it almost unseated him in its frantic attempt to escape whatever threat it sensed. Luckily, David was a skilled horseman and was able to soothe his horse before either of them got hurt. A moment later, the source of the horse's fear was revealed. Aachen's ship appeared in the glimmer of light. Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat. She knew she was safe. David and the groom could sense that Elizabeth and Aachen desired a private moment, so they went off at a distance to feed the horses, while Elizabeth and Aachen spent the morning together. Elizabeth's fatigue melted away as she rested in Aachen's arms. It seemed that their faces as they sat together on the high mountain plateau. Aachen placed his hand on Elizabeth's belly. She felt their child's stirrup for the first time. She immediately knew she would give birth to a son. Aachen assured Elizabeth that she watch her ship any lifted her back into the saddle, turned to the ship, its customary flash of light. David and mountain, stopping at the bottom, but the horses something didn't feel right. Arkin had promised a visit, but she was overtaken by a sense of unease. What if someone was to the top of the mountain? Suddenly, dark, gray, Alex appeared above them, touching down. So, Elizabeth and a small hollow in the rock wall, obscured by a low bush. She hoped against hope that Arkin's ship was still above them, keeping them safe from these mysterious invaders. Sat there, dark. It was a menacing, stark contrast to the beautiful, reflective face of Hawkins. Everything about it was a crude imitation of Hawkins' elegant vessel. The metal steel, like Hawkins' ship, was held together with large, circular rivets. A tripod and sturdy legs supported it with guidance jets set around its perimeter. After what seemed like an eternity, a circular hatch opened at the top of the ship. It reminded Elizabeth of the huge lid of a trapdoor spider's lair, but no predators emerged. A deep silence hung in the air. The city rose in a tall plateau held its breath in anticipation of what would emerge from the ship's metallic depths. Finally, two human men appeared through the hatch. They took in fresh mountain air, apparently glad to be out of the ship's cramped interior. Then, the two astronauts spun around. Elizabeth's horse stood on the track, without comprehending the need for secrecy. Her bridle saddle made it clear that she wasn't a wild animal either. Pulled out a small, like weapon, straight for the horse. Elizabeth knew she had to act or risk the life of her beloved horse. There wasn't enough time for Hawkins to help her. She was on her own. Next week on Extraterrestrial, we'll think of us about is she an occupying Atlas, or is she going to be the test subject for various governments? And any of her experience with Hawkins being believed? Or is it just a fantastical, made-up story? Next week, we'll dive deeper into the history and Elizabeth Patel and the alternate explanation. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all of our other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Play, Castbox, or your favorite podcast directory. We'll be back next week. Until then, don't forget to keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler, with the production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Juan Cutler, sound design by Ron Shapiro, production assistant by Paul Mahler. Additional production by Maggie Admire and Carly Danby. Extraterrestrial is written by Alex Vedadon and stars Bill Thomas and Tim Johnson. The 2005 book, Abducted, How People Come to Believe They Were Kidnapped by Aliens, Harvard psychologist A. Clancy theorized that abductees' memories of their extraterrestrial experiences are a combination of sleep paralysis-induced hallucinations and vivid imagination, already inclined to believe in the paranormal. This theory holds lots. Many people claim their abducted experiences say it happened at night. Remember, bright lights, dark, they're all commonly attributed to abductions. What then to make of Elizabeth Barrow, lover Hawkins? None of the encounters she described as happened at night. Paralysis and likely candidates. Furthermore, many alleged abduction victims have gaps in their memory. Elizabeth is able to recall every single time she spent with Hawkins. Also, what about the fact that Elizabeth was all too willing to go along with Hawkins on his interstellar trip? described as an exception. By all accounts, Elizabeth Flower was found lying in the body, ruling out any mental illness, which is schizophrenia, in her recollection of Rothschild. In the end, the most logical explanation is that Elizabeth made the whole thing up. But something else, something else that defies all conventional logic. That is all.
Scrolling the status quo of the world. Positive output, right? Like, it's like,
Are we alone? Have we been alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous stories about our encounters with another world and discuss how much validity there is to these stories. I'm Bill. And I'm Tim. Last episode, we began the story of Elizabeth Flower, a South African woman who have engaged in an interstellar romance with an alien from Alpha Centauri named Akin. This week, as we complete Elizabeth's story, we'll also be examining how believable Elizabeth's experience is. Is there any truth to it? Or is everything she said about her epic romance with Akin a complete fabrication? At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you are listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information.
Of 1.4 billion Indians.
Ever since she was a
Thousands
child,
of years of
Elizabeth
timeless
Flower
culture
had always
and
been
heritage.
able to rely on
So wherever I go, carry with
fiery
me
and violent tornado
Vedic
shielded her from military and civilian journalists. Now she was on her own, hiding behind a bush with her son David, as two mysterious astronauts pointed a small, tube-like weapon at Elizabeth's horse. Although Akin did closely resemble a human man, there was no mistaking these menacing astronauts for aliens. These intruders were men, and they did not come in peace. But Elizabeth couldn't stand idly by and let them hurt Celine. If her time with Akin had taught her anything, it was that all life is precious. Celine was more than a horse. She was a beloved, trusted companion. And Elizabeth couldn't bear to see her get hurt. Without a second thought, Elizabeth burst from her hiding place and yelled for the two men to stop. Startled at Elizabeth's sudden appearance, the men lowered their weapons, allowing Celine to run away. The astronauts turned towards her as she marched up to them. Elizabeth was so furious that she attempted to slap one of them across the face. But Akin had taught her another valuable lesson. Words were much more powerful than violence. Elizabeth got face to face with the lead astronaut and went on the offensive. She chastised him for pointing his weapon at Celine and told him he and his companion had no right to land their craft. She said South Africa was a peaceful country and there was no place for their violence. The lead astronaut gazed at Elizabeth with a cold, steely glare. It was clear nobody had ever dared to speak to him this way. Elizabeth feared he might turn his weapon on her. But after a tense moment, the astronaut's eyes softened in a look of recognition. The astronaut, speaking a perfect Oxford English accent, apologized for having to threaten Celine's life, but it was the only way they could be sure to get Elizabeth to speak. Elizabeth was taken aback. She knew, deep in her heart, that these men were only interested in her for one reason: Akin. The astronaut confirmed her suspicions. Despite his English accent, he and his companions were Russian agents. They had been able to track Akin's ship with their sophisticated spyware and wanted to speak to him about his incredible tech could never catch Akin themselves, and were hoping Elizabeth would summon him so they could discuss his technology. Akin had told Elizabeth that nations such as Russia and the United States knew about him and wanted his technology for themselves. share it. Although he trusted Elizabeth with the secrets of his powerful technology, the people of Earth as a whole were too violent to have the knowledge of interstellar travel at their disposal. Elizabeth told the Russian astronaut that she would never summon, and even if he did come, neither he nor Elizabeth would ever share Akhen's secrets with the Russians. In a flash, the Russian grabbed Elizabeth's wrist in a vice-like grip. All traces of friendliness vanished from his eyes. He knew that convincing Elizabeth to get Auckland to speak to them was a long shot, but she still held great value to him. There was another path to the incredible knowledge Auckland originally regarded humanity, his unborn son. As the Russian astronauts prepped their spaceship for departure, they revealed that their real mission was to capture her. They were tasked with bringing her back to Moscow, where she would be held in a special exobiology clinic that dealt with life in outer space. Once Elizabeth gave birth, the Russians would bring the child to the economy. They were confident that Akhen's son would naturally want to reunite with his father and would have the ingrained knowledge of how to reach the stars. Unfortunately, this part of the story runs into a bit of a historical. According to Elizabeth, this encounter happened in 1907, but the first manned space flight wouldn't occur until April 12, 1961, when the Russian astronaut Yuri Gagarin visited Earth. If the Soviets had achieved space flight 5 years before Gagarin's flight, it's highly unlikely that they wouldn't have published it, given the intensity of the space race during the Cold War. That's true. A lot of the story doesn't pass the smell test, but since this was during the early stages of the space race, perhaps the Soviets wouldn't want it to get out that they were pursuing the knowledge of interstellar travel. If they succeeded, sending small craft into Earth's orbit would be small potatoes compared to the ability to travel in the solar system. Good points. But whatever the case may be, at this point, Elizabeth really believed she was the real man. There didn't seem to be any way out. Her son David had disappeared, hopefully riding the station, but her own horse was missing too. Just as all hope seemed lost, Elizabeth's horse appeared over the woods. The Russians bristled at its appearance, but couldn't raise their weapons. They couldn't risk upsetting Elizabeth and inducing a mischief. Serenity was with them, and the horse ran up to her to keep company. But the comfort was short-lived. After the brief reunion, the lead astronaut had asked for more time to leave. Wait, Elizabeth shouted. They had a long journey ahead of them. They should let the groom prepare them some tea before they leave. The Russians agreed. They missed having creature comforts, and it would be nice to have some hot tea before departing. Elizabeth bought herself a little more time. As she sipped on her tea, her mind raced. She just needed the slightest of distraction, and she got one. A South African fighter jet roared overhead. As the Russians turned toward the noise, Elizabeth leaped onto Serene's saddle and spurred down the mountainside. But the Russians weren't giving up. Powerful demons after Russian annihilated Hitler sitting in the she knew it was nothing more than a warning shot. The Russians or her child. Elizabeth and the groom continued their flight down the mountain. With the sudden appearance of the South African Air Force jet, Elizabeth hoped the Russians would have to rendezvous with their spaceship rather than pursue her any further. Once again, Elizabeth's story here bumps up against a historical impossibility. While the first space station was built by the Soviet Union, it wasn't launched until 1971. Something else to consider here is that Elizabeth is only speculating the possibility that the astronauts had a space. It's important to note that this story comes from Elizabeth's biography, which was released in 1975. It's possible that as she sat and wrote the story, it occurred to her that the Russians might have used a space station from where they could track Hawkins' movements. Considering the presence of a boulder annihilating laser, it's also possible that she embellished the story for dramatic purposes. But whether the dangers were real or a bit enhanced, Elizabeth didn't want to hang around and wait for the Russians to get back. And rode to the bottom of the mountain as fast as she could. While riding, she found David, who followed her towards home. As she sped down the mountain, a hailstorm broke out, and Elizabeth and David took shelter in a dingy hut. Safe inside, she knew the Russians wouldn't be able to track her. The vicious storm lasted through the night. Ended. Elizabeth sensed Aachen calling. She knew the Russians wouldn't have been able to remain on the mountain, that it would be rendezvous. With David in tow, Elizabeth returned to the foot of Captain Peak. Aachen arrived shortly after. Aachen was impressed with Elizabeth's quick thinking and bravery in facing off against those Russian kidnappers. He apologized for not being able to intervene, but Elizabeth wouldn't hear it. She knew how important it was to keep the technology out of the wrong hands. Elizabeth, Aachen, and David passed several blissful days at the court of Captain Peak. Aachen told Elizabeth it would soon be time for them to depart for his home planet of Yukon so she could give birth, but he had a few things to take care of first. He instructed her to head back to his sister May's farm, and he would come to fetch her in a few days. Coming up, Elizabeth visits the planet Yukon and gives birth to her and Aachen's son. And now, back to the story. Elizabeth and David returned to May's farm to wait for Aachen's return. Elizabeth found herself in a more turbulent situation than she had anticipated. While Elizabeth was gone, May's beloved dog Cookie disappeared. She had sent out all her workers and 2 trained hunters. There was no sign of poor Cookie. Elizabeth's throat tightened. She believed Cookie had been killed in a ritual sacrifice of meat medicine. According to Zulu tradition, meat sacrifices are performed in order to use the victim's body parts as medicine. While these sacrifices are not commonly practiced among the Zulu people, they are an unfortunate remnant of traditional beliefs. For someone who still believes in the power of a meatless sacrifice, Cookie's value was twofold. As a white-colored animal, a piece of his liver was highly valued. Eating it would give the consumer added sexual prowess and evil spirits at bay. Furthermore, Cookie had seen Aachen's ship, and therefore his eyes great power. Potentially, even these eyes give someone a small piece of the power Aachen possessed. Elizabeth shared her suspicions with May, and May's thoughts immediately went to his sister's safety. Some of the local Zulus had seen Aachen's ship appear in the skies. While they hadn't spread word of Aachen's arrest, it wasn't far-fetched to believe that, just like Elizabeth's Russian captors, some of the Zulus might want Aachen's power for themselves. If whoever had killed Cookie spread the word that the dog had witnessed Aachen's traps, Elizabeth could be in unimaginable danger. If they were willing to kill Cookie just because he had seen Aachen's ship, who knows what could happen to Elizabeth if they found out she was pregnant with Aachen's child. But Elizabeth, she knew Aachen would come for her before word came too far. She was right. A few days after returning to the farm, Elizabeth could sense Aachen's presence. May agreed to watch David while Elizabeth was gone, and they shared a tearful yet joyful goodbye. Elizabeth then set off for a nearby hilltop, trusting the automobile. It wasn't long until she heard the familiar hum of Aachen's ship. It appeared in the moonlight sky. Unearthly, bluish lights emanated from the portholes as Aachen stepped out of the ship. He walked to Elizabeth and gently picked her up in his arms. But Elizabeth stopped him before they re-entered the ship. As silly as it sounded, she didn't want to leave her car sitting there on the hilltop. Aachen laughed and promised they'd take it with her. He was curious about how it worked. His features were advanced far beyond piston engine. Once the MG was safely stored on the ship, Aachen and Elizabeth took to the skies. Aachen reassured Elizabeth that she would be able to breathe normally on Yukon. During her various days on his ship, Aachen had mixed in the air in Yukon's atmosphere, which allowed her body to gradually adjust to what the conditions on Aachen's planet would be like. For the first time, Elizabeth how Aachen ship was able to travel such vast distances. There was no discomfort as the ship adjusted its flight and time frequency in order to reposition itself off the Centauri system. Elizabeth's heart soared as Neutron filled the viewplane. She leaned her head on Aachen's chest as the ship descended to the atmosphere and landed on the roof of Aachen's home. Aachen's family welcomed Elizabeth as if she was one of their own. Elizabeth marveled at how happy and healthy she was. Aachen told her it was because his people had evolved past war and interpersonal conflict. The people of Neutron were unburdened by tension and depressing thoughts, which gave them exceptional health and longevity. In fact, Aachen was over 3,000 years old. They had no need for a monastery system. Everyone shared the beauty and comforts of life with each other. Knowledge was channeled into constructive work rather than conflict. With such a harmonious civilization, people were extremely selective about who they admitted into their society. As Aachen had previously explained to Elizabeth, she had been selected because she was a descendant of the original Venetians who retained their race memories that made it so easy for her to integrate into their society. Elizabeth didn't know how this was possible, but could feel that it was true. She bore more resemblance to Aachen's people than she did her own family. Somehow, the blood of Aachen's people had been passed down to her. Although she was of Earth, she was a true Venusian, just like Aachen. Unfortunately, Elizabeth wouldn't be able to stay on Neutron forever. Although she was able to survive on Neutron, her heartbeat was still attuned to Earth's lower frequencies of time and space. Aachen was able to temporarily adjust Elizabeth's heartbeat for 4 months. It would be long enough for her to give birth to their son and help raise him to young adulthood. With Aachen's technology and Neutron's unique properties, its growth would be significantly faster than if he had been on Earth. Although Elizabeth was saddened by the knowledge that she couldn't spend the rest of her life with Aachen and their son, she was buoyed when Aachen told her that after she died, her soul would be transported to Neutron and she would be able to rejoin them. Life on Neutron was nothing short of paradise. All life existed in harmony, with no carnivorous predators to threaten life. Overpopulation was solved by transporting excess animals to other planets where they could thrive. Elizabeth was delighted to see vast herds of snow-white horses galloping across the landscape. They reminded Elizabeth of her trusted Celine, and for good reason. Arabian horses like Celine were the descendants of Neutron's beautiful past. The days passed in serene bliss. Elizabeth and Aachen rode the beautiful, tame horses all across Neutron's picturesque countryside, taking in all the abundance the planet had to offer. At night, Aachen and his family would show Elizabeth scenes from their people's history that would materialize like a curtain across the comfortable living room. She saw scenes of his people's formation on Venus, which appeared to be very similar to Neutron. Elizabeth learned how Aachen's people, and forebears of humanity, emerged from Venus's vast warm seas and created a great, glorious civilization. This claim contradicts what science has told us about Venus. Although it is very similar to Earth in terms of size, mass, and density, similarities end there. Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system. It has a dense, hellish atmosphere that traps heat in extreme greenness. However, there is also the possibility that Venus was habitable during the first 2 billion years of its existence. Using models similar to those used to predict climate change on Earth, NASA researchers have concluded that Venus used to have a shallow ocean of liquid water, cooler temperatures, and a thinner Earth-like atmosphere. Incredibly, they first came to this conclusion after the brief foray of NASA's pioneer in the 1980s, long after Elizabeth had made her claim about Venus. With the challenging conditions now on Venus, it's impossible to search for any traces of Aachen's civilization, as the atmosphere made short work of the probe NASA. If we are to believe that Aachen's people originally came from Venus, it contradicts the scientific consensus around Darwin's theory of evolution. sure. Elizabeth believed Aachen every ounce of it. He described to her how his people's serene existence allowed them to focus on science and technology, and they eventually developed helium-filled airships that allowed them to escape Venus' atmosphere. Beyond the atmosphere, Aachen's people got their first glimpse of the solar system's other planets. Desiring to visit them, they dedicated all their resources to building spaceships. Eventually, they made it to Earth and Mars and settled civilizations there. Unfortunately, the changes in the sun's radiation forced them to abandon our solar system, although they did leave a small contingent of people behind on Earth, fostering a new race that would be adapted to the new conditions. These new people became practically unrecognizable from the original Venetians, although a select few, Elizabeth, some of their characteristics. As the sun faded away, Elizabeth was overwhelmed with how brave Aachen's people had been to overcome the unknown, push beyond the reaches of their home solar system. They thought nothing of themselves. Everything they did was for the benefit of future generations. Aachen's sister Leia led Elizabeth to her room to rest. The moment Elizabeth lied down, she knew it was time for birth. Time on Nippon slowed but it felt like the pregnancy had gone by much faster than most other children. Also, unlike her pregnancy while on Earth, there were no painful contractions. Aaken's advanced medicine made it a completely painless and simple experience. Elizabeth marveled at her newborn son, smooth, golden skin, and many of Aaken's friends and family members came from far and wide to congratulate the new parents, all agreeing that he would grow up to become a great scientist. Their son quickly proved to be unlike any humans. He never fussed or cried and slept for long hours at a time. He grew faster than any child and quickly adopted the vegetarian of Aachen. Elizabeth and Aachen took their son with them everywhere they went. He would take note of everything around him with large, golden eyes. Aachen took them in an atmospheric craft all around Nippon, and they explored its beautiful islands and vast oceans. They visited Aachen's friends, sometimes for days at a time. In the back of her head, Elizabeth knew the time on Nippon was ticking down, but she didn't dare to tell on the future. Present, perfect. Beton was the ideal place to raise a child. There were no drugs or alcohol or violent films contaminate their son's mind. Aachen civilization was a utopia in all respects. It was custom for Aachen to not name their children right away. The right name had to arrive organically. After a few weeks, Elizabeth proposed the name Ailey. It derived from an Old English word for noble. It started with the letter A, just like Aachen. Aachen loved it. He felt like it was a name that paid homage to both areas. Elizabeth and Aachen gathered their loved ones at Aachen's home to celebrate Ailey's community. Visitors came from stars as far as the constellations of Lyra and Cygnus, over 1,500 light years away. The visitors from Sydney very much desired to have Ailey come visit, but Elizabeth was worried. Although Aachen's people were capable of traveling incredible distances, it was still very far. Elizabeth was also concerned that there would be a synchronism somewhere within the constellation in the near future. In the end, they decided Ailey to go visit Lyra instead, which was only 26 light years away. Although Elizabeth knew he'd be fine, she couldn't help but be concerned for her son. The stress and worry about Ailey caused Elizabeth's heartbeat to go out as the rhythm of Nikon's frequency. The reality of the situation finally hit her. She would have to return to Earth alone, while Aachen and Ailey explored the mysteries of the universe. Despite her sadness, Elizabeth wouldn't have wanted her life to have gone any other way. The glory of Aachen and Ailing's love would stay with her forever. She was destined to live a shortened life, but it was worth it. After recovering her strength for a few days, it was Time for Elizabeth to return to Earth. As she climbed aboard Aachen ship to the voyage home, Elizabeth was surprised that she felt no sadness or remorse. She knew that her return to Earth was but a mere blink of an eye compared to the eternity and Aachen once her human body passed away. This was an honor only bestowed by very few outsiders Aachen people brought into their society. Elizabeth was bestowed with Aachen's people's race memory. Her spirit would naturally return to Nippon after her death. With Aachen's technology, she could be reborn back into her body as it was now, with the longevity and health of a true Venetian. This knowledge buoyed Elizabeth's Nippon heart otherwise. Even though Elizabeth knew her true home on Nippon, she was still happy to see the mist-shrouded hills of the small South Africa. Aachen landed his ship on the mountain track, where he had come to take Elizabeth to Nippon. The mountain air was keener than the polluted smog in the city, but it still didn't compare to Nippon's pure air. Elizabeth choked with cough as she readjusted to Earth's atmosphere. Aachen advised her to breathe slowly, not too deep, until she had readapted. Aachen kissed Elizabeth deeply and passionately. She promised to always watch over her and keep her safe. Elizabeth replied that he would forever be in her heart, and she would take strength from his love. Aachen wished he could stay with her, but considering how eager many of those nations were to get their hands on his technology, they could never be happy or settled. Elizabeth agreed, although parting was extremely difficult. Her experience with her would-be kidnappers made it clear that she, Aachen, and Ailing would have to wait to be together. Aachen smiled and brought Elizabeth's car from out of the city hold. He stood silently as she climbed into the car and turned on the ignition. Elizabeth looked back, but Aachen was gone. His ship was here. It pulsed with its beautiful blue light, and then it was gone. Coming up, Elizabeth readjusts to life on Earth and re-examine the credibility of her experiences with Aachen. And now, back to the Elizabeth's return to Earth in 1957 was a joyous affair. May had kept Elizabeth's room ready, and there was a fresh pot of tea on the stove when she came home. May had known that Elizabeth was away with Aachen and was keeping an eye on David as well while he was enrolled at a nearby boarding school. But things had changed in the 4 months that Elizabeth had been away. Shortly after Elizabeth's return, May and her husband both passed away. Unfortunately, Elizabeth wasn't capable of taking care of the family farm, so she and David returned to Johannesburg, but she felt suffocated by the crowded streets and the polluted air. 6 long years passed until Elizabeth was able to save up enough money and leave the city for long enough to reunite with Aachen. In 1963, once David's school was out of session, they left Johannesburg and returned to the Drakensberg Mountains. As they approached the mountains, Elizabeth was hit with a sudden wave of longing for Aachen. As her thoughts dwelled on the blissful moments they had shared on Nippon, the cool smell of the distant planet's ocean filled her senses. Elizabeth knew that Aachen was near. Elizabeth pulled the car over, and she and David stopped to observe the sky for a sign of Aachen's ship. By now, David was a teenager, and although he didn't have any real relationship with Aachen, he didn't seem to begrudge his mother for her interstellar relationship. As usual, Aachen's ship appeared in its customary flash of light, framed beautifully against the gathering cumulus clouds. At this moment, Elizabeth took out a box camera and took several photos of Aachen's ship. The photos can still be seen today. They show a small disk standing out starkly from massive clouds in the background, and are regarded as some of the most convincing evidence of UFOs existing. Elizabeth stood by the photo's authenticity, and they offer perhaps the most compelling proof of Aachen's existence, more so than some of the fantastical and scientifically dubious details from his stories. However, some people have also pointed out that the ship in Elizabeth's photo bears a striking resemblance Reno is a spinning plastic plate that can be balanced and stick. However, nothing has definitively proven that the photo isn't authentic, and it does look very convincing. For anyone curious about the photo, it can be easily located on the internet. But at the time, Elizabeth wasn't thinking about getting proof that Aachen existed or fodder for UFO theories. She just wanted a memento that she could turn to when her heart ached for her lover. As Elizabeth finished snapping her photos, a sudden lightning storm surrounded the car. Operating on instinct, Elizabeth flung herself off the rock she was standing on, flattened herself in the grass, and rolled down the hill. It wasn't a moment too soon. The streak of lightning shattered the rock she had been standing on only moments earlier. Knowing David and the dogs would be safe at the MG, Elizabeth took shelter under an outcrop of rock ledges to wait out the storm. To her surprise, Elizabeth found her thoughts drifting to an ex-British Army major named Aubrey Fielding. Aubrey had visited her in Johannesburg 2 weeks prior at the behest of the chief. Elizabeth's former commander, who shared her passion for UFOs, arrested her. It wasn't an official Army investigation. Fielding was retired from the forces and was currently an art dealer in Johannesburg. Although Aachen would always be Elizabeth's true love, she was surprised that her mind was drifting toward the kind, gentle ex-major. Once the storm receded, Elizabeth returned to the MG where David waited for her, safe and sound. They continued on to the hostel at the Camp Kentucky, where they had taken shelter after escaping from the Russian astronauts. Elizabeth looked to the sky, anxious for Aachen's ship to reappear. He never kept her waiting too long. Had he sensed her thoughts for Major Fielding? But there was no reason to fear. Aachen's ship appeared as it always did in its incredible flash of blue light. Aachen quickly put Elizabeth's fears to rest. He understood that the love they shared was unlike any other, but it was selfish to expect Elizabeth to live the rest of her life alone while he was waiting to explore the galaxy. Aachen also realized he had left Elizabeth on Earth with no sense of purpose. How could he expect her to resume her normal life after the incredible experiences he shared with him? For years, Aachen had carefully guarded the secret's secrets from humanity, despite the interest in his technology from many governments. Humans were simply too brutish, too obsessed with violence, to be trusted with the knowledge of how to travel across the vast distances of space. But not Elizabeth. The entire time they had been together, Elizabeth had to keep her relationship with Aachen secret from the masses, with only a select few knowing about her lover from Neutron. Now, Aachen realized that she could use her experiences with him for the betterment of humanity. With Elizabeth's help, maybe humanity could someday be ready to join Aachen in the stars. Elizabeth was overjoyed. Ever since she had returned from Neutron, she had felt a direction. The thought of spreading Aachen's message of love and peace to other people gave her a sense of renewed vigor. Aachen stayed with Elizabeth for a few days, but couldn't stay long as he had to go observe the star Vega, 25 light years from Earth. His instruments had picked up a change in the star's plasma output, which, according to Aachen, could affect sunspot cycles and radiation patterns. But now, Elizabeth had a job to do as well. Upon her return to Johannesburg, she jumped fully into the UFO. She was determined to spread Aachen's message of peace and love as far as she could. Elizabeth was more than willing to give interviews to whoever asked, even if the coverage was less than flattering. Many articles about her had headlines such as "Greg is in love with a harmony from space," or "A romance that is out of this world." But unflattering headlines didn't upset Elizabeth one bit. She believed in the adage that all publicity is good publicity. The more people that her story reached, the better. One person who didn't find her story ridiculous was Major Aubrey Fielding. They were married in 1963, shortly after her return from the Continental Mountains with Aachen's blessing. As for Aubrey, he didn't ever feel been in love with a spaceman for 20 years. That's all right with me, as long as he stays in space where he belongs. End quote. Whether he was a believer or not, Aubrey was supportive. He helped her establish a sausage Contact International. Although we don't know they must have been very dedicated. Society held monthly meetings into the 1980s, stopping only when Elizabeth's health was too poor to continue. For the most part, the UFO community wholeheartedly believed Elizabeth. In 1975, she was the guest of honor at the 11th International Congress of UFO Research Groups at Wiesbaden, Germany. After her speech, she received a standing ovation from the 22 attendees. It may not seem like a lot, but these were the top minds in an admittedly small field. Honoring their respect was a sign to the community at large that Elizabeth should be taken seriously. Elizabeth's success in the UFO community encouraged her to compile her documents book. In 1975, after her speech at the UFO Summit, Elizabeth's autobiography, Beyond the Light Barrier, was translated into 2021. Now able to reach a wider audience, the book sparked a new round of interest in Elizabeth's story. The UFO community hailed it as a work of genius. UFO researcher J.J. Hurtak called it a profound, evocative book. Unfortunately for anyone skeptical, there didn't seem to be anyone else who could corroborate. Many of the people who had crossed paths with Hawkins, such as May, had passed away, or, as with many of the Jewish farm workers, it would be difficult to locate. As for Elizabeth, she remained adamant that Hawkins was real until her death in 1991, when she completed breast cancer. But what about us? On a scale of 1 to 10, how believable is Elizabeth Flyer's story? On the surface, it's not believable at all. According to people who knew Elizabeth, she first began to tell stories of Hawkins after reading books by George Adamski titled Flying Saucers Have Landed and Inside the Spaceship, which told stories of a friendly alien from Venus named Orthon. Conventional science isn't Elizabeth's favor either. As we discussed earlier, her description of the advanced technology deployed by her Russian captors doesn't seem likely, considering its timeline in space travel. Her assertion that Hawkins' people originated on Venus, forebears of humanity, doesn't line up with the scientific consensus on humanity's evolution. Perhaps the biggest indictment on Elizabeth's story comes from her son, David, who she claims to have met Hawkins. For many years, she was silent on the subject, but David finally decided to speak his mind in an epilogue to a new edition of Elizabeth's book in 2007. Although David never confronted Elizabeth about her story, he says he has no recollection of ever meeting her or the thrilling encounter with the Russian astronaut. As for her being gone for 20 years, David was in boarding school. It's entirely possible he would have spoken to her for a prolonged period, although one would expect him to be able to remember if his mother had gone to a planet 4 light years away. David's theory is that Elizabeth's true purpose behind her story about Hawkins was to spread the new agey message of peace and love. She made him believe that presenting her ideals through the lens of a fantastical story about an alien lover was the best way to reach a wider audience. However, something to consider when examining Elizabeth's story is that her photos of Hawkins' ship have yet to be officially debunked. They are held up by the UFO community as some of the most convincing evidence of alien life. Until someone can prove their faith, there's always the chance, small, that Elizabeth really did photograph a UFO. For his part, Hawkins doesn't seem all that interested in revealing himself to us to definitively prove his existence. However, others have claimed to see UFOs in the area around the Drakensberg Mountains. While there aren't any concrete explanations for what has caused these sightings, one possibility to consider is that people are seeing a sundial, an atmospheric phenomenon that consists of bright light on either side of the sun. Sundogs are most commonly caused by ice crystals in the atmosphere refracting light from the sun. Considering the high elevation of the Drakensberg Mountains and the description of Hawkins' ship as a bright light appearing in the sky, it's entirely possible that it is actually just a sundog. Common occurrence of sundogs offers an explanation for the history of the seeming brightness as well. It's easy to imagine how a mysterious yellowy light in the sky could be mistaken for a bird. Large birds are mistaken for UFOs all the time. Why not reverse it? Or perhaps Hawkins doesn't think humanity is quite ready to meet, but is still collecting information before fully revealing his presence. Unless he decides to share his technology with us, or the Russians finally get their hands on his ship, we'll probably never know for sure. Ultimately, the only physical proof of Hawkins' existence are Elizabeth's photos of his ship and the ring she said he gave her. Unfortunately, nobody has ever been able to examine the ring to determine its authenticity. In the end, the most convincing argument for Hawkins is Elizabeth's unwavering confidence in her story. But for me, it's just not plausible. I give it a 2 out of 10 on the believability scale. I agree, and that 2 is only because no one's ever disproven the photo. While it's nice to imagine the possibility that humanity can trouble here on Earth, Hawkins and his stars beyond, it just doesn't seem likely. But perhaps Elizabeth said it best in Beyond the Light Barrier. Quote, "The cosmic scale of this book will be lost and misunderstood by any whose intelligence cannot be expanded in the epoch of time to a conscious awareness of our cosmic connection." End quote. Thanks for listening to our story on Elizabeth Farrer and her Galactic Lover podcast. We'll be back next Tuesday. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all of Podcast's other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, CastBox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. Several of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast, Twitter at ParcastNet. We'll see you next time. Until then, don't forget to keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler, with the production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire and Harvey Madden. Extraterrestrial was written by Alex Benedin and stars Bill Thomas and Tim Johnson.
We must guard against acquisition of unwarranted, whether sought or unsought, by the military industrial complex. Potential for the rise of misplaced power and will persist. Never let the weight or democratic process.
In 1961, President Dwight D. Eisenhower warned the world about the threat of unchecked military expansion. He watched as nuclear bombs came rattling off the assembly line. He feared that one day the presence of these instruments of death would only necessitate their use. So far, humanity has avoided a nuclear apocalypse, partially due to Eisenhower's warning. But what if that foresight was not the product of Eisenhower's own mind? What if, instead, Eisenhower was warned of our coming doom by someone who had seen his doom played out before? What if President Dwight D. Eisenhower was coached and guided his policies?
He went to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa for guidance.
Are we alone? Have we
In his early
will
days,
we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. I'm Tim. And I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable. Others may seem all too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Today, we're telling the story of Commander Valiant Thor, an alien from Venus who supposedly came to Earth in 1957 to heal all of humanity's woes. Then, next week, we'll take an investigative approach to his tale and see what, if anything, can explain the stories of his arrival on Earth. At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you listen. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. In 1960, a man named Dr. Frank Stranger published a pamphlet titled My Friend from Beyond Earth. In that pamphlet, Frank claimed to have met with an alien commander from the planet Venus named Valiant Thor. Frank later expanded the story in his 1967 book titled Stranger at the Pentagon. He followed up that book with almost a dozen other books about Valiant Thor spanning decades. Frank sold so many books that he made his living off book sales and speaking engagements. As the story spread across the world, other people also claimed to have met or spoken with Valiant Thor. Some of these people included President Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, Laura Eisenhower, and award-winning filmmaker Craig Capobasso. Many of these people were part of Frank's inner circle, a group of devotees who sincerely believed Frank's story. This belief was so sincere, they were willing to pay a $125 annual fee to subscribe to Frank's Space Week newsletter, a bi-monthly publication that presents intergalactic news and the wisdom of Valiant Thor. Due to the complexity of its tale, Valiant Thor has become one of the most well-known real-life aliens to have ever graced the Earth. While most alien stories focus on yesterday, Commander Valiant Thor is one of the only aliens with an individual name and a plainly stated mission. This story has gained mountains of notoriety, thus it demands discussion, even if much of it seems far-fetched. It is believed by millions of people. This is the story of the Earthman Dr. Frank Stranger and his peculiar friendship with Commander Valiant Thor, an alien being from the planet Venus. The skies were clear and the air was crisp on the morning of March 15, 1957 in Alexandria, Virginia. Two police officers arrived with their cruiser and enjoying the pleasant spring weather. As they chatted, the wind picked up. The pair looked around the clearing and noticed tall grass bending downward. Before their eyes, what used to be open air suddenly transformed into a shimmering metal saucer, floating gently off the ground. The saucer was as wide as a football field, made of thick, green metal, and had light pulsing from its rims. As it lowered itself to rest upon the ground, the officers could see that the central tower was 9 stories tall. The men were stunned by the sight of this massive vehicle. As they stood in awe, the metal opened and a ramp extended down to the ground. Loud footsteps came from the air. The officers watched as a single person went riding out from the answering ship. To the officers' great surprise, this strange being looked much like them. He was 6 feet tall with brown eyes, brown hair, a handsome face, and a welcome smile. Nothing seemed particularly alien about him, except for the suit he wore. The man's clothing was a single piece, without folds and without seams. It shone a bright golden hue, and the material seemed to be from another world. Shaken from their wonder, the officers quickly pulled their guns. There was no telling what the strange man was capable of. While their weapons quaked with fear, a gentle voice permeated their minds. I am not your enemy. I am here to help make the world a new one. To this transference of thought, the officers could tell that this man possessed only good intentions to lower their weapons. One officer asked the man, "What is your name?" Walking ever closer down the ramp, the wounded man responded out loud, "You will not understand my name if you heard it in my own tongue, but Earthlings may call me Valiant Thor. Val for short." The officers nodded. Val hadn't said another word, but they both could tell that this man had come to speak to the president. Now, we know this sounds silly, but for now, we'll try to relate the claims made in the story as true. But we should also remember, stories like these should also be approached with a healthy amount of skepticism. I mean, these police officers magically knew to speak with the president? That seems like a fishy claim. Valiant Thor was previously stated to be telepathic, so it's entirely possible that he communicated his intentions to speak to the president without having to. However, it should also be stated that no police officer has ever come forward and corroborated the story of this investigation. In fact, these two police officers have never even been named in the original story, or any story after that. Perhaps this is because all the information we have comes from one source, Dr. Frank Strange. Dr. Strange becomes more prominent in the story later on. For now, let's continue the story where we left off. Val sat down in the back seat of the car, and the three men drove to the Pentagon. The gates and doors to the building were teeming with security. Metal detectors, police dogs, barbed wire, and armed military guards stationed at every point of entry. As the car approached the building, Val's presence could be felt throughout the area. The dogs started barking, and the guards raised their weapons, some in anger, some in fear. The police officers stopped their cruiser and got out to release Val from the back seat. They were shocked to find that by the time they turned around, Val was already standing outside the car. Val's arms were raised as she signified kind of sounding very similar to other alien visitation stories I've heard. Stranger at the Pentagon was published in 1967, but Valiant Thor's story resembles the plot of a movie that was released in 1951 titled Stood Still. Perhaps even more damning is the similarity to the lesser-known 1954 film Stranger from Venus. This movie is about a woman who meets a man with no pulse. It turns out that this man is from the planet Venus, and he came to warn humanity about the dangers of life. There are definitely some prominent similarities between this story and those films. More similarities will arise as we continue the story, and we won't have time to cover them all, but keep these names in mind as we continue. As Commander Valiant approached the Pentagon, he spoke boldly and confidently, assuring the guards that he had come to the Pentagon with good faith. The guard dogs could feel Val's positive energy radiating out from them. They stopped barking and started wagging their tails in excitement. The guards scrambled forward to shake this man's hand. Val calmed the crowd and entered the building, escorted by guards eager to continue speaking with the extraterrestrial. The guards brought Val straight to the command center of the Pentagon, where the Secretary of Defense greeted him. It should be noted that in Frank Strange's book about Valiant Thor, Stranger at the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense does not have a name. This is odd, because the Secretary of Defense would have been a man named Charles Irwin Wilson. Dr. Strange likely never knew the Secretary's name, and it seems he never bothered to look it up. For a supposedly factual story, it seems like a rather significant fact to be missing. In order to give the story the benefit of the doubt, we will use the Secretary's name for the rest. As we return to the story, Secretary Wilson will introduce Valiant Thor to the president, and we'll see what happens when an alien is taken to our leader. Valiant Thor and President Eisenhower will finally meet after this. And now, back to the story. On March 15, 1967, Commander Valiant Thor, an alien from Venus, landed his spacecraft in Virginia and was quickly escorted to the Pentagon. There, he met the Secretary of Defense, Charles Irwin I've been informed that you've come to speak with the president. Before we can let that happen, I need to know why you're here, spoke Secretary Wilson. Val understood. Opened to form a pocket. Val pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed a button. In an easy language displayed in the air for all to see. This simply signified million letters the words in their minds. Despite the fact that they had never heard nor seen this language before, witnesses found they were able to comprehend every sentiment that was expressed. Valiant Thor explained that this was the result of his people's telepathic translation technology. Words directly into the reader's mind. The words were an unexpected and detailed proposal from the High Council, the highest governmental authority on the planet Venus, similar to the United Nations. This was the very government who had sent thousands of people to Earth on his mission. Secretary Wilson read the proposal line by line. This step-by-step plan to avoid nuclear proliferation, surpass the technological capabilities of fossil fuels, cure all diseases, solve the problem of hunger, and put an end to all human war forever. Naturally, Secretary Wilson was overwhelmed by this momentous proposition, as were most of the men in the room. One captain in the Air Force, a man who was given the pseudonym Captain Gould, famously said, "My God, why couldn't this have happened on my day off?" After much deliberation and careful consideration, Secretary Wilson decided it was time to involve the President. He called the Oval Office and notified the Secret Service of the coming guests. Guards escorted Valiant Thor to the deepest corner of the Pentagon. A secret code was entered into a key fob, and a wall slid away to reveal a clandestine elevator. Val was ushered into the elevator, and they began descending into the bowels of the earth. They reached the tunnel lined with armed guards. Then boarded a train to shuttle them below the city of Washington, D.C. A long train ride led into a second long ride in an elevator, this time carrying Valiant Thor and Dr. Day straight up to the Oval Office. It should be stated that, according to all official records, a secret subway from the Pentagon to the White House does not actually exist. As Val entered the office, he noticed over a dozen Secret Service agents standing against the walls, their hands covered near their firearms, waiting for Val to make a wrong move. Val nodded hello to each of them, then turned to acknowledge the man in charge, President Dwight Eisenhower, in front of his desk. Their conversation was straight to the point. Eisenhower asked, "Where do you come from, spaceman?" Val responded, "I come from the planet your Bible calls the morning and the evening stars." "Venus? Can you prove this?" asked Eisenhower. "Come to my ship and see for yourself." Eisenhower said, "I would take up your offer in a second, but it's not up to me. There's protocol and whatnot to keep me at my post." Before Val could respond, the door to the office opened, and Vice President Richard Nixon entered the room. He walked straight up to Val and shook his hand. After a quick introduction and some witty banter, Eisenhower got back to business. He looked over the proposal Val had brought from the High Council and informed Val that America's best scientists would run some calculations and see if the proposal was legitimate. In the meantime, Eisenhower offered to house Val in a fully furnished apartment at the Pentagon. Val accepted their offer. As he moved to leave the Oval Office, Vice President Nixon asked him one last thing. "Your clothes are stunning," said Nixon. "Is there any chance our boys in research could use some tests on them?" Val smiled and nodded, saying they'd be welcome to test his clothing, so long as they provided him with some temporary replacements. The Vice President assured Val that plenty of clothing would be made available to him in his new apartment. With that reassurance, Val was escorted back through the secret tunnels to the Pentagon. Once Val was shown his furnished apartment in the Pentagon, he put on earthly clothing and gave his spacesuit to the government scientists for later testing. With nothing else for him to do, he lounged in his apartment until he received a call from 3 members of his spaceship crew named Dawn, Jill, and Tanya. Jill, an alien with a shocking name, said, "Commander Thor, we've heard word of a gathering of prisoners believe in extraterrestrial life. John and I think it would be a worthwhile use of our time to attend this gathering incognito. Val responded, an excellent idea. The United States government has provided plenty of clothes for us to wear. I only have to leave this building, then I'll be with you shortly. Commander Val went to his furnace apartment's closet and grabbed a spare suit for his friend Don. He would stop by a dress shop with Jill on his way back to the ship, but for now, he had to leave the Pentagon. Val opened the apartment door, only to find two secret service agents in jet black suits flanking him. One of the agents turned to him and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Valiant Thor asked, "Am I not allowed to move about as I wish? Have I become a prisoner of the United States government?" The other agent spoke, "Prisoner? Not a prisoner. You've got an apartment, not a cell. We just prefer you stay put, out of the top secret areas, like this hallway here." Valiant Thor realized this agent was trying to be clever. If Val could not enter this hallway, he could not leave his apartment at all. Now, Val's turn to be clever. With his mind, Val activated the trans-imaging technology that he would need to help human beings understand his Venetian language. Commander Val held up his empty hand and showed it to the agent. Val then said, "It's a good thing I've got top secret clearance. Take a look at the ID badge the president had made." Val had no such ID badge, but the two agents' eyes noticeably widened as they stared at Val's empty hand. In their eyes, they saw a full-fledged, authentic Pentagon ID badge, granting Val clearance and the ability to wander as he so pleased. One of the agents stammered, "How did you get that?" The other agent replied, "It doesn't matter how he got it, Nimrod. What matters is he's got it." He stepped out of Valiant Thor's way and nodded. "We're sorry for our insolence, sir. Please, go wherever you'd like." Valiant Thor smiled at them and went on his way. At every checkpoint through the building, he showed guards and agents his non-existent ID, and at each checkpoint, they let him pass. Once he had successfully left the Pentagon, Commander Valiant Thor hailed a cab and got a ride back to his spaceship. It's interesting that on this occasion, Valiant Thor falsifies an ID badge to leave the Pentagon. In many anecdotes that come later in the book, Valiant Thor is shown to have the power of teleportation. Frank Strange himself stated that Valiant Thor could teleport out of the Pentagon at any point. It doesn't quite make sense for Val to go through all this extra effort just to leave a building. It is odd, but as Val was leaving the Pentagon, the government was learning all they could about his space technology. The American military, greatest chemists, material scientists, and engineers all gathered around Commander Val's mysterious clothing. They probed and prodded at it, bending it this way and that. It flowed with ease in their hands, folded any way they desired. It felt soft and light. It never showed any wrinkles, yet it stretched like putty, snapping back into its original form with ease. The scientists were entranced and mystified, but an unidentified colonel who was present was more interested in other aspects of the material. The general barked out, "Quit fawning over fabrics, gentlemen. It's time to test its potential martial application. We're gonna rip, tear, and blow this thing to kingdom come." The general had them tie the suit up to the wall. Then he pulled out a diamond-headed drill. He shouted, "Durability test number 1," and fired up the drill. He pressed the drill against the fabric, and the drill quickly broke. The suit was entirely unharmed. The general and the scientists were all stunned. They continued on with a battery of other durability tests. They fired upon it with all types of guns, but no bullet could pierce the fabric. They poured acid on it, but the acid only slid off and burned a hole in the floor. Finally, they blasted the suit with a flamethrower and beamed it with a high-powered laser, a microwave-based precursor to the laser. Through all this abuse, Valiant Thor's space clothing stood gleaming like the sun, undamaged and magnificent. The general was stunned and said, "By golly, I think we need to take this space man's plan more seriously." American scientists then dissected the plan line by line, calculating the costs and benefits Valiant Thor's plan to eliminate weapons, war, disease, and famine would provide. As they poured over the plan, Valiant Thor attended a meeting that would steer him towards the man who started it all, Dr. Frank Green. We'll finally get to meet the good doctor after this. Now, back to the story. After leaving the Pentagon, Commander Val and his teammates prepared for a meeting of ufology. They dressed in Earth clothing Val had acquired to attend the meeting incognito, and brought along a pen and paper to take notes without speaking out. In April 1957, Valiant Thor, Dawn, Jill, and Tanya attended a meeting in the backyard belonging to one Mr. Howard Menger in Hydro. According to Howard Menger, this meeting actually happened, and the people at the meeting discussed their experiences with various extraterrestrials. None the wiser that 4 extraterrestrials were sitting among them. Most of the people at the meeting, including Howard, assumed these 4 strangers were extremely good-looking straight people from New York, who had also taken interest in extraterrestrials and UFOs. However, one man, a photographer named August C. Roberts, saw that something was different about him. When August shook Valiant Thor's hand, he had a powerful feeling that Val could see straight through him into his very soul. August, suspecting that these 4 might not have been from Earth, snapped discreet photos of the group throughout the gathering. These photos of Valiant Thor and his crew are available online and are touted by believers as proof of Valiant Thor's existence. These photos show 3 people sitting at a garden party. 2 men dressed in the 1950s style, with hair, black suits, etc., sit with a blonde woman wearing a white dress. Allegedly, these 3 are the aliens Valiant Thor, Dawn, and Jill, but nothing about them looks particularly alien. These photos could easily be taken with 3 ordinary people. Supposedly, these 3 were purposefully trying to lay low. Perhaps they looked like ordinary people, but they were entirely extraordinary instead. Shortly after the pictures were taken, the meeting of ufologists came to a close. After taking copious notes, Valiant Thor returned to the Pentagon, where President Eisenhower waited with some bad news. Eisenhower spoke. Valiant, I regret to inform you, but the United States will not be able to enact your High Council's proposal. Our best scientists have determined that the elimination of nuclear bombs, famine, and disease would devastate America's economy, and the American people would be unable to live with the conditions that would follow such a drastic collapse. Val was taken aback. He responded, "You mean to say they would be unable to live with the elimination of war, disease, famine, and fossil fuels?" Val looked closely at Eisenhower, noticing the president's eyes splitting to the corners of the room, where shadowy men stood with disapproving frowns. Eisenhower said, "The economy would be ruined. We won't follow your plan, but you are more than welcome to stay at the Pentagon and advise us on other things during your tenure here." Someone else was pulling the president's strings. Val was disappointed, but he did not come to Earth with only one option. He took the president's offer and stayed in his apartment at the Pentagon, all while conducting reconnaissance throughout the planet to find someone who was not subject to government control. He had to find a special person who could take the message to the people. Then, after 3 whole years at the Pentagon, Val finally found his man. And surprisingly, that man had already managed to find Val, or at least photographs of Val. The photos taken of Commander Thor and his crewmates at the ufologist gathering in New Jersey had made their way into the hands of one particular ufologist by the name of Dr. Frank Strange. If you recall, Dr. Strange is the man who wrote Stranger at the Pentagon, our primary source on Valiant Thor's Earth. Dr. Strange was a UFO researcher with degrees in psychology, criminology, and theology. He had been a federal marshal, an investigator, and most interestingly, a Pentecostal minister. He was the president of the International Evangelical Crusade and the International Theological Seminary of California. His mixture of UFO research and evangelical preaching of the message of Jesus were the perfect combination to keep valiant Ford interested. In December of 1959, Dr. Strange had been traveling throughout the East Coast giving a series of lectures in his book, Flying Saucerama. The book detailed Dr. Strange's investigations into UFO phenomena, and by Christmas Eve, he was holding a book signing in Washington, D.C. Dr. Strange sat at his table and signed copy after copy of Flying Saucerama. His eyes clouded with joy as he looked at all the smiling faces. He had spent years working on Flying Saucerama, hoping beyond hope that his research would be taken seriously. Now, here they were, serious people with smiling faces, looking for his signature. Then, in the middle of the crowd, a woman in a professional suit approached. Dr. Strange noticed that she wasn't smiling. In fact, she looked rather worried to be walking towards him. Her copy of Flying Saucerama shook as she handed Dr. Strange her book. He smiled at her to calm her nerves. Then he opened the book to apply his signature, only to find a high-tone Pentagon ID. The woman introduced herself to Dr. Strange, and he later gave her the name Nancy Warren to protect her identity. Nancy had been working at the Pentagon. Commander Val himself had sent Nancy to retrieve Dr. Strange. Nancy extended an offer to meet the man in Dr. Strange's photograph, and Dr. Strange's appeared separate. He met Nancy at the curb in front of his hotel at 8 a.m. the next day. Nancy drove him to the Pentagon. Dr. Strange watched as the car approached the building. They came upon a roundabout with a one-way sign pointing them to the right. Nancy turned the car to the left. Dr. Strange, worried about what might happen next, yelled out, "Nancy, this is the wrong way." Nancy responded, "Don't fret. This is the right way for us." As they pulled around the curve to the building, cars drove past them without honking horns or flashing lights. Armed guards watched as the car pulled up to the security gate at the curb. Nancy stopped the car, and Frank Stapp stopped still in his seat. The guards were looking right at him. Nancy said, "I told you not to worry, Frank, so why worry now? We're going to get out of the car and walk toward the gate. When we pass the guards, point at your lapel. Everything will be fine." Dr. Strange suspected she wasn't telling him the whole story. After all, his role was there. As Nancy got out of the car, Frank sat pondering his options. Part of him thought it would be best to go home now, without risking a crackdown from the Secret Service. Yet a louder voice from deep inside his soul told him he could trust her. His curiosity overwhelmed his caution, and he followed Nancy to the entrance. He watched as Nancy flashed her ID and walked past two armed guards. The same guards that the king expected. He pointed at his lapel, and the guards nodded, letting it clear that nothing was the matter. It's important to note that this part of the story changed almost every time Dr. Strange decided to tell it. In his book, the guards look at his lapel. In one of his lectures, he claims to have shown the guards the inside of his suit jacket. And still, in another one of his lectures, he claims to have held up his empty hand, as if he was holding a key, much like Valiant Sword did at Valiant Sword left with him. It is strange that Dr. Strange was never consistent with this part of the story, especially considering that in one of his lectures, he spends over 5 minutes on this part of the story alone. Whatever part of his clothing Dr. Strange showed the guards, he managed to gain entry to the Pentagon itself. Stunned, Dr. Strange continued into the building. As he approached the moving white walls, he spiral with anxiety. Too concerned, she sick Frank meant to land in the building. Nancy led Dr. Strange through the winding corridors of the Pentagon until they arrived at an office where three men sat typing at typewriters in the corner. Dr. Strange said hello to them, but none responded. Their eerie indifference caused Dr. Strange's hair to raise. He felt Nancy's hand on his shoulder. Nancy reiterated, "Everything will be made clear soon, Frank. Don't worry." Dr. Strange tried to tamp down his fear, but the clacking of the keys took away his mind. side. His muscles tensed as he was about to run for the exit. Then the door opened, and Commander Valiant, the glorious man sent by the High Council of Venus, entered the room. Dr. Strange knew the moment he laid eyes on Val that Val was this world. Much like August Robert, the photographer who had snapped photos of Val a little less than 3 years earlier, Strange just felt in his ears that Val could look right through him. Val thanked Dr. Strange for coming to see him. After a personal introduction, Dr. Strange asked question after question, starting with the mystery of how he had been allowed into the Pentagon without an ID. Val explained that he had used trans images to make the guards see an ID upon himself. Val also stated that he was using the same technique combined with 3 typing men who were present in the room. Dr. Strange's conversation with Val began to take place in complete secret. Now, knowing that he was able to speak freely, Dr. Strange asked Valiant Thor about his purpose on the planet Earth. Valiant Thor smiled. He explained to Dr. Strange that he was an advisor sent by the Almighty God himself. Val had been created at the beginning of the universe, along with Adam and Eve, and all of the first members of the various races and species populate the inhabited planets of the universe. Unlike Adam and the humans of Earth, Valiant Thor and his people, the interior of the planet Venus, had never broken God's immortal law. As such, these ancients lived in communion with the Creator God, and Val was close personal friends with Jesus Christ, the Alpha and the Omega, the ruler above all. Val showed Francis' hands to prove his claim. Val's hands had no fingerprints, and Val stated the fingerprints were a mark made upon man as a sign that they had broken the commandments of the Lord. Val also showed Dr. Strange's stomach, and Dr. Strange was shocked to see that Val possessed no belly button. This proved that Val had been directly created, because all people who had been birthed would necessarily possess belly buttons. Stunning Dr. Strange with these proofs of his claim, Val proceeded to explain that his mission to bring spirituality back to Earth had largely failed. The politicians were too worried about their bottom line, and the shadowy cabal of business interests, religious authorities, and other such powerful men did not wish to give up power, even if that meant they could cure all disease for all time. By this news, Dr. Strange's grew distraught. If the world's leaders had rejected Val's message, would the world ever truly improve? Val clarified that the leaders had not rejected the advice entirely. Val had helped the United States develop space medicine to assist injured astronauts in space, but more importantly, Val had summoned Dr. Strange to the Pentagon to help him fix the world. While the world leaders refused to bring Val's message to the people, Dr. Strange, with his amazing credentials, impeccable investigation skills, and deeply held faith in Jesus Christ, would be Val's emissary to the world. Dr. Strange was stunned. This magnificent man, glowing with brilliance, had chosen him as his envoy to the people. Yet the more Frank thought about it, he had to admit he was a good fit for the job. He had spent much of his life preaching good news of Christ to the people already. He had also faced much ridicule for his belief in UFOs, but he had stood tall throughout the persecution. Val said, Dr. Strange, if you need more proof that you've been touched by God, you need only look at his stunning masterwork, Flying Saucerama. That book is clearly divinely inspired. The hand of God guided yours as you touched it. Dr. Strange was blown away. Everything he had felt during the writing of that book was now being confirmed by an immortal, creative being. It was almost more than he could handle, but as he allowed himself to process this overwhelming emotion, he realized he had just been given a divine purpose. Valiant Thor told Dr. Strange many more things during this meeting, almost too much wisdom for one man to relay to the world. When the meeting ended, Val told Dr. Strange he was looking forward to working with him in the future. Dr. Strange was surprised to hear that this PhD would continue working. He asked Commander Val when they would next speak. Val said, "We'll meet again when the time is right." At that moment, Val vanished from before Dr. Strange's very eyes. Nancy Warren escorted him out of the Pentagon, and Dr. Strange returned to his hotel room to ponder this life-changing event. Quickly, he knew that the government was not appreciating him acting as the shadowy forces that controlled the world. It was not likely he publicly spoke out against corruption within the government. And yet, Dr. Strange also knew that all good causes need their martyrs. He wrote the book, Stranger on the Pentagon, to describe his experiences with Commander Valiant Thor and to expose the darkness and greed motivating the decisions of our world leaders. Stranger at the Pentagon first hit the shelves sometime in 1967, 10 years after Valiant Thor first met with Stranger at the Pentagon was released by critics and non-believers. Even the people who should have been Dr. Strange's closest allies, his fellow ufologists, mocked his story. Yet Dr. Strange knew what he had seen and who he had met, or at least he kept making those claims. While most people disregarded his stories, not everyone ignored Dr. Strange's. Some people took Dr. Strange very seriously, deadly seriously. By showing the world about Valiant Thor, Dr. Strange had threatened the economic interests of very dangerous men. Men who fully intended to make Dr. Strange pay for his testimony with his life.
Was hiding side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
Thanks for listening to
And the nation was eagerly waiting to celebrate the
look at Dr.
joy of
Strange himself. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all of Parcast's other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, Castbox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. Several of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler, with the production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Ron Shapiro, with production assistance by Paul Muller. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire and Carly Madden. Extraterrestrial is written by Giles Hobson and stars Bill Thomas and Tim Johnson. Anthony sat at the table by the entrance to the diner near his hotel. He crumpled up some crackers and sprinkled them across his red and delicious best tomato soup he's had in years. Suddenly, he heard a ruckus from the back of the room. He watched as a portly man in a nice suit rapidly moved towards the exit, and expressionless. Anthony recognized the man as Dr. Frank Stranger, a UFO expert and his employer. Dr. Stranger was shocked when he saw his employee sitting in the diner. He said, with his voice cracking, "Anthony, I'm so glad you're here." Anthony noticed a small stream of blood dripping out of Frank's nose. Worried, he asked, "Are you feeling okay?" Dr. Stranger, almost gasping in air, choked out, "Anthony, I need you to get me to a hospital. I've been poisoned, and I think I'm about to die." Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. I'm Tim, and I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable. Others may seem all too real. But these stories shed light on human and human psychology, and each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of views. And for that reason, we think it's worth exploring. Today, we're finishing the story of Commander Valiant aliens from Venus supposedly came to Earth in 1957 to heal all of humanity's woes. We'll also examine the life of the man who started it all, Dr. Francis Ranger, closer at the details of itself. At podcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners, who allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Podcast and Twitter at Podcast Network. If you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise at theparcast.com/merch for more information. In 1967, Dr. Francis wrote a book titled Stranger at the Pentagon. He claimed to have met an alien spaceship commander from Venus named Valiant 4 had come from Venus in 1957 to speak with President Eisenhower. Valiant proposed a plan to help humanity eliminate nuclear weapons, famine, and disease. However, after 3 long years of Val advising Eisenhower at the Pentagon, a shadow government forced Eisenhower to reject Valiant 4's plan for the sake of their corporate interests. After the United States government failed to help the people, Val sought out civilian people to bring his message to the population. In 1960, he selected Dr. Stranger, a well-known UFO investigator and minister dedicated to spreading the word of Jesus and proving the existence of extraterrestrial life. By the 1960s, Dr. Stranger had grown used to speaking at UFO conferences all across the nation. However, after receiving his divine directive from Valiant 4, Dr. Stranger longed to spread the word of Valiant 4 all across the world. According to the second edition of Frank Strange's book, Stranger at the Pentagon, Frank still got his chance to heal the world. He received an invite to speak on a European UFO conference tour. He flew to Mines, Germany on November 3rd, 1967. Once he arrived, he met up with his interpreter. All congealed between Dr. Strange's and his account was the pseudonym Anthony Lowe. Anthony helped Dr. Stranger check into his hotel, and the two made plans for the rest of their travels to Europe. The next day, November 4th, Dr. Stranger received a phone call from a man claiming to be a reporter for a very large Italian news organization, the name of which Frank never divulged to the public. The man said he wished to interview Dr. Stranger about his latest book, Stranger at the Pentagon. Dr. Stranger was excited. He had been invited to Europe to present on his first book, Flying Saucerama, but the same conference had explicitly barred him from speaking about Stranger at the Pentagon. However, the conference had given him no stipulation against being interviewed about Stranger at the Pentagon. He arranged a meeting with his reporter at a diner the next day. In his excitement, he forgot to tell his interpreter about the meeting, so the Italian couldn't speak in English on the phone. According to the second edition of Frank Strange's book, Stranger at the Pentagon, Dr. Stranger went alone to the diner on November 6, 1967. He sat down in a booth and ordered a bowl of tomato soup while he waited. Dr. Stranger's feelings cooled down. It tasted good, but a little on the bitter side. After a brief 5-minute wait, 2 men entered the diner. They were well-dressed, wearing neat black suits with stylish black hats. One carried a writing pad, and the other carried a camera. Head, Dr. Strange's nicknamed them the writer and the photographer. Dr. Strange's made eye contact with the writer. He nodded as the writer approached. The photographer nodded as well. Dr. Stranger shook the 2 men's hands. They smiled as they introduced themselves, happy to make the doctor's acquaintance. The trio sat down in the booth and began the interview. They asked question after question about Dr. Strange's book. They wanted to know everything they could about Valiant 4 and his mission, sure that their faithful readers would love to hear the information. Dr. Stranger was happy to tell these men everything he knew. He had to spread the word of Commander Thor, and these were the first members of the press who expressed genuine interest in what he had to say. In the process of the interview, writer asked Dr. very specific, where is Valiant 4 now? Dr. Strange answered, I don't actually know. Somewhere in the solar system, executing the mission. But Valiant 4 doesn't tell me where he's at every moment of the day. The writer nodded and smiled. Delving into Valiant 4's goals and visions. Then, photography asked Dr. Strange again, where is Valiant 4 now? Dr. Strange found this a little odd. He just told you he didn't know where the commander was. He took another sip from his tomato soup, then answered again, himself. The photographer nodded, but also rolled his eyes. His jovial tone turned and demanded, but you do know where he is. You do. Dr. Strange was perplexed. That was line of questioning a little odd, and was a little threatening. Dr. Strange repeated himself a third time. He did not know Valiant location. And then had insulted the photographer. Fine, he said. Don't know where he is. You're right here. And while you're here, we may as well get our photos for the paper. Dr. Strange agreed, happy to bring the conversation to a close. He stood up from the booth and followed the photographer to the blank wall. Dr. Strange smiled to the camera. He noticed the writer had stayed seated in the booth. He saw the writer staring at the table. Dr. Strange thought it was odd for a moment, then realized the man was likely just checking the camera. Just then, the phone rang. A waiter with a heavy German accent approached Dr. Strange and informed him that the restaurant had received a long-distance call from Finland. Surprised, Dr. Strange followed the waiter to another meeting. The call was from a reverend in Helsinki. The reverend was sponsoring Dr. Strange's talk in Finland and was calling to see what time Dr. Strange was due to arrive in his hometown. How the reverend knew Dr. Strange was in that specific diner at that specific time is unclear, but he found Dr. Strange's nonetheless. After a cordial conversation with the reverend, Dr. Strange hung up the phone and returned to the dining room, to find that the waiter was no longer there. Perplexed, but somewhat happy to be rid of the rambunctious men, Dr. Strange sat back down in the booth to relax and finish his bowl of tomato soup. As he swallowed a single tablespoon of soup, he felt a fresh and gritty substance slide down his throat and his mouth to the inside burned. Something was wrong with this soup. Dr. Strange's fights to survive finished. And now, back to Dr. Frank Stranger made many claims in his book, Stranger at the Pentagon. He even claimed to have been poisoned through his tomato soup, and he claimed to be reported on November 5th, 1967. His account in the book continues as such. A gritty substance slid down Strange's throat, causing his mouth and insides to burn. Dr. Stranger quickly chugged a glass of water, but the water only made the pain worse. He rushed to find Anthony, who was interpreter. Miraculously, Dr. Strange had forgotten to tell about the man. Sitting in a different booth at the same restaurant, finishing up his own bowl of tomato soup. At this point, Dr. Strange knew that he had been deliberately poisoned. After all, Anthony was his burning. Dr. Strange quickly asked Anthony to take him to the nearest hospital. Anthony was confused at first, but after noticing Dr. Strange's pleased expression, he turned to his feet and guided Dr. Strange out the door. Trusting his interpreter, Dr. Strange followed Anthony down several streets. As he walked, Dr. Strange felt a liquid coming out of his nose. He touched his finger and looked on his finger. Scarlet red as blood. Dr. Strange began to panic. He told Anthony to hurry. Anthony picked up his pace to a slight jog. Dr. Strange followed Anthony out and into the tall building's back door. They went up several flights of stairs into a hallway. Dr. Strange realized that Anthony had led him back to his hotel. Dr. Strange yelled at his interpreter, "Are you trying to kill me?" Anthony yelled back, "No, doctor, I'm trying to save you. You have to trust me." With that, Dr. Strange followed Anthony back to his hotel room. He didn't know if he trusted Anthony, as blood began to flow wildly from his nostrils. He had any other choice. They entered the hotel room, and searching frantically through the luggage. Excited gasp, Anthony pulled a small vial of liquid out of his bag, handed it to Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange asked Anthony what the liquid was. Anthony said he did not know. He heard a voice in his head tell him to mix the stuff out of medical supplies only 2 days earlier, and he did not know the purpose until now. Hesitantly, liquid and immediately fell asleep. Dr. Strange just a couple hours later felt whole and refreshed, and the nose bleeding had stopped. The phone then began to ring. He picked up the phone, and a familiar voice spoke to him. Commander Valiant Thor himself said, "Dr. Frank Strange, how many times have I cautioned you very carefully?" Frank was stunned. He listened as Commander Val explained that he had sent Anthony the telepathic message to use the antidote, knowing full well that the supposed journalist would attempt to poison, silence the great Dr. Strange. It should be noted that in his book, Strange didn't wonder why Val was calling him home. Val had the power of telepathy, or why Val hadn't simply warned his record. To listen, Val went on to that Men in Black legend did. These Men in Black sought to quash all natural phenomena. Very Men in Black were one of the journalists in an attempt to find Val kill him as well.
What do you think of him as a
Thursday
negotiator?
was
What do you
waiting
think he
to
meant?
Eisenhower and Nixon from Val's plans on this,
Now, that's
while
not
ignoring
something
the
I can
fact
comment
that
on.
more and more
It's
alien
integration.
tropes pop up in the story. Dr. Strange thanked Val for saving his life. Val told Strange
Openly
he would have done it for command,
and
and assured Dr. Strange that they would meet again.
about
According to the second edition, Stranger at the Pentagon, years passed without incident as Dr. Strange continued to keep the word of Valiant Thor. Finally, sometime in 1970, 3 years after the publication of the first edition of Stranger at the Pentagon, Commander Valiant Thor teleported into the backseat of Dr. Strange's car while he was driving. Once
after
Dr.
all, the
Strange
people
got
of
past
India
his
have given
surprise,
reason for
Commander Val thanked Dr. Strange and goodbye of truth. While Commander Val's message did not reach as many people as Val had hoped, Val convinced Dr. Strange that they should publish many more books. These new volumes should focus on the of the Dr. Strange was directed to fly to Lake Mead near Las Vegas, Nevada, where Val's spaceship, One, had parked with a protein shield and force field that he could see with his eyes. Dr. Strange broke down his experiences on the Victor One in the second edition of Stranger at the Pentagon, but for the sake of time, we won't tell those stories here. Over the next 2 decades, Dr. Strange has written over a dozen books now, including My Friend from Beyond the Earth, The Wisdom of Valiant, Outwitting Tomorrow, Secrets for Living from the Great Pyramid, and Secret Bases of the Inner Earth. While most people rejected Frank's about Valiant Thor, Frank and his recent commander managed to gain a small but loyal following. These followers became part of a group called the Inner Circle, a collection of a couple hundred of the godliest UFO believers who claimed to have gained exceptional spiritual insights from their openness to Valiant Thor. These dedicated people received monthly newsletters from Frank claimed to contain concentrated wisdom from Valiant Thor himself. This wisdom presented a worldview that was a blend of Pentecostal Christianity, New Age universal vibration philosophy, and extraterrestrial worship. Most people who subscribe to these believe it helped them live a better life. Some believe exceptionally pure religion, even claim to set foot on Valiant Thor's stage. Others have claimed to have communicated with Valiant Thor on several occasions. One such follower is a man named Craig Campabasso. According to his website, Craig Campabasso is a 59-year-old Emmy-nominated casting director, producer, and acting coach. As an accomplished Hollywood insider, Craig Campabasso had much of what he wanted. However, after being deeply inspired by Dr. Strange's book, Pentagon, Craig took it upon himself to write, direct, and produce a film adaptation of the story. He felt Commander Val's message needed to be spread further across the world, and that film was the perfect medium for such a task. Craig contacted Dr. Strange about the idea in 2005, and Dr. Strange enthusiastically agreed. Dr. Strange came to pass Craig's script to Valiant Thor. Craig also later claimed that Valiant Thor was so moved by his work, Val began telepathically communicating. Note helped portray Val's experience at the Pentagon in as accurate light as possible. Regrettably, producing a film takes time, and Dr. Frankie Strange never ceased his work on the big screen. On November 17, 2008, 81-year-old Dr. Frankie Strange died. Process. Valiant Thor mourned his close friend, but he still had a mission to him. Craig claims that Val guided him to find the film. In 2015, a short film titled Stranger at the Pentagon was finally completed. The film later premiered at the Burbank International Film Festival on December 3, 2014, where it won the award for Best Sci-Fi Short Film. This was both a compliment and an insult to its creator. Craig insisted the film was not science fiction. The film, brought to life by the direct teachings of Valiant Thor, is available today for viewing on Vimeo.com. It costs $5 to watch, but all proceeds gained from the short film will later be used to finance the full feature-length film. Craig has said that he and Valiant Thor hope to eventually use the guarantee to smash hit film to leverage the creation of a TV series based on Valiant Thor's various adventures on Earth. While a feature film has yet to be made, the short film has already had a profound effect on the breadth of the Valiant Thor story. Once the Stranger at the Pentagon short film was released in 2016, Laura Eisenhower, President Dwight D. Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, went public with her own testimony. Laura has publicly claimed that her family has spoken in private about President Eisenhower's interactions with extraterrestrials. For most of her life, Laura did not know the specifics about what alien President Eisenhower had met with. Yet, after hearing the tale of Valiant Thor, Laura became confident that her great-grandfather had met with the space alien. Laura has not personally spoken to this man, but her family add a little extra weight to the claims of Dr. Frankie Strange's and Craig Campabasso. For our telling, that's where Valiant Thor's story ends, but it's important to know that Dr. Frankie Strange told stories about Valiant Thor for more than 20 years. His teachings and anecdotes constantly grew and evolved over that time. Due to the ever-changing nature of these stories, we couldn't cover everything there is to know about Commander Valiant Thor. For our purposes, we presented what we felt were the highlights, as well as all the important parts in between. Now that we've told the story, we can analyze it and see if any of its claims ring true. By the end of our analysis, we'll give our rating of this story on a scale from 1 to 10. When we're talking about the validity of this story, there's a lot more we need. It's important to once again note that this entire story originated with a person. Even the claims of Craig Campabasso and Laura Eisenhower are derived from Frank's work. Their legitimacy is Frank's. Thus, the story hinges on the credibility of its primary witness, Dr. Frank Strange. Much of the public information available about Dr. Frank Strange's life is rather limited and provided by Frank himself or some of his loyal followers. Those sources praise his charismatic and caring nature, hailing him as a wise and virtuous man. They also claim he was a chaplain of a national judge for the Immigration and Naturalization Service associated with the FBI and a chief investigator for NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. These sources also tout Dr. Strange's claim to have doctorate degrees in psychology, theology, humanities, and criminology. He claimed to have earned these degrees in, quote, colleges in the United States, further studied at the Graduate Theological Center in Hong Kong, and at the Society of and National Institute of Criminology in Washington. Unfortunately, many of these claims are unverified or even outright false. For the fact, Dr. Frank Strange's life has been able to verify from outside sources. Frank was born on October 6, 1927, in Brooklyn, New York, to Macaulay and Florida. Macaulay and Catherine were Italians. Frank had 4 siblings, but not much is known about them. Frank told stories about his parents having a 6th child who died in infancy, but as this story was incorporated into Frank's stories about Val and Thor, we do not know if this is true. Frank's parents, however, many of them did not subscribe to Roman Catholicism. Instead, they attended Pentecostal at the Assemblies of God Church local to their area. His parents' religious beliefs rubbed off on Frank. Shortly after graduating from high school, Frank attended an Assemblies of God seminary at the North Central Bible Institute in Indianapolis, Minnesota, where he pursued a bachelor's degree in theology. The North Central Bible Institute changed its name to North Central University in 1968. We know that Frank attended the
Everyone has their own way of looking.
Bible. However, not he actually earned his bachelor's. While at college, Frank grew intrigued by tales about UFOs and extraterrestrials. He would tell stories about his classmates poking fun at his insistent spacemen. This is one of his claims that we can likely take at face value. If Frank graduated college, he likely graduated in 1950. It's unclear where Frank went after college, but we know he did not attend graduate school in Asia, London, or Washington. None of the claims he attended have him in their alumni doctor title as instead of furthering his education, he dove headfirst into ufology, extraterrestrial research, and science fiction pop culture. The next confirmed event in Frank's life came in 1959 when he self-published his first book, Flying Saucerama. After publishing his book, Frank began speaking at UFO conferences, claiming to be the president of the International Theological Seminary of California and president of the International Evangelism Crusade, which he described as a worldwide Christian denomination. No information about the national available online. If this denomination ever existed, it was likely created by Frank Strange, purely title of president. Same goes for the National Theological California, although this one does lend itself to. There is an organization known as the International Theological Seminary of California that exists today. However, this organization was founded in 1982 by Dr. John Won Kim, a Korean immigrant to the United States who actually earned his doctorate. Unlike the National Theological Frank Strange's National Theological not instruct generations spiritual leaders. Instead, Frank Strange's is for only $25, anybody could enroll in Frank's seminary. Shortly after enrolling, Frank would inform his students that they had graduated with high marks and earned their doctorate in divinity. Frank was running what's known as a diploma mill. English highly illegal, but he wouldn't be caught for some time. Based on these actions alone, we know Frank Strange was a con man to lie for money. In the early 60s, as Frank spoke on the UFO conference, he claimed to be a chief investigator for NICAP, National claim, NICAP was one of the organizations in the UFO research field primarily due to their commitment to fact-based investigation. Frank did purchase membership as a member. However, has never been directed. Once NICAP heard about Frank's activity, they canceled his membership, earned his membership fee, and disavowed any claims NICAP of Frank's UFO story. In other words, UFO researchers publicly declared that Frank Stranges was untrustworthy before Frank claimed to have met a Venetian named Valiant. We'll finish discussing Frank's credibility after this. And now back to Frank Stranges had falsified his doctorates and was dismissed as unreliable by the most respected UFO research group in the nation. His deceptive behavior soon caught up with him. In 1963, Frank's diploma mill business drew the attention of the state of California. Frank was arrested and convicted of fraud. He spent a few months in prison and paid a large fine. Around that same time, actually, here, Frank was arrested, tried, and convicted of several times. Information about this trial is difficult to find, but Frank later claimed to have been innocent convicted and claimed to have been charged. Frank did not allow his arrest to slow him down. He continued to UFO conferences across the nation, where his charismatic persona and entertaining style brought dozens of people, mostly those UFO believers, called contact team. Claimed to have personally met with himself. Frank also drew in people who believed to be extraterrestrials, as his book and features about flying saucerama heavily implied that meeting was a common circumstance. Then, in 1964, he produced a documentary film called Phenomena 7.7. Phenomena 7.7 was an investigative documentary focused on UFO sightings at Oro, New Mexico. The title was for Air Force's UFOs that all UFO sightings reported to the Air Force, 7.7% remain unknown or unidentified. Before the film was released, members of NICAP managed to launch and review the film, declaring it a more happening than an otherwise compelling UFO sighting. These members also noted that in the credits, Frank had falsely stated that NICAP approved of the documentary's investigation. NICAP and the press the venues that had agreed to show Phenomena 7.7 dropping it. Frank's movie failed to make widespread release. Original copies were no longer used, and yet, even after his movie was effectively killed by his fellow UFO researchers, Frank Stranges could not be stopped. He released Stranger at the Pentagon in 1967, and in July of that year, he founded NICIPO, the National Investigation Committee on Unidentified Flying Objects. The founding of this organization was yet another attempt by Frank Stranges to fabricate credibility. Unsurprisingly, it worked. In 1968, Frank was selected to host a new late-night NBC TV show titled Flying Saucers, Here and Now. The show was ordered to film 39 half-hour episodes focused on pictures and testimonies about extraterrestrial encounters. As the host, Frank was the star. A one-hour pilot was and aired on a small local station testing. However, the general UFO community heard the show was starring Frank Stranges derided the Skylook, UFO newsletter that was later become the UFON Journal, said the intention of Frank Stranges the show was calculated to keep so much ridicule on the subject of UFOs that the invention of one would elicit a better act. After the pilot was widely scanned, Frank left his own devices again. As we've already discussed, Frank remained a public figure and wrote close to a dozen books of valiant hope. There were a few more significant events in his life, including 3 marriages, 3 divorces, and an appearance on the Jerry Springer Show in 1993. But for the most part, he made his living off of Valiant Thor. These stories were his primary source of income from the publication of The Stranger at the Pentagon in 1967 until his death in 1968. So, of course, Frank Strangers was a proven liar with great incentive to lie. We've already raised some questions about the story itself as we told it, but perhaps it's time to dive a little deeper into Valiant. Let's start at the beginning. Valiant Thor was first deployed at the Pentagon for 3 years working with the president himself. During this time, hundreds of people would have met him and known that he was an alien. This event would have been widely documented. This information would necessarily be kept secret. Some of the corroborating details would have been released after the freedom of information. For instance, a secret underground tunnel between the Pentagon and the White House had been built in the 50s. We would have heard about it by the 2010, 50 years later. So we have a story that can have some outside corroboration, but instead we only have the word of one Frank Stranger. Frank would likely counter that any threatened by the government. However, this argument actually hurts. Frank claimed on multiple occasions that a government agent had told him to keep quiet about Valiant Thor. However, instead of this story coming off as threatening, Frank would use it as an amusing anecdote to highlight his own cleverness. The agent commanded, "Don't say anything about what you've seen." Frank would say, "He didn't tell me not to write down what I saw, so I wrote a book. They can't do anything." Thus, it goes to show if Frank can disobey a direct order from a government agent and still live to the ripe old age of 51, so could any of the actual government agents who worked for Frank might then see photographs taken of Valiant Thor at Howard Menzies' get-together, supposedly taken in 1967. Valiant. However, there are many reasons to doubt the veracity of those pictures. The most obvious reason is already stated in the first episode. These pictures are simply evidence that some people, at somewhere, at some time. People on these photographs could be many unknown people whose likenesses were taken advantage of. But there is also reason to believe that we know the name of at least one person in that photograph. The man Valiant Thor could have simply been a young, himself. An amateur investigator on YouTube, whose channel is called Alien Society, has done a lengthy investigation into Frank Strangers. This man is the one who found the North Central Bible Institute where Frank Strangers placing Frank Strangers' yearbook side by side with the Valiant Thor photos shows a compelling resemblance between Frank Strangers and the so-called Valiant Thor. Most people would not have recognized the resemblance because by the time Frank Strangers started speaking publicly, he gained weight and his hair turned gray. Of course, this doesn't prove that Valiant changes, but the resemblance is uncanny. This would also explain why Howard Menger, the party, didn't claim the new at his party at all. Even if the photograph of Valiant was not other evidence to suggest he lied about the nature of these photos from the very beginning. The photos were said to have been taken in Howard Menzies' backyard in April 1967. However, Alien Society also found that Howard Menger had sold that property to a new owner months before April that year. The actual date these pictures would have been taken can be deduced through clues within the pictures themselves. On page 31 of Stranger at the Pentagon, Frank includes a close-up view of the papers in Valiant Thor's hands. In addition to a notepad, Valiant Thor holds a Sunday newspaper. The date cannot be clearly seen. However, 33-7 can be very clearly seen on the paper. These numbers on a Sunday paper are almost guaranteed to be in reference to the score of a football game in one football game. On November 18th, the New York Giants played Washington Redskins and lost 32-7. only football game to have a 33-7 score the entire year of 1956, and there was not a single sporting event that had a 33-7 score in 1957. Get-together was alleged to happen. So the photos were most likely taken on the Sunday after that game in 1956, 4 months before Valiant Thor even arrived on Earth on March 16, 1957. Frank Strange also claimed multiple times in different presentations throughout the years that the Venusians possessed 6 fingers on each hand, toes, and each foot. Yet the photographs clearly depict people with 5 fingers on each hand. These photographs, Frank Strange's most powerful evidence for Valiant Thor, are most definitely not of an alien named Valiant Thor. Even if they were, it would simply raise more questions. Valiant Thor is supposed to be an immortal, ageless being. If Valiant Thor truly wanted Frank to show people these pictures as proof of his existence, why wouldn't Valiant Thor have more pictures taken of him in the decades that followed? Why would Valiant Thor be his only true follower with a few out-of-date photos from the 1950s? I don't believe he did. So we've seen how Frank lied multiple times in the story of Valiant Thor. But the worst part is that these aren't even original lies. You mentioned in the first episode that the story of Valiant Thor bears striking resemblance to the 1961 film The Day the Earth Stood Still and the 1954 film Stranger from Venus. The similarities are obvious in the names alone. Both Stranger from Venus and Stranger at the Pentagon are about aliens from Venus. One alien comes to guide the American government away from nuclear destruction. The other comes to guide the British government away from nuclear destruction. Both also claim nuclear destruction of the Earth would lead to orbital destruction of all life in the solar system. While the plot of Valiant Thor is stolen almost directly from the Stranger from Venus, the name Valiant Thor is most likely also stolen. Thomas B. Sonn, broader and independent researcher into Valiant Thor, came across a science fiction comic called Space Adventure, in which the short story Heritage is a story about a robot living on Earth long after humans had been extinct. This robot's name was Val Thor. Frank Strangers was a science fiction buff and a rabid fan of alien stories. He likely had a subscription to Space Adventures, and he likely read Heritage sometime after it was published. This is purely speculation, but it seems entirely possible that he could have read the name Val Thor and simply added an H in reference to the famous, some would say, Valiant Thor of Norse mythology. We may never know how Frank Stranges came up with the name Valiant Thor, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that Frank lied, and he lied a lot. As his claims about Valiant Thor were false, the claims of his thousands of followers must also be false. Given that Frank Stranges was a proven liar, and given the many inconsistencies within the story itself, we rate this story a 0 out of 10 for believability. After all that, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. A large part of me wishes that Valiant Thor had actually existed, only so he could help make the world a better place. Perhaps this means that the true wisdom of Valiant Thor lies in his message, not in his existence. He came to help the world by teaching us to help ourselves. Thanks for listening to Extraterrestrial. We'll be back next Tuesday. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all of Parcast's other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, Castbox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. Several of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at ParcastNet. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler. It's a production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Russell Nash, production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Muller. Additional production assistant by Maggie Admire and Harley Madden. Extraterrestrial was written by Giles Hofstadt, stars Will Thomas and Steve Johnson.
And not knowing much about government until 2002. But from 2002, you won each election.
On the night of Monday, November 15th,
Many of the elections
Merle Archer, Salem, West Virginia, sat down to watch ABC News. As he watched the program, something strange began to happen. The electric hum increased in pitch. First, it was annoying. Then, the hum became even higher. The volume increased. The noise filled the room, and the screaming flashed, casting a rapid blue shadow across the dark empty farm. Merle cupped his ears in pain. He got up to switch the set off, and then the TV screen burst as the overheated bulb shattered and came tinkling out onto the floor. Now what? He thought as he heard his dog Bandit barking from the porch. He arrived outside where Bandit was going crazy. The dog was standing at the edge of the porch, barking in the direction of Merle's shed. The shed stood across the yard near the tree line. Suddenly, two large red eyes appeared in the darkness. Bandit immediately raced toward them. Merle could stop him. He was too afraid to follow. Instead, he went inside, hoping Bandit would return. He would always curse his decision. In the morning, when he felt it was safe to examine the yard, he found Bandit's footprints in the mud leading up to the shed. But they stopped abruptly, disappearing right where the red eyes had been. Bandit would never be seen again.
on caste, faith, wealth, or ideology. We must strive to ensure the well-being and prosperity of everyone.
Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history. Alien life may not be confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. I'm Tim, and I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable. Others may seem all too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Today, we're discussing the Mothman, Point Pleasant. It's an enigmatic creature, considered by some an alien from another world or dimension. At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. Point Pleasant, West Virginia has a colorful history. The French and Indian Wars were fought throughout the region, creating a hatred among the English settlers and the natives. With his dying breath, he murdered Shawnee chief Cornstalk, cursed the land, saying, "For this, the curse of the Great Spirit rests on this spot." That's what a racially insensitive school performance from 1923 claimed. But if the residents are to be believed, Point Pleasant's greatest threat is not of this world. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, the escalation of tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union led both countries to develop new biplanes and other secret aeronautics projects. Surprisingly, UFO sightings increased across the U.S., and West Virginia was not immune. However, in the Appalachian River town of Point Pleasant, those sightings go on to include not just lights in the sky, but a creature that terrified everyone who saw it. On the morning of November 1966, Miss Mary Hyder, one, sat in her office at the Athens Messenger, which was the premier, one of the only newspapers in the region. Born in 1915 in Ohio, Mary had made the paper her home for the last quarter century. Her thick glasses slipped down her nose as she worked on the latest article. Years typing at a desk had done fine to both her eyesight and her physique, but she didn't care. She loved her job. Her phone rang twice a minute, always with someone calling in with a tip or asking for the weather report. But today, she would receive a series of calls unlike any before. People were talking about something much more interesting than the weather. This time, it was Merle Partridge on the other end of the line. He was a farmer, as far as Mary could remember. Once he answered the phone, he kept going on and on about seeing glowing red eyes out near his place last night. He said his dog, Bandit, was missing, and that she heard about anything strange going on lately. Well, if he wanted to talk about strange happenings, everyone was still yapping about the alien spaceship that supposedly landed on Route 77 a couple weeks before. Right on cue, there was the next earth-shattering call. Mary thanked Merle for his time and suggested that he come in and write his story down. As she picked up the next call, a chill began to run down her spine. This time it was Linda Scarberry. Mary knew her. She lived nearby. Linda was frantic on the other end of the phone. Something had happened to her last night in the TNT area. Something unbelievable. What on earth was going on around the TNT area outside of Point Pleasant is now a nature preserve, but during the war, it was an explosives factory, complete with bunkers to store dynamite. By 1966, the bunkers stood empty among the trees. They are especially ominous, unnatural caverns that appear suddenly to those walking in the woods. Their rusty metal doors creak open, offering a glimpse of only darkness within. Naturally, the bunkers became a popular spot for teenagers to explore. On November 15th, 1966, Linda and Roger Scarberry were driving through the area with friends Mary and Steve Millette. They had circled the area once, stopping to explore the bunkers and to try and scare one another. This had provided for some mild entertainment, but ultimately, the area was rather dull. There weren't any animals. They returned to their car and began to drive back into town. Roger tried to get his eyes to focus on something moving down the road. It was off to the side, near the woods. The way it was moving, wait, it was a man, but who else could be out here at this time of night? He slowed the car as they moved closer to the figure. The conversation in the car had stopped. Everyone was now staring at this strange shape on the road. As the headlights advanced, finally falling onto the shape, all were shocked at what they saw. It was a man. Wings grew from its back. It was brown and hairy all over, or were those feathers? Linda could see muscles bulging in its legs. It looked like human legs, though they ended not in feet, just claws. As the creature turned toward them, they saw its eyes for the first time. They glowed very much like headlights. It was like staring into the sunset. The car filled with red. Nothing else was visible on its face besides the eyes. Those strange, hypnotizing eyes. Mary blinked. She looked to her friends, all of whom seemed to be frozen in place. Suddenly, she mustered all the energy inside of her. Faster! You have to drive faster! She screamed. Everyone seemed to come back to their senses as the car turned out of the nature preserve and onto the empty highway. Linda begged of Roger, "What was that?" He didn't answer. "Roger, what was that?" she screamed. Roger's eyes suddenly flicked over to a nearby billboard. The creature was there. Oh God, there it was again, and it could fly. It unfolded its wings from its back and leaped into the sky. raced past the building. Roger kept his eyes in the rear view, squeezing the top of the screen. Behind them, the creature glided back and forth, tailing them effortlessly. The eyes continued to glow. Mary had not stopped screaming since they first saw it. All she could say was, "Faster! Faster!" Stephen buried his head in his lap. They sped along the highway as fast as they could go. They hit 80, then 90, then 100, as fast as the car could take them. Linda's eyes briefly left the creature to see that there was yet another surprise off to the side of the road. It was a stray dog, dead in a ditch. Still speeding, Roger spoke for the first time, shouting out, "There!" Everyone looked out the windshield to see the lights of Point Pleasant across the river. They were about to cross the silver bridge. As soon as they hit the bridge, the creature turned around, peering off into the field. They had never felt so relieved. Mary Hire found out that the young couple had reported the whole story to the police the same night, the night of November 15th. The authorities immediately set out to see if the creature was still there. It was empty. Linda, who bravely joined the search, noticed that the corpse of the dead dog was missing. Perhaps she had seen the remains abandoned. Perhaps he was now digesting Mothman's son. Ultimately, Mary Hire's paper, the Athens Messenger, needed more before they would report on such an outlandish tale. It could be the Point Pleasant Register that ran the story first on November 16th. Headline: Couple see man-sized bird, creature, something. Next up, the Mothman continues to terrorize Point Pleasant. Now back to the story. On the night of November 15th, 1966, 4 young people driving around the TNT area of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, saw a horrifying winged creature. It chased them back into town. The next night, on November 16th, 1966, Marcella Bennett and her brother Raymond Wamsley were departing from the home of their sister on the outskirts of the TNT area when Marcella saw something horrific in the darkness behind her car. Marcella, who held her baby daughter Tina in her arms, started fumbling to open the car door. Red light flooded her vision. Something massive standing behind the car. Her eyes, staring at the ground initially, scanned upward. She saw legs covered in feathers, then wings, too large to belong to a bird. She saw the eyes, giant red eyes staring at her. Marcella screamed, racing for the safety of the home, but she fell, landing on top of the baby, who began to cry. The family raced to pull Marcella and the baby into the house. Inside, her young nieces and nephews shrieked as they saw the creature through the windows. Her brother Raymond pulled all of the blinds closed. By the night of Thursday, November 17th, 1966, over 1,000 people had gone monster hunting in the TNT area, searching for the creature. Police struggled to keep everyone safe amidst the random gunfire that would sound out from the abandoned buildings. Trigger-happy thrill seekers, no doubt. There have been 2 sightings in many nights. Friday, November 18th, Mary Hire's paper, the Athens Messenger, finally ran a report on the creature. Skepticism on Mary's part disappeared after they received so many reports so quickly, all containing similar details. As the story spread throughout the region, other papers began to pick it up. Soon, the name Mothman surfaced, though only the number first came up with it. Mary Hire, for her part, began covering the sightings in her column, The Waters Mingled. She was cautious in her reporting at first. All of the other local papers treated the sightings with a light touch, and she didn't want to seem like a lunatic. She wondered if this would just blow over like so many strange occurrences before it. However, 8 more Mothman sightings cropped up that November alone. A series of paranormal events continued just beginning. There have been multiple attempts to to explain away the creature. Of course, developing young people had just seen a large owl. Robert Smith, an associate professor of biology at the University of West Virginia, suggested that the sandhill crane, that species can grow as tall as 5 feet, wingspan 6 feet, also known for its distinctive head. However, its long neck and skinny legs do not fit with the description of the mothman. Certainly, vision and memory are both subject to the foibles of human consciousness, but it's also unlikely that large numbers of people mistake an owl or a crane for a giant humanoid monster. Mary Hire thought so. She only became more convinced of the creature's existence as November wore on. Perhaps most alarming, the rapid pace of the sightings. Marcella Bennett was not 24 hours after the Starberry. The Point Pleasant Register had run the Starberry story earlier that day, but it hadn't described the monster with the level of detail that Marcella would that night. Two groups of normal citizens, 2 nights apart, without any interpersonal connection, and they claimed to have seen the exact same thing. This was followed by sightings on November 18th, 20th, 21st, 25th, 26th, and 27th. Though false accounts were to be expected, each report proved chilling to the fact that every witness described the same impossible glowing red eyes. December 1966 brought cold weather and a decrease in mothman. Not surprisingly, the creature failed to stalk anyone while they were wrapped up in a blanket warming up by the fireplace. However, one of the most important developments in the story of the Mothman occurred that month when paranormal researcher John Keel arrived in Point Pleasant. For the residents of the small town, he was an especially curious figure. Some said that he spent his 20s traversing Europe and Asia, uncovering treasure like modern-day Alan Quatermain. Others said that he wrote articles about UFOs and green men. When he showed up in town wearing a long black coat, suit, and dress shoes, some wondered if he himself was some sort of alien or government spook. Mary Hire immediately saw him for what he was, an interested party willing to take the Mothman sighting seriously. According to John Keel's version of events, on his first night in town, December 7th, 1966, Mary and a group of Mothman witnesses, including the Scarberries and Millettes, led him on a tour of the TNT area. Among the witnesses was Connie Carpenter and Mary. John took particular interest in her when he noticed that her eyes were inflamed, swollen. She thought that perhaps she'd had an allergic reaction to something. John had seen this before. Her eyes reminded him of a condition he'd seen in UFO witnesses. Her eyes were always red and swollen, as if they had stared into the sun. As the group made their way into the TNT area, Mary conversed with John. She asked him if he believed the witnesses' stories. At this point, she was an ardent defender. John wasn't overly chatty. His voice was flat and monotone. He asked for more details, wanting to know if the witnesses ever saw any lights in the sky, noticed any strange smells. She couldn't tell if he believed them or not. They arrived at the abandoned factory, which was at the center of the TNT area. Some thought that perhaps the Mothman was using this building as a base of operations or a nest. In his report, John writes that only Connie and her fiancé
Good morning, Miss Aquarius.
in the old explosive factory.
How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you sleep? Excellent. You ready to take on the day? Go get it, girl. Sex?
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
The more new I think it's important for us to create understanding.
was just a busted factory, and yet he was affected by Bobby's abrupt change. What had brought on such a complete meltdown? Outside, they rejoined the group. They were experiencing strange occurrences. They heard a loud bang, followed by what was a vast factory. "Smell?" asked John. I answered, and Mary Millette had something else to offer. Bleeding. Back in Mary Hyer's office, she and John discussed his trust. He didn't believe in anything else. People thought they saw. How did he explain everything that had been happening then? Well, he finally explained to Mary that the citizens of Point Pleasant were experiencing phenomena that all over the globe. He believed that all supernatural phenomena could be explained by one thing: extraterrestrials, beings made of pure light, arriving from another dimension for an unknown purpose. He told her, "Sometimes you hear a pop and smell sulfur." Mary Millette's ears were concussed by the sound of one of them leaving. John's eyes were burned by radiation. He said this as if stating important facts. Mary thought that this was a lot to take in, but John went on to claim that light was the common denominator, that it was hypnotizing, that the ultra-terrestrials could reprogram people's minds with it. Throughout history, the light took on various shapes: the stunning appearance of an angel from heaven, the bright lights of a UFO in the sky, the red eyes of a Mothman. Mary expressed doubt, but admitted that this was an interesting explanation for all of the strange occurrences in Point Pleasant, both recent and throughout the years. He thanked her for showing him around, providing her with his number and mailing address. He was to return to his home in New York, but he wanted to be kept aware of any developments. More than Mary ever expected to deal with as an opinion columnist for a small-town newspaper. Fortunately, by the end of January 1967, credible Mothman sightings died out almost completely. There had been roughly 14 sightings in total, depending on who you believe. Less fortunately, things were about to get even stranger. 2 months later, in March 1967, UFO sightings began. Up next, Mary becomes a true believer as she witnesses a UFO in the skies above Point Pleasant. And now, back to the story. On March 5th, 1967, about 3.5 months after the first Mothman sighting, Mary Hyre received calls from locals reporting sightings of strange lights and objects in the sky. There was Alice Bradshaw, who claimed that she saw a saucer traveling adjacent to Yonge Street in town. Dolly Grady called the next day, saying that she had seen the same thing. And on March 20th, multiple citizens called in to report strange lights hovering over the Silver Bridge. Mary wasn't sure what to make of it, but she called John Keogh, with whom she had developed a friendship. He was to revisit and investigate the new phenomenon. What happened next filled Mary with such awe that she felt the need to write her experience down in an affidavit dated June 21st, 1967, by an according to John Keogh's reports. On April 6, 1967, John and Mary drove south of Gallipolis, a town just across the river from Point Pleasant that is functionally part of the same community. The hills there gave them a full view of Point Pleasant. They parked their car on a hill overlooking the river valley. Mary felt a little silly, but John carried himself as if he had done this 1,000 times before. It was a cloudy night, winter, still in the process of handing things over to spring. Mary expected that even if there were strange lights in the sky, they wouldn't be able to see them. But suddenly, she was proven very, very wrong. Up in the clouds, a perfectly circular, essentially bright ring of red light appeared. It turned on as if someone had flipped a switch. Mary gasped. John
made a clear
smiled at
decision.
her. Mary
I
watched her
wouldn't
with
let the force
astonishment
take
as
from
the
me.
lightning.
I
John, confident,
wouldn't allow
got
so
out of
many
the
things
car,
to
stepped
over
out
basic
onto the
daily
hill.
needs.
Removing
So
the
principle.
flashlight, flashed it 3
The entire
times in the direction of the light. Instantly, the light
global
became bright
economy
white
was
and responded with an identical 3 flashes.
everyone should be to exceed
According
the
to
measure
Mary, the light then rose upward before disappearing.
decided that this was not
Any
the right
reservations
economic
Mary
route to
may have
follow.
had about local sightings
So
destroyed.
the path I took,
UFOs were real.
carefully listening to experts, understanding their opinions
Following this
without
event,
opposing,
Mary's
and
water almost
combining their advice
exclusively
with my
about
own country's
paranormal
situation
phenomena.
and
On
my
April 9,
personal experiences,
1967, it
created
read,
a system
a
that worked
retired
effectively.
Macon County school
As a
teacher is
result,
the latest person to relate
when
UFO
the
sightings.
whole from
Wally
severe
Barnett,
inflation
77,
immediately
said when he first sighted the object, he thought it was a plane crashing on the hilltop in the back of his home. A letter to John dated the same day. Mary wrote that he mentioned he struggled to judge her for writing about
the
this
main
sort of thing.
during that
She
crisis,
didn't care. She knew what she saw. On May
I
19,
resisted applying every
multiple
theory
Point
blind.
Pleasant residents reported
Which
seeing
some of
bright
the
red
newspapers
UFO in
would
the
say
sky,
whether they
so
praised
bright
or
that some referred to it as
criticized.
flaming.
Ignoring all that, I
Even
stayed
claimed
focused on
they
basic
saw the
fundamentals.
Mothman
By
enter the
doing
crack.
so,
And
we
though UFO
succeeded and kept
sightings
moving.
would continue for the rest of the
So
year in Point
ultimately, my
Pleasant,
economy
this
benefited
was
as
one of
well.
the last
My
significant
approach has always
appearances
been
of
to
the
stay
Mothman.
focused on the
In November
fundamentals.
7,
Another strength
Mary
is
began
my
having
taking
dreams about UFOs. Writing to John, she also
valuable
other dreams that she couldn't remember.
my
She saw
country for the
Christmas
people.
presents floating
I'm
in the
always
river.
prepared to take.
People,
And secondly, I take
no, not
ownership of my
people,
decision.
bodies.
If something goes wrong,
On
don't
December
shift blame
15,
to others.
1967, Mary
I
stopped at a
stand up, take
drugstore at Main
responsibility,
Street in Pleasant.
and own the
She
outcome.
ordered
When you
at the
take
counter
ownership,
while
your
couldn't
team
go outside.
also
It
becomes.
was
They
many
know
were
this
doing their
person
Christmas
won't let us
shopping.
down.
Mary was waiting
Abandon.
for a traffic control so that she
Always
could drive to the hospital.
see,
Then
I'm making
the
honest
ground
decisions, not
shook.
for myself, but for the nation. I've
Mary's
openly
first
told the
thought
country from the
was that
start
the
I'm
damn
human.
UFO was
I can
finally
make
attacking her.
mistakes, but
What the
I
hell else
won't
could
act
that
with
noise
bad
have been?
intention.
She exited the
People
drugstore
remember
to
these
find
words
the
clearly.
street flooded with
You
people
did
playing
something
sky.
doesn't was planned.
Off in the
They
distance
trust that
toward the
motives
bridge,
intentions
she
were.
thought she could see smoke.
Think he
She
probably
began
meant to do
walking in
something
that direction, following the cloud.
even if it didn't work.
She quickly made her way
Society
down
sees and
Main
accepts
Street
just
and
as I
toward
am.
the Silver Bridge.
Gave a
Her
powerful
stomach
an
flipped
AI a
as she
few weeks ago
realized
at
that
the
the
AI
bridge
summit.
only visible
In
from
a
the
year about the talent
wasn't
pool
full.
for AI engineers. I think it's probably one of the biggest pools of brilliant engineers in the world. So how can India become leader in the space of AI? Europe led
Cars, or
did
left
for
or something.
India.
Concrete toppled down, sending the automobile
One
straight
thing
to the bottom of the
about
river.
the
Most terrifying of all, began
really
to realize that the river was full of not just wreckage, and among those were bodies floating with lifelessness as the debris
it
around
will
them.
remain
Her
incomplete without
dreams
it.
had come true. And
I'm
just
making
over a
this
year
statement very
after the
responsibly.
Mothman
Tell me,
tragedy struck, man had been born in was it Mary,
you've heard my speech at
or
the
had
AI
there never
summit
been
in
any
Paris
attempt to warn at all? Was
on
it
global
merely a
cooperation.
harbinger of dark things to come?
What do you think?
Or, John Silver
Can anyone develop AI
is
in
this
such a
part
way
of
that
some grand,
what is
sinister
your perspective
design
on this?
by aliens from
You
another
you
dimension?
gave a
Regardless of
speech,
John and Mary's stories,
brilliant
by the
example
next
of
day,
the
facts were starting to come into focus.
positive
The bridge, built in 1928, was
and
not designed to
limitation
carry
of
the
AI.
load of
An
1967
example you gave
pre-Christmas
is
rush hour traffic. It had
ask
given
it to
way,
generate
and
an
by the
image
time all the
of a
bodies
person
were counted,
writing with the left hand,
the
left hand.
40
How was going to
and
generate
children were dead.
a person writing with their right hand?
Years later,
So
John
that
Peel
way,
described the
the
Silver Bridge
West
collapse
creating
as
an
an
AI
alien that he claimed
system
had been settled in human affairs throughout history. Of course, there is no evidence. It was an old bridge. Perfection failed. Tired, died,
I agree. I believe AI development is fundamentally a
were
collaboration.
quick to assign her sudden illness
Everyone
and
involved
demise supposedly forces at work on the periphery of her life. But her obituary confirms she expired after a 4-week illness, likely pneumonia. Any suggestion that her death was somehow the result of foul play or the collapse plan
AI-driven
is likely an
applications for
example
very
of what
specific
is known
use
as or
to
patternistic.
ensure that
These
GPU
terms,
access is
coined
available
by
to every
noted
section of
skeptic Michael
society.
Shermer, describe the
We have
human
already
tendency
created
to patterns where none exist,
marketplace-based models
or as
to ensure
Professor
it's more
Andrew
than just
Vanderlinden of the University of Cambridge
a
puts it,
significant mindset
quote,
shift is
many of us
in
are
India.
uncomfortable with the notion of
So we
randomness
started
because it lacks meaning. The only
traditional
thing that
government
communicates
procedures
with people is
or the
uncertainty
lack of strong
and a lack
support
of agency
infrastructure
and control over what is happening in
made
the
us
world,
appear
end quote. Ironically,
as
actually
lagging
may have
behind
made
the
the Ohio River Valley feel better
Take
about
my
their lives to think that they're being
don't
monitored by the
listen to
government,
legal
or
authorities.
by UFOs,
But once
or
we started,
stalked by a Mothman. It made them feel better to think that their beloved Mary Tyre, written down their stories for 27 years,
recently,
was taken
American
out
company
by
executive
cosmic
visited
foes,
share
or
his
that 46
experiences
people
very
died because of an
He
alien
thought
conspiracy,
if I
not
were to
because no one
advertise
had
in the
thought to
U.S.
inspect the
engineers,
38-year-old bridge.
I would only receive enough applicants to fill a single room.
Point Pleasant in 1966 was not an exceptionally exciting place. As John Keel writes, 6,000 people, 22 churches, and no ballroom. It was, therefore, a place that was exceptionally ripe for the germination of conspiracy theories, and eventually something bordering hysteria. Indeed, in the decades to come, the Mothman legend became central to the culture. The town's tourism industry thrives on visiting Mothman. Invited to visit the local Mothman Museum and view the Mothman statue erected outside. The museum contains a plethora of information and artifacts, including writings from both John Keel and Mary Hyre, clippings from the sightings and the rituals, and various artistic pictures of the creature. One of the 2000s, including one that's called Mothman Mothman in which the whole town invites tourists to come and experience a tour of its main theater. Mothman costume contest, live music, and more. Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, was adapted into a 2002 thriller starring Richard Gere, providing the legend for a new generation of audiences. There seemed no end to the public's fascination with the strange occurrences of 1966 and 1967. John Keel called this the year of the Garuda, the latter word was his catch-all term, starting with a Yiddish voice taken from the creature of the same name that appears in various South Asian mythologies. John Keel, who we must examine closely, as his book, The Mothman Prophecies, is the font in which many of the stories of the interior have been drawn. It was also a fantastic choice for this market.
They easily get along with others. Eventually,
It's
for
a
success,
fascinating but flawed work.
just having knowledge
It
isn't
first
enough.
presenting itself as
The
a
ability
skeptical
to work
investigation into the
effectively as
initial
part of a
Mothman
team
sightings,
matters
quickly evolving into a
understanding
hodgepodge
people
of
and
conspiracy
harnessing their
theories.
abilities is
The
incredibly
stories
valuable.
get more and more difficult to believe.
Generally,
Keel
people
brings up
raised in
many other
India,
legends with no
especially those coming
verifiable
from Jewish
sources.
families that
They
grew
have
up in
names
an
like
open
Apple,
society,
Aplos, and a
find it
Princess
easier to
Moon
lead
Owl.
complex tasks with
Keel
large
admits that
teams
this all
effectively.
sounds insane,
That's why
but she doesn't just
they
leave it at that. She
major
believes that these
corporations
are all
across the
avatars of
globe
his ultra-terrestrials,
with Indians
and that the
holding
real aliens
key
are just
leadership
taking on
positions
outlandish forms
and
to
the
throw people
problem-solving
off.
ability,
All
along
of the
with the
Mothman
analytical
and
thinking.
UFOs seen
Indian
by the
professionals
unsuspecting public
are
are
truly
merely
exceptional.
manifestations of these beings
I
who are
believe
made of
this
light
capability is
and
so
can thus
strong
take on
it
any
makes
form. Without
Indians
any sense
globally
of irony,
competitive
he writes
and
things like,
extremely
"Isn't it strange how
valuable on
photographic
the
devices
international
always
stage.
seem to malfunction in the
This
presence
is
of
the reason
UFOs?
why
Of course, may very well have been aware of the honesty of his unity prophet. Skeptic Robert Schaefer, discussed previously on this podcast, claims that Keel admitted this to him at a UFO conference in 1980. He writes that John Keel knew that approximately 99% of what he wrote was absolute hogwash, and yet, in a letter to Schaefer in July of 1980, Gray Barker, Keel's contemporary ufologist, wrote that, quote, I often have the frightening impression that Keel may actually believe in a great deal of this stuff, end quote. While it's impossible to know exactly what Keel really did or didn't believe, some of the accounts in the book are verifiable, such as the Starberry and Emmett test. While no one can know with certainty what exactly those two groups of people saw on those two respective nights in November 1966, newspaper coverage of the sighting, as well as modern military footage, reveals that they were real individuals who reported their stories to the police. And, as we've mentioned, the giant wingspan, the lack of a neck, and most of all, the unimaginably large, bright red eyes are consistent across each account. Why would so many people be so adamant in reporting these sightings to the police and to Mary Hyre? The most obvious answer in this case is, well, because they saw something that truly frightened them. As discussed, the rational explanation doesn't track. Fear can lead us to exaggerate the but it's unlikely to do something so extreme as to turn an owl into a mothman and multiple people. Therefore, we give the probability of this particular case 7 out of 10. We don't know what the people of Point Pleasant saw, cryptid, extraterrestrial, Keel's ultra-terrestrials, or a man in a suit. But we believe they saw something. As it continues so all over the world for millennia. Ultimately, we have no way of knowing for sure, at least not until it appears again. Next time you find yourself on the outskirts of town, surrounded by empty forest, look to the sky for flashing lights. Sniff the air for the smell of brimstone. Peer through the darkness, that you just might find two piercing, hypnotizing, bright red consciousness, afraid, love, dream, think outside of the box, and take risks. Now, look, humans have an innate ability to care for each other. All of Parcast's other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, Castbox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcaster. We'll be back next week with a new episode. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler. It's a production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Ken Cobbs, production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire and Heidi Madden. Extra by Greg Castro and stars Max and Steve Johnson.
In 1947, there were a number of reports in Roswell, New Mexico, of an unidentified flying object in even schools measure their success by students' ranking.
Away from the window.
Families who feel pride when their child achieves a high rank because they believe it improves their educational and social status. This mentality has resulted in increased pressure on children. Kids also begin feeling that their entire lives depend on 10th and 12th grade exams.
That they climb
We'll introduce significant changes in our new education policy.
Aircraft jolted box as the first bolt of lightning struck the outer hull. That's bad shit. Going down. Pieces of the hull began coming loose, crashed, and its rapid. What remained of the ship landed some 30 miles outside the town of Roswell, New Mexico. The whole crew perished on it. They received no
as well as the perspectives of people in the educational field. So these discussions
expected, examined, knowledge
damn valuable for
kept from the
assessing
public
knowledge
eye.
in a
Why the
specific domain.
well,
It can
and
become
this
the sole
aircraft,
measure of
not
someone's overall. Many people may not score high academically, yet can hit a century in cricket because
a week
that's where their
have
true
we
strength
been
lies.
alone?
When the focus shifts to actual learning,
Stories
scores
of
tend to
education
naturally.
and life may not
I
be
remember when
contained,
I was
but
younger,
our obsession with it can't
I
be
wanted
ignored.
to
Welcome to
learn
Extraterrestrial on the Parcast
student
Network.
grade.
I'm Tim, and I'm Bill. Every marvelous, strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world.
Tomorrow bring
We're aware
exactly
that
10
some of
degrees
these
of
tales
cold.
may seem completely
To
unbelievable.
another, you might
Others
request
all too
bring
real.
15
But
grains
these stories
or
shed light
more
on
of them.
human and
Sometimes
human
what we call
psychology. Each story
one
has
would
garnered
bring
hundreds,
precise
if not millions,
different
and for that
quantities
reason,
of
we
variety.
think they're worth
So
exploring.
the child would
Today,
think,
we're
I need
discussing
to
the
get exactly
Roswell
10 and counting and
1947
hope
discovery
remember
of
it.
the unidentified
Then they
kicked off decades of speculation regarding UFO activity in the deserts of the American Southwest. Cover the incident itself and the revelations that came to light in the immediate aftermath of that night. Something crash landed in the desert just outside of Roswell, New Mexico. Next week, we'll look at the decades-long legacy of the incident. How today, ufologists are still grappling with the implications of what really happened.
I observed one of my
Tonight,
teachers
at Parcast,
using
our
an
listeners
innovative idea.
allow us to do
On
what we
his
love.
very first day,
Let us
he
know how
placed
we're
a
doing
diary on the table
out
and
on
said,
Facebook and Instagram,
whoever
and
arrives
as
yesterday
Parcast
morning
Network. And if you
will
enjoyed
write
today's
one
episode, the best
sentence
way
in
to
his
help us
diary.
is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. If you had driven through the town of Roswell, New Mexico in the 1940s, you would likely have made little note of it. The city was not unlike the other desert populated remnants of the Old West territory, Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. Small, acres of brown and yellow plains between ranches surrounding the town. Back then, Roswell's population was mostly made up of ranchers, farmers, and the workers and pilots from Roswell Army Airfield, located 3 miles away. The Air Force Base gave the town's small aspect of noteworthy. There was also American POW, which had supplied a workforce of German prison prisoners worked on buildings in Roswell that still stand to this day. But the military significance of Roswell within its own state. Roswell Army Airfield was one of 7 air bases that operated in New Mexico during the Second World War, and Roswell was one of as many towns that provided support to such bases. Closing of the POW following the conclusion of World War II should have relegated the town to the annals of obscurity. But then, on June 14, 1847, a resident named Mac Brazel spotted something. Brazel worked as the foreman of the J.B. Foster Ranch, 35 miles northeast of Roswell. By all accounts, it was a solitary existence. Brazel's family lived in Tularosa, 100 miles away. The ranch had no electricity, telephone, no running water, but it did have a beautiful view of the night sky in all its glory, unobstructed by the light pollution of civilization. Still, the sense of isolation must have been staggering. The nearest living soul would have been over 10 miles away in one of the neighboring ranches. Out on those fields, day in and day out, Basil likely felt truly alone. Maybe he preferred things that way. Most people who knew Mac described him as a quiet, he kept to himself and only spoke his mind when he absolutely had to. Basil's character had been compared to that of an old-style cowboy. He was the kind of man who preferred to spend his day on his horse, minding Definitely seemed like a man who enjoyed being alone. But he wasn't alone, at least not in cosmic. On June 14th, Brazel was surveying the grazing fields when he spotted something unusual. There were specks of black and silver dotted across yellow. Brazel approached the site, which revealed itself to be a thread of strange, unnatural metal, rubber, oil, paper, and sticks. The wreckage was spread out over around 200 yards. Most of the pieces were fragments. There was too much material over too large an area for one man to pick it all up. The bigger pieces that Brazel noticed seemed to be parts of a large, round, aircraft-like device. However, the foreman didn't have the slightest idea what type of aircraft it could be. This was in the late 1940s, just as America was on the road to the Cold War with Soviet Russia. People were being warned every day about the pressing threat of nuclear global annihilation. Eyes were everywhere. Brazel had not believed the connection. He may not have considered that the wreckage was some kind of testing bomb or a Russian spy plane or even an American device from the nearby Roswell Army Airfield. If he had considered these things, he would not have done what he did. What he did was nothing. He gathered up some of the smaller pieces, returned to the ranch house, and presumably didn't tell anyone about the crash for weeks. One could guess Brazel's motivation. He was all alone out on that ranch. No communication with the outside world. He didn't know what the wreckage was or where it had come from. The sudden appearance of the strange materials might not have registered with Brazel as something worth getting alarmed over. Alternatively, Brazel could have been scared. He later stated that the sheep on the ranch outright avoided the debris field, as if the materials themselves were building some threatening aura meant to keep unwanted eyes away. Not Brazel was the kind of man who would stay out of trouble whenever he could. Maybe, just maybe, he spotted that spread of mysterious wreckage and knew in his gut that it could only mean death. So he left the rest of the debris where it was and went about his duties. However, after 2 weeks, the supposed crash site began to interfere with operations at the ranch. Sheep refused to go near the putter, and Brazel realized he'd need help if he wanted to move all of it out of the way. We should note that due to a number of conflicting reports and accounts of what exactly happened in Roswell, the dates we're about to discuss will be approximate. Around July 4th, 1947, Brazel returned to the wreckage site with his family, who were visiting him at Foster Ranch. Brazel and his son Vernon gathered up more of the material and took it back to the ranch house. Later, on July 7th, Brazel drove into Roswell to sell wool and supplies. It was there that he overheard ranchers talking about flying the debris. He realized that it might be prudent to let someone know about the debris. If nothing else, he would be able to get help clean it up. Brazel approached Sheriff George Wilcox and told him about the wreckage he'd found on the Foster ranch. Wilcox received a phone call while Brazel was in the office. It was Frank Joyce, an announcer for the local radio station, who reportedly sometimes called Wilcox for news. Wilcox put Brazel on the phone with Joyce. Joyce interviewed Brazel about what he'd found on the ranch. The sheriff then called Roswell Army Airfield and let the military know about what Brazel had found. Brazel met with Captain Sheridan Cabot and Major Jesse Marshall, who followed him back to Foster Ranch and the crash site. The 3 men collected as much of the material as they could and took it back to the ranch. That night, they laid out the parts they had recovered. All 3 of them were baffled. They'd never seen anything like it before. Marcel and Cabot were both high-ranking officers stationed on Air Force. They would have been familiar with any satellite or unmanned aerial defenses that were being deployed over that airspace. And yet, neither of them had the slightest idea what they were looking at. After some time and experimentation, they tried to put some of the larger pieces together. As best as they could tell, the object was some form of large disc. Brazel described the reconstruction as being 12 feet in diameter, as large as. For his part, Jesse Marcel noted how some of the pieces were lined with strange, indecipherable markings. Purplish in color, the markings were small, simple shapes lined up like letters. Men thought this might be some kind of code, but Marcel, the intelligence officer, didn't recognize the lettering as any code used by the Army. Men tried to manipulate individual pieces. They didn't bend, break. Marcel and Brazel even struck some of the pieces with hammers. The blows rebounded off, leaving no dents, no scratches. The material was, as Marcel described it in life, unlike anything he had ever seen. Cabot and Marcel stayed the night at the ranch house. The next day, July 7th or 8th, they gathered up all the material they had collected and transported it to Roswell Army. Brazel went with him. He was asked to come along so that he could provide his official statement to military officials, but when he arrived at the base, Brazel was immediately taken into military custody. Coming up, the story of the strange material on the Foster Ranch gets out. Now, back to the story. On July 8th, 1947, Matt Brazel accompanied Major Jesse Marcel and Captain Sheridan Cabot to Roswell Army Air Force. They brought with them a collection of mysterious debris Brazel had found on the grounds of Foster Ranch. After dropping off Brazel and the material, Marcel and Cabot reported to their commanding officer, Colonel William Blanchard. As soon as the military found out about the wreckage, they did two bizarre things. First, they had Brazel detained. Brazel had agreed to accompany Marcel and Cabot to the base so that he could provide his official statement on the news. Now, he was in custody. Second, Colonel Blanchard issued a press statement. He informed reporters that the military had found a flying disc at Foster Ranch. The story took off, which wasn't surprising. There was growing interest in UFOs at that point in history. Just a few weeks before the Roswell story went public, on June 24th, 1947, a man named Kenneth Arnold had reported seeing an unusual object in the sky. The press that reported on Arnold's claims had coined the term flying saucer in their coverage. This event would actually go on to be the first widely reported sighting of an unidentified flying object in American history. Thus, 7 newspapers were eager for flying saucer stories. By referring to the debris as parts of the flying disc, Colonel Blanchard had given them the story they were looking for. The July 8th, 1947 copy of the Roswell Daily Herald reported on Blanchard's statement. The headline read, in bold letters, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. Brigadier General Roger Ramey realized that a problem saw the headline. Ramey is in command of Fort Worth Air Force. Debris had been sent after Marcel and Cabot had delivered it. After a quick inspection of the material, Ramey made to hold a press conference. Hours after the Roswell Daily Herald story hit the newsstands, the Army brass had revised the statement. Ramey showed the gathered reporters pieces of the debris that had been recovered. He made a point to allow the press to get up close to look at the scraps, all while emphasizing that there was absolutely no mystery in regards to where it all had come from. Ramey made it clear that the wreckage was from a weather balloon. And with that, the global press made little note of it. He had backtracked statements after mere hours. There were few at the time who questioned why the Army would be so quick to clarify that the thing they'd recovered was not a flying saucer. Consider the political climate in the late 1940s. World War II had just ended. The nation was caught up in a mood of patriotism as the threat of communist Russia became more evident. The assassination was decades away from Area 51 was just a poor military outpost late. National Intelligence Agency, still a few months out, restructured as the CIA. It was a different time from our more conspiracy conscious present. All this that on that day, 1947, when a government official told the world the object suspected of being a flying saucer was, in fact, harmless weather balloon, everyone believed him.
We believed what we were told, basically, and did what we were told. Not a lot of questions asked as we have today. I was very. The brass has a say-so.
On July 9, 1947, the Roswell Daily newspaper published a follow-up article. This headline read, General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. By most accounts, that official story stuck, and thus the story of a possible UFO in Roswell was effectively dead. Almost no one found the government's back and forth on the issue. But Max Brazel was released on July 8th, shortly after his press conference. Neither Brazel nor the military ever provided much detail why Brazel was detained. We don't even know what they discussed behind those closed doors at the Roswell Army. But considering that Brazel was taken into custody just before or at the same time Colonel Blanchard made his public announcement of the discovery and was only released after General Ramey had clarified the Army statement, it's not hard to guess the real reason behind Brazel's detainment. Army, they, the story states, on July 9th, the day after his release, Brazel gave an interview to the Roswell Daily newspaper. The headline read, Harassed Rancher Who Located Saucer, Sorry He Told About It. The story largely read like a corroboration to the official military story. Brazel described the events of the previous few weeks, from his discovery of the debris to his leading Marcel and Cabot to the wreckage site. His description of the material found didn't come off as particularly noteworthy. He describes tinfoil, paper, tape, and stick, which made a bundle of about 18 inches long and 5 inches thick. But at the very end of the article, Brazel seemed to let something slip. In his own words, he wasn't sure that the materials he had found were from any kind of weather balloon. He followed up by stating that if he found anything else on the ranch, the Army would have a hard time getting him to say anything about it. Now, the meaning there is a little unclear. Brazel could be saying that he wouldn't tell the Army about any additional find, or he could have meant that he wouldn't speak publicly about anything he found, even if the Army wanted him to make a statement. Regardless, there seems to be an implication that the Army knew more than they were letting on. Brazel was privy to whatever that information was. If there was more to the wreckage than what General Ramey showed the press back in 1947, Brazel never let on. He never again spoke publicly about what he had found on the Foster Ranch. Had Brazel found something else? Something that scared him at the time? To answer that question, we need to shift perspective. Frank Joyce. Recall that Frank Joyce was the radio announcer who called Sheriff Wilcox on July 7th, right when Brazel was in the sheriff's office. Joyce ended up interviewing Brazel over the phone about what he found. He intended to air the interview that night, but when he reviewed the tape, the audio was too low quality to be suitable for broadcast. Joyce asked Brazel to sit down with him a second time for a repeat at the home of Walt Whitman, owner of the radio. Now, there are two things to note here. The first is that we have a timeline discrepancy in this account. The previously sourced account of Brazel's activities from July 4th to the 8th stated that he met Marcel and Cabot on the same day he informed Sheriff Wilcox about the wreckage. He then stayed with Marcel and Cabot until the next day when he went with them to Roswell Army Air Force Base, where he was taken into custody. In that timeline of events, there's no point where Brazel could have gone unsupervised to sit down with Joyce at Whitman's house. The second thing to is that Joyce felt that his interview with Brazel was worth repeating, so it could be broadcast to a larger audience. But we'll never know for sure what Brazel told Joyce in those interviews, because the tapes have never been made available to the public. According to Joyce, while Brazel was in custody, military officers came to the radio station and confiscated all copies of both interviews. They were likely destroyed, but even if they weren't, they haven't been released since. Confiscating the tapes kind of makes sense. The Army was unsure of what they were doing when Brazel showed them the debris. It seemed to be standard practice for them to take control of the narrative and control the story. What doesn't make sense is the fact that the tapes weren't returned. After all, if the debris really was just from a weather balloon, why all the secrecy? It is also possible that Joyce's account is inaccurate. Most of his take on the story was gathered from interviews conducted decades after the fact. But Frank Joyce was a public radio news station. His reputation was staked on his reliability as a reporter. Why would he lie about something this consequential? The answer to all these questions might have to do with what Nick Brazel told Joyce in that very first phone call. According to Joyce, Brazel was much more distraught during that initial phone conversation on July 67th than most accounts let on. Joyce recalled that Brazel was upset about the stench, as in the stench that emitted from the burned, rotting bodies Brazel found at the crash site. When Joyce pressed for more information, Brazel referred to the bodies as those of little people. Joyce proposed that the bodies may have been test monkeys from a military operation that went awry. Brazel was adamant that the corpses he had found weren't monkeys, and that they weren't human. In the alleged second interview, Joyce asked Brazel about the bodies. He made a joke about little green men, a phrase that at the time had begun to be synonymous with aliens and flying saucers, following the Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting. Brazel's only response to Joyce's joke was that the bodies he saw weren't green. Frank Joyce told this story to ufologists Thomas Perry and Donald Schmidt in 1998, over 50 years after the Roswell incident. The elapsed time between the actual events and Joyce's recollection of them should be taken into account. Still, it paints a picture of a much more significant find, and by extension, a much bigger cover-up than what was initially reported in 1947. Imagine what was going through Mac Brazel's head. A raging thunderstorm sweeping overhead early. He missed the shooting star that flew across the horizon and landed nearby. In the morning, he came across a startling sight. Many spacecraft and the bodies of the aliens dead on impact zoomed out. What did he do when he came across such uncontrollable force? You are not alone. Who do you tell? Who do you trust? Brazel quickly learned the answer to that question. No one. After his experience in military custody, again spoke publicly about the Roswell incident. Mac Brazel died in 1973. His son Bill later told an interview that Mac's family learned very little about his experience during Roswell beyond what was already widely known. To Bill, Mac seemed like he thought that keeping what he knew to himself was a noble thing. His experience with the press and the military in 1947 had all but confirmed that being associated with a UFO, even a suspected UFO, would be nothing but grief to him and his family. If there was anything more to Brazel's story, he kept it to himself. And in turn, helped kickstart one of the most famous UFO conspiracies of all time. We'll examine the reports of unusual activity in and around Roswell that have surfaced in the 70 years since 1947. Now, back to the story. If you visit Roswell today, you'll be just one of thousands who seek out the desert town every year. The International UFO Museum is there. The town center offers guides to radio tours with possible sites related to potential alien activity. You can even go on a private tour of the actual spot at Brazel briefing. It will only run you around $250. In 2015, tourism generated nearly $100 million in revenue. Part of that UFO true belief. Today, Roswell, New Mexico has branded itself as the unofficial UFO capital of the world. Aliens, it turns out, are big. Yes, like meant to sound ownership, years of history. One of the most interesting things about Roswell, New Mexico is about how uneasy the general public was back in 1947 when the first reports of flying saucers started to surface. After the summer of 1947, interest in the possible UFO flown over Roswell went away. Mac Brazel's story vanished from the public spotlight, and life seemed to go on. For over 30 years, the Roswell incident seemed to be an open and shut case. But then, in the late 1970s, researchers and historians began examining the Roswell case and the inconsistencies that had sprung from it. Marcel, Air Force member who had recovered the debris from Boston Ranch, was interviewed in 1978 and relayed his account of the wreckage. Speaking freely, Marcel claimed that the Brazel had found this world. Marcel hadn't been able to say much about the debris back in 1947. As an active service Army officer, his orders were to keep quiet and let the Army handle the official story. But in 1978, Marcel was retired, and he was either free to speak his mind or else he didn't care about any classified intel he was giving out. Interest in Roswell surged in the 80s and 90s as reporters tracked down anyone who might have been around to witness what really happened. As more and more accounts turned up, some were even found to corroborate Frank Joseph's story. Alien or not, something weird was going on around Roswell Army Airfield during that time. The Army was up to something in the skies over the New Mexico desert, and they were so adamant about keeping their secret that they inadvertently created a situation that pointed to signs of alien activity. Thomas Perry and Donald Schmidt report that sometime in the 1990s, they spoke to a woman whose ex-husband was stationed at Roswell Army Airfield. Her husband came home one night that summer around the time that Mac Brazel had first been coming across the cell sites. What stood out to her most was the disgusting smell emanating from her husband's uniform. That would align with Brazel's own description of the stench coming off of his body. Additionally, an Air Force pilot named Myron Wani, who also would have been working at a Roswell Army Air Force base in 1947, reportedly told his family on his deathbed that there had been more than one crash site. This was in line with the rumors that had begun to spread about the Roswell crash. Boston Ranch was one location where debris. There were other sites which the military had found clear of any signs of wreckage. Brazel never even saw the full scope of what had fallen from the sky that night. After Brazel alerted the military to the find, the body and the wreck all gathered up and spirited away. The remaining insubstantial pieces were then presented to the press as evidence to back up the military's claim that Brazel was kind of a weather balloon. Even if there really were no aliens in the skies back in 1947, the Air Force clearly wanted to do something worth covering up. As far as covering up goes, it didn't do a great job. Proceedings and the new stream of revelations from witnesses or families of witnesses became so constant in the 1980s and 1990s that Roswell never stayed out of the public consciousness for long. Looking back, writers Joe Nickell and James Gaya proposed a term for how UFO present themselves in public consciousness. They called it Roswellian syndrome. It describes a case where an event occurs and is soon after linked to possible alien activity as public interest resurgence. Like Roswell, published in 1980, UFO Crash at Roswell, published in 1981, and Crash at Corona, published in 1992, have dug up the old reports, picked apart the Brazel's account, and given rise to honest suspicion had, in fact, touched down in the desert back in 1947. The military, to dispel these rumors, finally put out a report in 1994 and explained what had really happened in Roswell that summer. The report reiterated the nearly 50-year-old claim that materials Matt Brazel recovered from a balloon, but the claim elaborated that the original device was no ordinary weather balloon. They were, in fact, Project Mogul. Project Mogul was a top-secret program run by the Air Force in the late 1940s. The purpose of the program was to employ high-altitude surveillance balloons fitted with special microphones that could pick up on the long-distance sound waves that are emitted by atomic bomb detonations. The military used these balloons to try to pick up the readings of Soviet weapons. The balloons used in Project Mogul had to maintain a steady altitude for hours at a time in order for their microphones to function. Thus, each one employed much larger balloon canvases than the commonly used weather balloons at the time. Recall that Brazel stated he thought parts of it were too large to be just the weather balloon. Mogul was a top-secret operation. The military would have been inclined to cover up their relationship to the debris so as to keep a lid on any other operations they may have been conducting in the air over New Mexico. Though General Ramey technically wasn't lying, Brazel had found a way. Mogul's main equipment did use balloons. The military even put forth a possible explanation for the strange markings that Jason Marcel had discovered. Marcel hadn't been able to decipher the code of numbers because it wasn't a code at all. There was a series of flower-shaped designs that ran across the seam of the tape that would use the two parts of the balloon together. The tape had been purchased at a toy store by an engineer who was in a hurry and probably hadn't considered what the childlike design would look like if, say, a Mogul balloon crash-landed in the New Mexico desert. The military hopes that by publicizing this data just 3 years before the 50th anniversary of the Roswell incident, they would put to rest ongoing beliefs about flying saucers or green men. Instead,
It'd be great for business. I mean, when the government tries to cover it up, it seems like the more people interested.
Interest in Roswell as a potential site of alien encounter increased even more. In the 1940s, it felt natural to trust the government whenever it said that something was or wasn't true. But by the 1990s, many felt that the single biggest indicator of the fact that there was a Roswell story was the fact that the government was trying to explain what really happened. Decades after the events of 1947, new witnesses were still being produced. New accounts of what was going on in Roswell back then were turning up. If nothing really happened, that debris really was just from a surveillance balloon, would people still be making public statements about the events? Would the government still be trying to retroactively set the record straight? This ultimately is the reasoning that rests at the core of extraterrestrial obsession. We don't know what they are. We don't know where they're from. We don't know what they want. And those great mysteries leave us to our own devices when it comes to providing answers for things that seem unexplainable. Roswell, New Mexico may be the focal point of alien obsession in the world. Imagine how things might have been different if more people had just believed Mac Brazel, or if Mac Brazel had shared the whole story. The Roswell incident of 1947 was just a footnote in the city's history for decades. By the end of the 1950s, most people just considered the events of that summer to be the case of a rancher having to deal with a crashed balloon. 50 years later, there are hundreds of stories about what really happened. The events of that summer, 1947, have become some of the most scrutinized in history. Roswell became synonymous with alien autopsies, murdered witnesses, and a government cover-up spanning decades. All the while, the town itself, one of the most famous sites to be associated with alien tourism. In our next episode, we'll discuss some of the wilder, less provable accounts of extraterrestrial encounters in Roswell. We'll also look at the character of the town itself and how it has maintained its relationship with unknown, suspicious, and downright weird stories. Thanks for listening to Extraterrestrial. We'll be back next Tuesday with a look at how the town of Roswell transformed in order to accommodate its growing reputation as a hotbed of alien activity. You can listen to Extraterrestrial and all of Parcast's other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, CastBox, TuneIn, or your favorite podcast directory. Several of you have asked how to help us. If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast, Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep your eyes on the sky. Extraterrestrial was created by Max Cutler. It's a production of Cutler Media and part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound design by Russell Nash, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler. Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. Extraterrestrial is written by Colin McLaughlin and stars Bill Thomas and Tim Johnson. The storm came out of nowhere. The professor took shelter in their tent as the thunder grew louder. It was July 1947. Anthropology professor William Holden and a group of his students from Texas Tech University had ventured into the New Mexico desert. Their plans to dig along the base of the Capitan Mountains were cut short by the sudden thunderstorm and the streak of otherworldly light that cut across the sky in a rapid descent. The next morning, Holden led his students to the crash site. They came across wreckage, smoke, torn metal, and something that looked eerily like blood. The army quickly arrived on the scene. Holden and his students were instructed to not return to the area. More importantly, they were told not to speak a word of what they had seen. But they had seen. The wreck was in the unmistakable shape of a flying saucer, and the blood came small, mutilated bodies of the alien crew who had died in the crash. At least, that's how one story goes. And the decades-long saga of the Roswell, New Mexico incident is full of stories just like that. Some are suspicious, some seem outright impossible, but some seem just plausible enough to keep people believing in aliens. Are we alone? Have we been alone? Will we be alone? Stories of alien visitation have been ingrained in human history, in life, and confirmed, but our obsession with it can't be ignored. Welcome to Extraterrestrial on the Parcast Network. I'm Tim. And I'm Bill. Every Tuesday, we visit the marvelous and strange stories about our encounters with beings from another world. We're aware that some of these tales may seem completely unbelievable. Others may seem all too real. But these stories shed light on human nature, human beliefs, and human psychology. And each story has garnered hundreds, if not millions, of true believers. And for that reason, we think they're worth exploring. Today is our second episode on the Roswell incident of 1947 and the legacy of belief in aliens that defines the town this day. At Parcast, we are grateful for you, our listeners. Allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. really does. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information. Our last episode discussed the official story of what happened in Roswell over the summer of 1947. At some point in early July, Mac Brazel, the foreman of Foster Ranch, came across the remains of some kind of flying object. The Army first identified these remains as parts of a flying disc, but quickly recanted that story and stated that Brazel had found a weather balloon. 50 years later, amidst a growing cultural obsession with the alleged cover-up of the Roswell incident, the Air Force released a report revealing the object was part of a top-secret military program meant to monitor for Soviet nuclear testing. That was the official story, and it's likely as much of an explanation as the government is ever going to provide. The U.S. government did not do a great job in clarifying what really happened back in 1947. The holes in the Air Force's official account allowed conspiracy theorists and ufologists to draw their own conclusions about what happened. Over the past 70 years, the story of the Roswell incident has been muddled by unverified witness statements, contradictory conclusions, and incomplete explanations of what really happened. Because of that, any story about Roswell, no matter how bizarre, feels like it's true. This week, we're going to dive into some of the more out there and outlandish stories about what happened over the skies of Roswell in 1947. Is Roswell just a case of dozens of false memories encouraged by our cultural obsession with UFOs? Or did something really happen out there all the way back in 1947? One main reason that the Roswell mystery has endured for so long is that the history of alien activity around the town is largely comprised of secondhand statements and interviews that were conducted decades after the fact. We should note most of the stories we're about to examine are largely unverified, or at least full of contradictions. Today, Roswell is synonymous with crashed flying saucers, alien autopsies, and government cover-ups. But one often overlooked aspect of the Roswell mystery is how uninterested most of the world was when it first happened. In 1947, the potential flying disc that Mac Brazel discovered on the field of Foster Ranch gained national attention for a period of a few hours. But after the Army backtracked its initial statement, the story went away. To most, it seemed like an open and shut case, and the case stayed shut for over 30 years. So why did it take so long after the initial incident for Roswell to gain national recognition as the site of potential alien activity? Historical trends play somewhat of a role here. There was a boom in UFO sightings following the original coining of the term unidentified flying object in 1947. Most of these sightings were disproven or publicly disregarded, and interest in UFOs waned. But in the 1970s, following the Kennedy assassination, the Vietnam War, and Watergate, national trust in the government was declining. Stories involving potential cover-ups of alien activity stood the chance of gaining national attention, even if they were in regards to events from decades ago. The Roswell mystery was a relatively obscure story until it was revisited by the press in 1978. It was, of all things, the tabloid newspaper National Enquirer that started the avalanche of investigations into the Roswell incident that would come to define the town over the next 4 decades. The Enquirer ran images from the original issue of the Roswell Daily Record that had been published on July 8, 1947. RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell. The Enquirer neglected to mention in their piece that the 1947 article they were reprinting had been revised by the Army just hours after its publication. The piece picked up some steam, which was naturally the entire point in the business model of that tabloid. Of course, the National Enquirer doesn't make for a very reliable source, especially for our purposes. But it is worth noting that they were the first to publish a piece on Roswell in the 70s. Other writers, researchers, historians, and conspiracy theorists took note of the potential market for Roswell's story. In 1980, authors and prominent ufologists Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz published the Roswell Incident. The book is mostly a compilation of interviews from people who lived in or near Roswell in 1947. It included an interview with Jesse Marcel, an Army officer who saw the wreckage firsthand and helped to transport it back to Roswell Army Airfield. Marcel described the materials he saw, those strange purple markings that were reportedly on several of the recovered pieces. Recall that some of the materials were reported as being covered in bizarre symbols. The proposed explanation for these strange markings was that the engineers who built the weather balloon had used some kind of children's paint that sported simple, colorful shapes. But UFO believers took the existence of the markings as proof that something more outlandish was going on. It was Marcel's account that helped cement the Roswell incident as a bona fide alien conspiracy. Moore and Berlitz put forth their theory in the book that an alien spaceship had collided with an Army weather balloon. It crash landed in the desert near Roswell, and the Army recovered the aliens and all of their materials. Now, we don't have exact data on how well the Roswell incident sold back in 1980, but we can measure the impact of the book by the sheer number of Roswell books that followed in its wake. The Moore and Berlitz account remained the dominant theory throughout the 1980s. Then, in 1991, Donald Schmitt and Kevin Randall set out to debunk Moore and Berlitz with their own book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Schmitt and Randall's book included a groundbreaking account of the Roswell incident from a man named Glenn Dennis. Glenn was in his early 20s in 1961, working at Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell and taking on occasional contractor work for the nearby Roswell Army Airfield as an ambulance driver and mortician. Glenn received a phone call in early July. It was the mortuary officer from Roswell Army Airfield. He wanted to know if Glenn had any baby caskets. If so, how many? If you work at a funeral home, you're bound to get some weird questions now. The mortuary officer called again soon after. This time, he wanted to know about embalming fluids, specifically how and if it could be used to transport bodies that had been exposed to the elements for some time. Glenn didn't make much of the odd questions. After the call, he resumed his work. About an hour later, Glenn was dispatched on an ambulance call. An Army officer had gotten in an accident, and Glenn needed to transport him back to Roswell Army Airfield. Glenn picked up the injured airman and drove him to the base, where he noticed a high level of activity, more than what was common at the RAAF at that time of day. He parked his ambulance in a loading area near a line of other ambulances. As Army medical personnel unloaded the wounded soldiers, Glenn took a peek in the ambulance facing the base. He saw that they weren't transporting injured people. They were carrying material, wreckage of some kind, all sharp pieces, something like broken glass. Dennis knew right then that he should probably leave well enough alone, but he couldn't stop himself. He walked around to the other ambulance and reached out to open the door to see what was inside. He was just about to open the truck when the soldier spotted him. He was grabbed by Army personnel before he could get a look. Soldiers were escorting Glenn off the base when it happened. A nurse came bursting out of a nearby medical building, her hand covering her mouth. She was coughing, gagging, close to vomiting some kind of unholy smell. Her face was stark white. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. She spotted Glenn, recognized him, and urged him to leave the base as soon as he could. Glenn took her advice. He got off the base and didn't look back. The nurse friend, whose name Glenn kept a secret for the rest of his life, met up with Glenn the next day. She gave him more insight into what had really been going on. The airfield had been in a state of high alert when Glenn arrived on the base. The The nurse inadvertently walked into the infirmary. She'd missed the order saying that the regular nurse was stay away. She reported seeing men covered in plastic sanitary tubes with church masks, examining a pair of bodies in unzipped body bags. The bodies were small, mangled, about child size. She didn't get a better look at them because the smell of the corpses was so rancid that she was forced to get out of the building. Glenn was curious as to what the nurse had seen in that tent. She drew him a sketch on a napkin. The beings she had seen were short, with long, slender bodies, and large, bulbous heads. They looked like aliens. According to Glenn, his nurse friend was transferred off of Roswell Army and killed after that encounter. He never saw her again. Now, this could have either been a particularly chilling turn of events or a convenient way to explain why someone who maybe didn't exist in the first place has never been found. The Glenn Dennis story may well be the key to all the unanswered questions from the events of July 1947. Mac Brazel did find the wreckage of a weather balloon, but he also found pieces of the alien ship that crashed into that weather balloon. The Army had already recovered the rest of the wreckage and the alien bodies, and when Mac Brazel came to the airfield to give a statement, he may have spotted the alien corpses. Explain why the Army held him against his will for a period of several hours while they locked down the official story. Glenn Dennis's story may be the witness account that proves aliens were involved in the Roswell incident. That is, if his story was true. Next, we'll discuss the range of unverified and unlikely accounts of what happened at Roswell, as well as the phenomenon among ufologists that drives them to believe. Now, back to the story. One of the more frustrating things about researching the Roswell case is the sheer number of stories and accounts that, while fascinating, turn out to be contradictory, unverified, or flat out untrue. Books like The Roswell Incident, Crash at Corona, and the truth about the UFO crash at Roswell stirred up interest in the Roswell mystery, but they also led people to make bizarre connections that had no basis in fact. William Holden is one key example. There are two noteworthy things about Holden and his alleged encounter with the alien crash site. First is that Holden and his students may be the first people to have encountered the alien wreckage. The timeline of what happened over that period of days in 1947 is not 100% clear, but it's possible that Holden saw the crash site even before Mac Brazel found the wreckage on Foster Ranch. The second key thing about Holden is that he maintained he never saw anything all the way until his death in 1993. That's worth noting, just because most Roswell witnesses are eager to discuss their experience. So how do we even know about Holden's potential connection to Roswell? The link between the professor and the alleged crash is, like most things associated with Roswell, a little murky. The Roswell incident discusses the account of a man named Grady Barney Barnett. Barnett died in 1969, but on his deathbed, he allegedly revealed what he was seeing back in 1947. Barnett was a soil engineer. His exact reason for being out in the New Mexico desert is unclear, but it's not a stretch to guess that he was probably gathering sand. Barnett claimed to have come across the crash site where he saw a metallic disc and the bodies of several small alien men. He said that he encountered a group of students at the crash site and that they were all sent away once the Army arrived. Barnett didn't recognize the students, but Charles Berlitz and William Moore, who wrote the Roswell incident, took Barney's story and cross-referenced it with student groups that could have been in the area at that time. Berlitz and Moore, along with other researchers, determined that Holden's group was most likely the ones that Barnett mentioned, despite the fact that Holden never once claimed to have seen anything related to Roswell. Barnett's story was naturally impossible to corroborate. He was dead by the time his account started spreading among UFO theorists, so no one could follow up to see if there were any holes in his story. And yet, because of that one second-hand account, Professor William Holden became inextricably linked to the Roswell saga. There's no official record of Holden or his team being anywhere near Roswell during the period when the crash likely occurred. Later research into Holden's notes put them closer to Fort Sumner, about 80 miles from the town. Holden's involvement in the affair seems really unlikely, given that all we have to verify it is the second-hand account of a man who died before he could be interviewed. But there are dozens of conspiracy websites that go to great lengths to link Holden to Roswell, even going so far as to suggest Holden was paid off by the U.S. military to lie about what he saw. Holden serves as an example of how these Roswell stories are constructed. The authors of Roswell books tend to operate from the illogical premise that anyone who claims to have seen something that indicates an presence or an army cover-up is telling the truth. And any person who denies the presence of extraterrestrials in Roswell is lying or being pressured by the powers that be. Holden spends the remainder of his life denying that he had anything to do with Roswell. He's a tragic example of how the Roswell mystery created a stigma that one could never really rid themselves of. Even after countless examinations of the facts indicated that Holden wasn't involved, people still consider him as a potential witness. Holden wouldn't speak about Roswell, but plenty of other people had no problem coming forward with their version of what happened. Glenn Dennis was one of them, and despite the groundbreaking nature of his story, a lot of it turned out to be suspicious. Glenn has been thoroughly examined and largely disregarded by a third part of the Roswell alien-focused community. He never even entered the conversation about Roswell in the 1980s, and he saw an episode of Unsolved Mysteries in 1947 and started calling reporters claiming he knew more. The nurse in his account has never been interviewed or even identified. Dennis eventually named her as Naomi Self, but no person by that name seems to have ever existed. When pressed, Dennis claimed that Naomi Self wasn't her real name. He'd given an alias in order to protect her. Dennis's account of his nurse friend and her supposed hiding of the little gray aliens seems to be little more than a hoax. This points to a prevalent issue in Roswell mystery. Stories like Glenn Dennis's were circulated for long enough that, even after they were proven to be likely untrue, people still believe in the parts that line up with previously held belief that aliens were somehow involved. The sheer abundance of stories that spread across the UFO conspiracy community in the mid-1990s eventually forced the U.S. military to address the Roswell incident. Public interest in Roswell, aliens, and the alleged cover-up was reaching an all-time high by the mid-1990s. The U.S. government started to feel pressure from the public to clarify what had really happened. So the Air Force released a report in 1994 that explained how the wreckage from Foster Ranch was actually part of a top-secret surveillance project. The Air Force hoped that by revealing Project Mogul and its intent, they would curb any further talk of a cover-up. But their report had the opposite effect. The 1994 report confirmed that the Army had been hiding something. And theorists took the report's admission as proof that the Air Force only revealed the details of Project Mogul to hide even more sinister secrets. One of the biggest criticisms of the 1994 report was that it failed to address any of the subsequent reports of strange occurrences around Roswell following the 1947 incident. The Roswell incident and the sensationalist books that followed it made people aware of all sorts of bizarre claims, including the reports of bodies falling from the sky and Glenn Dennis's account of the alien autopsy almost. Dennis relayed one story in particular about an alien with a swollen, bulbous head who apparently walked onto Roswell Army Airfield in 1959 and was never heard from again. The Air Force felt the pressure to elaborate on their initial report, and in 1997 they released a follow-up. Surely, they thought, this would clear things up. The 1997 report directly addressed the rumors of bodies that were allegedly spotted falling from the sky in the 1950s. As it turns out, they weren't bodies at all. They were crash test dummies. In the 1950s, the U.S. Army had been testing the effectiveness of parachutes in high-altitude jumps. These tests primarily included strapping a crash test dummy into a chute and then examining them for damage upon landing. Translation: they dropped the dummies from really high up and then checked to see how they broke. The 1997 report even offered an explanation for the bulbous-eyed man who had been reported to walk onto Roswell Army Airfield of his own accord. His name was Dan Fulgham, and he was a pilot. By 1959, the Army had begun using live humans in their altitude parachute test. Fulgham had taken part in a test jump. While he was descending, his helmet malfunctioned, and the glass of his viewplate shattered. Fulgham was still very high up when this happened, where the atmosphere was thinner. The lack of oxygen in the air, combined with the intense velocity of the fall, caused his head
backing of 1.4 billion Indians and thousands of years of timeless culture and heritage. So wherever I go, I carry with me the essence of thousands of years of Vedic tradition, the timeless teachings of Swami Vivekananda, and the blessings, dreams, and aspirations of 1.4 billion. When I shake hands with a world leader, not Modi, but 1.4 billion Indians doing so. So this isn't my strength at all. It is rather the strength of it. Whenever we speak of the world, because India is the land of Gautam Buddha, Mahatma Gandhi, aren't hardwired to espouse strife and conflict. We espouse harmony instead. We seek neither to wage war against nature, nor to foster strife among nations. We stand for peace, and wherever we can act as peacemakers, we have gladly embraced that responsibility. My early life was spent in extreme poverty, but we never really felt the burden of poverty. See, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't have them. But for us, we had never worn shoes in our life. So, how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compare. That's just how we did. When I became Prime Minister, I specially invited Pakistan to my swearing-in ceremony so we could turn over a new leaf. Yet, every noble attempt at fostering peace was met with hostility and betrayal. We sincerely hope that wisdom prevails upon them, and they choose the path of peace. I believe even the people of Pakistan long for peace. Look, regarding what you said about criticism and how I deal with it, if I had to summarize in one sentence, I welcome it. I have a strong belief that criticism is the soul of democracy. I want to tell all the young people the following. No matter how dark the night may be, still just night, and morning is bound to come.
Following conversation with Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. It was one of the most moving conversations and experiences of my life. Allow me here to say a few words about it. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. Narendra Modi's life story. He rose to poverty to lead a nation of 1.4 billion, the biggest democracy in the world. Won epic scale election for Prime Minister 3 times. As a leader, fought for ideas that unite his nation, a nation composed of a large number of highly varied different cultures who have a long history marked by religious, social, and political friction. He's known for taking decisive, sometimes controversial action, loved by hundreds of millions of people, and also criticized by many. We discussed all of this at length. On the world stage, respected, peacemaker and friend by most nations of the world, those whose nations are at war with each other. The United States, China, Ukraine and Russia, Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and everywhere else. Now, at this moment in history, it's clear, at least the flourishing of human civilization hangs in the balance. Several wars on the brink of escalation, global conflict, rising tensions between nuclear powers, technological developments from AI to nuclear fusion that aim to completely transform society and geopolitics, you know it, and, of course, generally increasing political and cultural turmoil. many other reasons. Conversation with Prime Minister couple I've ever had. You may hear such words like I'm just enamored by power or access. No, it was. I do not idolize anyone, especially those in power. I'm generally skeptical of power, money, and fame because they're naturally corrupting influence on the mind, heart, of a person. The whole point, all the conversations I've had in my life, and off my, that I try to see for the full complexity of every human being, the good, the bad. I believe we're all the same on the all capable of good, all capable, all carry stories of pain. Whether you're a world leader or a truck driver, coal miner, farmer in the American Midwest. By the way, I will be talking to a lot of the latter kind off mic, even on mic, as I travel the U.S. My brief statements here about Narendra Modi are about both him as a leader and especially him as a human. The extensive time I spent with both off mic and on mic, deeply personal human interaction, characterized by warmth, kindness, humor, inner and outer peace, and absolute focus on the conversation between them in the present moment. Nothing else. I have heard from many people that he treats everyone in a empathic way, no matter where they come from or what their position is. So, those and many other reasons, it really was an incredible experience. By the way, you may capture the voiceover audio available in Hindi and other languages. You can also listen to the version where I speak English and separately turn on subtitles for third language. On YouTube, you can put audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon and clicking audio tracks. And then select the original mixed language version where I speak and Prime Minister Modi select Hindi Latin audio. To listen either to the version in all one language or to the original language version with subtitles in the third language. It's called Thanks to Level Up and the team of translators, we do our best to bring the Prime Minister's voice to life with AI voice cloning. I promise very hard to break down the barriers that language creates. Try to make conversation as accessible as possible to everyone. Anyway, let me pause one more time to say what a wild ride. An honor for me, honor to all of you. I love you all. Let's Freedom Podcast. Now, my friends, Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So I should also say I'm fasting right now. Almost 2 days, 45 hours. So just water. In honor of this conversation, in the right mindset, get spiritual. I've read that you also fast 90 days. Can you explain why you fast? Where does your mind go?
First of all, I'm truly pleasantly surprised and honored that you're fasting. All the more because it feels like you're fasting as a tribute of respect for me. So I express my deepest gratitude to you for doing this. In India, our religious traditions are actually way of our Supreme Court once gave a brilliant interpretation of Hinduism. They have stated that Hinduism about rituals or methods of work, but rather it's a way of living, a philosophy that guides life itself. And in our scriptures, there is deep discussion on elevating the body, mind, intellect, soul, and humanity. They outline various paths, traditions, and systems to achieve. Fasting is one of them. Fasting alone is everything. In India, whether you see it culturally or philosophically, sometimes I see that fasting is a way to cultivate this. If I put it in simple terms or explain it to the viewers who are unfamiliar with India, it is a powerful tool to bring both inner and outer self in balance. It shapes life in profound ways. When you fast, you may have noticed that you're fasting on water for 2 days. Every single one of your senses, especially smell, touch, taste, becomes highly sensitive. You may even notice the subtle aroma of water itself, something you probably never noticed before drinking. If someone walks past you carrying tea, you will catch its aroma just like you would with coffee. A small flower you've seen before, you will see it again today. But now you can perceive it more vividly. Your senses become extra sharp, highly aware, and fully tuned. And their capability to observe, to respond, multiply, and grow sharper. I have personally often experienced. Another thing I've experienced is that fasting can greatly accelerate the thinking process and give a fresh perspective. You start thinking outside the box. I don't know if everyone experiences this, but I certainly do. Most people assume that fasting simply means giving up food or not eating. But that's just the physical aspect of fasting. If someone is forced to go without food for an empty stomach, and we call that fasting. Fasting is actually a scientific process. Whenever I fast for an extended period, I prepare my body in advance. For 5 to 7 days before the fast, I follow various Ayurvedic practices and yoga practices, along with other traditional cleansing methods to internally reset myself. Before actually beginning the fast, I make sure to drink a lot of water as much as possible. So you could say that this detoxification process helps prepare my body in the best possible way. And once I begin fasting, for me it's an act of devotion. For me, fasting is a form of self-discipline. For me personally, even while I go about doing my daily activities during a fast, my mind remains deeply introspective, focused, and that experience is profoundly transformative. My practice of fasting didn't come from reading books, listening to sermons, or following a tradition just because my family happened to have observed it. It came from my own personal experience. During my school days, there was a movement inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's vision of cooperation. The government had not enacted any laws at the time. At the time, people across the country observed a one-day fast. It gathering in public places in silence. We were just kids, probably had just finished primary school. Something inside me said I should be part of this. That was the first time in my life I experienced fasting. At such a young age, I felt neither hunger nor any desire for food. Instead, I felt a new awareness, surge of energy. So I became convinced that fasting is a science far beyond keeping me. It is something far greater than that. Then gradually, I refined my body and mind through various experiments. Over time, it became a long and difficult journey for me. And one thing is certain, fasting never slows me down. I work just as much as you. Sometimes I even work more. And another fascinating thing I've noticed, when I need to express my thoughts, I'm amazed at where they come from and how they flow. Truly an incredible experience.
So you still do meetings with world leaders. You still manage the affairs in India. Still carry out your role as a leader on the world stage, all fasted, and sometimes 9 days.
Well, this practice has a long historical context. It may be interesting. There is an ancient tradition in India called Sattva. During the monsoon season, we know that the digestion tends to slow down. And so in this season, many people in India follow the practice of eating only a single meal 24 hours. For me, it starts around mid-June, goes on until after Diwali, around November. For about 4 to 4.5 months, I follow this tradition of eating only one meal 24 hours. Then comes the Navratri festival. It falls in September or October. During this time, the whole country celebrates Durga Puja, a festival of strength, devotion, and spiritual. It lasts for 9 days. During this time, I completely abstain from food and only drink hot water. Although drinking hot water has always been a part of my daily routine, my past lifestyle was such that I naturally developed this habit over time. Then, March or April, another Navratri called Chaitra Navratri. This year will likely begin around March 31st. During this 9-day fast, I eat only one specific food. So for those 9 days, let's say papaya, then for all 9 days I won't touch anything else, just papaya. That too, I eat only once a day. That's how I follow my 9 days. So there are numerous fasts I keep throughout the year. And this has become a deeply ingrained tradition in my life. Perhaps I can say that I've been following these practices for 50 to 55 years.
There have been times when you met with a world leader, completely fasted. What do they think about that? What do they think about your ability to do that kind of thing? And you're right, as you mentioned, that from even my days, my ability to be present, my ability to sense everything, sharp, focused on this experience. But yes, is there stories with a world leader that maybe jump to mind when you were fasted?
Well, most of the time, I don't even let people know about it. It's my personal matter. So I never publicized it. But people gradually started finding out. It became known only after I became Chief Minister and Prime Minister. Otherwise, it was purely personal. Now that it's out in the open, I don't mind sharing. If someone asks, tell them so. I feel useful to them. Because it's not my personal property. It's my experience. If that can help someone, why not share it? After all, my life has always been devoted to well-being. For example, after I became Prime Minister, I had a bilateral meeting at the White House with President Obama. And he had also arranged a formal dinner. Then as discussions between the two governments progressed, someone said, please join us for dinner. To which another replied, but the Prime Minister doesn't eat. This left them a bit concerned. How do you host the leader of such a big nation, White House without serving? We sat down, they told me what to do. I turned to President Obama, jokingly said, my dinner has arrived. As I placed the glass, when I looked it again, still remember, smiled and said, last time you were fasting. This time we're having lunch. If you're not fasting, you'll have to eat twice as much. Let's go to the heroes to lead the world's largest democracy. I think there's a lot of people for whom it's truly inspiring. Your family was a very modest. Grew up in a one-room house with a mud floor. Your whole family living there. Tell me about your childhood. How did those humble beginnings shape your outlook on life? My birthplace, Gujarat, specifically in North Mehsana district, in a small town called Vardnagar. Historically, this town holds great significance. And so, Vardnagar is where I was born and completed my early education. Looking at the world, as I understand it today, I can reflect on my childhood, the unique environment I grew up in. My village had certain fascinating aspects, some of which are quite rare globally. When I was in school, there was an elder in our village who would regularly tell students, listen kids, wherever you go, you find a carved or you find a stone with inscriptions on it, or anything with engraving. Bring it and place it in this corner of the school. Over time, my curiosity grew and I started to understand. I realized that my village had a rich ancient history. Discussions at school often revealed more fascinating details about it. Later, I learned that China even made a film of it. I had read in a newspaper about a film that mentioned the Chinese philosopher Yuan Sang, who had spent a considerable amount of time in a village, having arrived many centuries ago. Back then, it was a major center for Buddhist learning. That's how I first learned about it. Perhaps around 1400s, the prominent Buddhist educational hub. There was a victory monument in the 12th century, a temple from the 17th century, 16th century, two sisters, Tana and who were renowned musicians. As I uncovered these history traces, I grasped the depth of our heritage. So, when I became chief minister, I initiated large-scale excavation projects. The findings from these very projects confirm that thousands of Buddhist monks had, at one time, studied there. It was a place where Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu traditions coexisted harmoniously. And for us, history wasn't just confined to books. Every stone, every wall had a story. So, Russian world, we uncovered findings that hold immense historical so far. They have discovered evidence dating back 2,800 years, proving this city has remained unbroken and eternal for all those 2,800 years. They have discovered solid proof of how its development unfolded over these centuries. Now, an international level museum has been established there, open to visitors, especially for archaeology students. It has become a major area of study. So, the place where I was born holds its unique historical. I see it as my good fortune. Some things in life unfold beyond our understanding. Kashi became my realm of truth. Kashi is also eternal. Kashi, known as Banaras or Varanasi, is an eternal city that has remained vibrant and alive for centuries. Perhaps it was some divine design that led a boy born in Vadnagar eventually make Kashi a realm of beauty, living in the embrace of the Ganga. When I think about my family, my father, mother, siblings, uncles, aunts, grandparents, we all grew up together in a small house. The place we live is likely even smaller than where we are sitting now. There was no window, just a small room. That's where I was born, that's where I grew. Now when people talk about poverty, it's natural to discuss it in the context of public life. And by those standards, my early life was spent in extreme poverty. But we never really felt the burden of poverty. See, someone who is used to wearing fine shoes will feel their absence when they don't. But for us, we have never worn shoes in our life. So how would we even know that wearing shoes was a big deal? We weren't in a position to compete. That's just how we live. Our mother worked incredibly hard. My father too. He was extremely hardworking, and he was also extremely disciplined. Every morning around 4:30 a.m., leave the house, walk long distances, visit several temples, and then reach his house. Wore traditional leather shoes handmade in the village. The shoes were very tough and sturdy, making a distinct tock 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 sound when he wore them. People in the village used to say that they could tell the time just by hearing his footsteps. Oh yes, Mr. Damodar is on his way. Such was he worked tirelessly, late into the night. Our mother too showed that we never felt the struggles of our circumstances. But despite everything, these challenging circumstances of living in scarcity never left a mark on our mind. I remember in school, the idea of wearing shoes never even crossed my mind. One day while I was on my way to school, I ran into my uncle on the way. He saw me and was surprised. Hey, you go to school like this, without shoes? At that time, he bought me a pair of canvas shoes and made me wear them. Back then, they must have cost around 10 or 12 rupees. But here's the thing, they were white canvas shoes and they would quickly get stained. So what did I do? In the evening, after school was over, I would stay back for a while. I would go from classroom to classroom, collecting leftover pieces of chalk that the teachers had discarded. I would take the pieces of chalk, soak them in water, mix them into a paste, and polish my canvas shoes with it, making them bright white again. For me, those shoes were a treasured possession, a symbol of great wealth. And I don't exactly know why, but from childhood, our mother was extremely particular about cleanliness. Perhaps that's where we inherited that habit. Not sure how I picked up the habit, but it's been there. Whatever I wore, I made sure that back then, as you can imagine, we didn't have any arrangement for ironing. Instead, I would heat up water in a pot, hold it with, press my clothes myself, and I'd head off to school. That's how I lived, and I found joy in it. Never thought about being poor, just about how others live or what their struggles were. We lived carefree, enjoying whatever little we had, and kept working hard. Never once did we complain about these. And all these aspects of my life, whether you call it fortune or misfortune, unfolded in such a way in politics that they started coming to light. Because when I was taking my oath as chief minister, TV reporters went to my village, questioned my childhood friends, went to capture videos of my home. That's when people started asking, who is this? What background is? Before that, very few knew much about my life. That's just how my journey had been. My mother possessed an innate spirit of caring for others' well-being. It was woven into the very fabric of her being. She possessed knowledge of traditional remedies and practice, and would treat children with these home remedies. Every morning before sunrise around 5 o'clock, she would start treating them. So all the children and their parents would gather at our home, little children crying, and we had to wake up early because of it. My mother would continue treating them with care. This spirit of service, in a way, was nurtured through this experience. Sense of empathy for society, the desire to do good for others. These values were instilled in me from my family. I believe that my life has been shaped by my mother, my father, my teachers, the environment I grew up in. A lot of young people that are truly inspired by your leader, democracy. What can you tell those young folks who are struggling, who are lost in the world, who are trying to find their way? What advice could you give? I want to tell all the young people to follow me. No matter how dark the night may be, still just night. Morning is bound to come. That's why we need patience and self-confidence. Yes, the challenges are real, but I am not defined by my circumstances. I am here for a purpose, sent by a higher power, and I am not alone. The one who sent me is always with me. Unwavering faith should always remain within us. Difficulties are a test of endurance. They are not meant to defeat. Hardships exist to make me stronger, helping me grow and improve, not to leave me feeling hopeless or discouraged. Personally, I see every crisis, every challenge as an opportunity. So to all young people, I say, have patience. There are no shortcuts in life. At our railway station, there hangs a sign for those who habitually cross the track instead of using the bridge. It reads, shortcut will cut you short. I would tell young people the same shortcut will cut you short. There are no shortcuts in life. Patience and perseverance are essential. Whatever responsibility we are given, we must pour our heart in. We should live it with passion, enjoy the journey, and find fulfillment. I truly believe that if this mindset is cultivated, it transforms life. Similarly, abundance alone is not enough. There is no guarantee of success. Even a wealthy person who indulges in comfort and idleness will eventually wither away. Instead, he must decide, yes, I may have resources around me, but I must use my abilities to grow them further. I must contribute more to society with my own strength. Even if I am in a good position, there is still so much more to do. Even if I am not in a good position, there is still so much work to do. That's what I believe. I have also noted that some people tend to think, I've learned enough, that's it. But one should never let the student die. Learning should never stop. I believe that as long as I am alive, I must have a purpose. Perhaps I exist to keep learning, to keep growing. Now my mother tongue is Gujarati, and we were not very familiar with the Hindi language, nor did we know how to speak it eloquently or communicate effectively. But as a child, I used to sit at my father's tea shop, and at that young age, I got the chance to meet so many people. And every time I learned something from them, I observed their ways of speaking, their expressions. These things taught me a lot. Even though I wasn't in a position to apply it then, I thought, if I ever get the chance, why not? Why shouldn't I present myself well? So I believe the desire to learn will always remain alive. And another thing I've observed is that most people dream about achieving or becoming someone. They set big targets. And when they fall short, they feel disappointed. That's why whenever I get a chance to talk to my friends, I tell them, instead of dreaming about getting and becoming, dream of doing something. If you focus on doing something, let's say your goal is to reach 10, but you make it to 8, you won't feel discouraged. You still work toward 10 with determination. But if your dream is only to become something, it doesn't happen. Even your achievements may feel like a burden. That's why we must adjust our mindset in life. Instead of thinking about what I got or didn't get, mindset should be I give. Because true contentment doesn't bloom on its own. It grows from the depth of what you
Actually, that young, one of the things that dreams is doing about today. Real. At 17, another fascinating part of your life, you left home and spent 2 years roaming in the Himalayas, searching for purpose, for deeper truth, for God. Not much is known about this period of your life. You lived a nomadic, very much like a yogi, often sleeping without a roof over your head. What are some memorable spiritual moments, ritual experiences at that time?
It's like you put in a lot of effort. Look, I don't usually talk much about it, but I can share a few external aspects of it. I grew up in a very small town. Our life was all about being part of a community. We lived among people surrounded by them. That was just how life was. There was a library in the village, and I used to go there often to read books. Whenever I read something from the book, I often found myself feeling inspired. Why shouldn't I share my own life? That desire was always there. When I used to read about Swami Vivekananda or read about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, I would often wonder, how did they build such remarkable lives? And for that I constantly experimented on my most of my experiments